What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new episode of When It Comes to Pokemon Xenoverse Day 23, where it's titled Quadruple because pretty early on in the last stream we found ourselves another shiny, which is a third shiny Hysteric, making it 5 in total because we killed one and we kept one for ourselves. And yeah, it's getting out of hand. Where it's like, I don't know if anybody's gonna claim any of these shinies anytime soon, because there's way too many for my liking. Like, you know, if I have 20 Hysterics, like, what the fuck am I gonna do with them? But yeah, just, you know, just let me know if you are interested with that, and also let me know if you're feeling generous to, like, if you would like to donate or anything like that, because that would really help me out, whether it's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, GoFundMe, or Patreon, of course, and preferably GoFundMe because you can see the progress bar. We're at $25 in. Very appreciated to Dallas that felt generous that day to do that. Thank you very much. I always appreciate you very, very much. And yeah, I should probably get this out the way while I, you know, move and talk at the same time, because I don't think I got a forfeit. But I was all over the place explaining it last time. But Friday, I should mention that on Friday, like I said, just to clarify, we did miss out on an encounter, which was, well, I should probably look at that, huh? Friday, it was like between 1168 and 1169, and then between 1174 and 1175 we ran. That was on Friday, like I said. For Monday, we accidentally didn't count it, and like between 1264 and 1265, I'm pretty sure. And we also ran like right afterwards, so there's that. But you know, for Tuesdays everything was fine. I had to double check it because I felt like the first time counting it through I wasn't truly paying attention. So then like I checked it like an hour or two later, just, you know, making sure that I got it right. And I didn't feel like I missed any. Like, I skimmed through, and I always feel weird rewatching it, like when I'm skimming through it, because, you know, obviously I'm not gonna sit here for another 6 hours to rewatch the whole entire thing. Motherfucker, I just had to, like, oh god. Well, is this gonna be the shiny Eevee we've been looking for? Or like one of them at least? Alright, well, the beginning is very delayed. Are we in 3? 103? It might be 3, I don't recall. Alright, well, let's go back, I suppose. I was hoping to get 4 eggs, but like it's slowly but surely like taking over. We'll visit them soon enough. It might be, oh fuck, it's 105. Alright. Okay, well, let's go fly over. This is such a, like, we didn't even get started though. And hopefully everything's okay with the screen and everything. And the counter might look slightly different, and I had to get it back because my, literally, the mouse battery died last night because I was in the middle watching Twisted Metal, and like I was about to watch, because I was binge watching quite a bit. Like, I finished the first season, not yesterday, but like, I forget, like I think Monday or something like that. And pretty much, when I was, for the most part, hold on, let me rename them. Sorry, I'm like completely distracted. Ciento Cinco. It might not be that word, but we'll put it like that anyway. It's fine. So as I was saying, like I started watching Twisted Metal like on Sunday basically, and I got like 3 episodes in, I think, or something like that. And then like for Monday I binge watched the rest because there's like 10 episodes. in total, I mean, for the first season. But it's a defense up, attack is down, runaway ability. Oh, I should probably get the chat up. Hold up, I can't even see it right now. Let's see. And hates to lose, bold nature. 105, I need to remember that. And we'll check to get the other egg eventually. But yeah, it's because I was gonna watch like 6 episodes because I had more time because it was like Labor Day weekend and such. But for last night, yeah, because it was Sunday I watched 3 episodes. Monday I watched 7 episodes, and they're all like 30 minutes apiece. Like I was worried that they're gonna be an hour apiece and I wouldn't actually finish it because I got to like September 6th because I'm gonna cancel like the whole Peacock subscription thing because I can't afford it anymore. First Eevee encounter, holy shit. And we got 3 fire punches anyway. So a lot of this is working out in our favor, I would say. 1341. Okie dokie. And like all these windows are weirdly out of order to me. Yeah, last night I just watched like half the season for season 2, and I mean I like it so far. I mean it feels different from the first season, mostly because like they're kind of doing more so, not really. I don't want to put it in a way where it's so like, oh well, it's more based on the game, but you know that they're in this season 2 they are more so competing against each other. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to spoil it for all of you, but yeah, competition-wise, because unlike the first season, they were just kind of living life and like, you know, trying to live by all means and benefiting the most out of it, you know, surviving and stuff. But yeah, I need to look up what exactly was the thing. And it was so weird that I just mentioned Patreon a second ago, and I just got an email from Patreon like a minute ago or so. Hold on, let me look up the Pikachu short, because I tried to watch another one and it didn't let me. Hold on, let me see which one it was, because I watched the Pikachu short yesterday and I might talk about it a little bit later. Let's see. Oh no, never mind. I did watch it. I think. Yeah, I did watch it. It was called Pikachu's Exploration Club. And I don't think it has anything to do with exploration, if I'm being honest with you, but we'll get back to that. We still haven't seen 2 of them though when it comes to the 3D and 4D movie, or like the short or whatever. And we still left off. Ooh, sorry. With the Paul trivia page, like we were reading Paul, and yeah, we left off in the trivia side of it. So we'll go finish that up, and then like eventually cover the Arceus movie. I mean, we could talk about like a potential short that we could maybe make. I don't know, for the Giratina movie, hypothetically. Oh, this fool. Okay, try shot. Let's see here. But I mean, it's all good so far. We found like 1 Eevee straight out the gate. Alright. Now, where was, I think the 10th movie we said like a whole Easter thing, right? For the 11th movie, I was considering it. And I think it gave me an idea when it comes to, hey, what's up, Fo? How are you? I was trying to consider, like, just based on what the Exploration Club gave, it's like, what other idea? I don't know, I think I had an idea with that, like, based on what they were trying to do and all that stuff, but we'll get back to that in a little bit. How is your day going, Fo? Let's see here. I don't know how much time I spent in the beginning with like the whole the starting soon thing. It might have been like 5 minutes, I'm not sure. I don't think I spent too much time. Another Eevee though. Fire punch. Too busy. Oh, down. 1342. I forget. I think I got like 2 fire punches left. I'm not sure. We'll find that out soon. Let's see. I transferred my pro save though. I just set up the breeding. Oh, you're gonna try to attach the Eevee eggs and see if you can get a shiny. I mean, you have a pretty good chance. I mean, the vintage odds so far. It supposedly should be in my favor theoretically, but it's you know, it's already been over 800 encounters after the 500 mark. So, you know, I just wish I knew somebody else that played Pokemon Xenoverse just to confirm this. Because nobody I know plays Pokemon Xenoverse. And like, not that many people on Reddit answers these type of questions. Because I asked the last person on Reddit, he never got back to me about it. Mostly because they were talking about something else. They were talking about more so the pink path, and I just brought up, it's like, well, what about Eevee? And they just kind of like, you know, ignored that. Let's see here. ROMs for subreddits are always kind of iffy. Yeah. Well, I mean, this isn't really from Reddit. It's just like a page that like has a guide for it. Like, if anything, this is mostly like, cause Beehive Studios is Italian based, and like, if anything, their bigger thing is on Discord, except I don't have them on Discord. So like, when I was looking up anything guide related, I either watch YouTube or I just go on the Reddit page, because that's what helped me with like Pokemon Prism. And you know, sometimes they would you know, ponder a question that would be, you know, interesting and helpful, and sometimes, you know, people that know the answers would chip in, and a lot of the time they would be, you know, like I said, helpful and all that. Because there was a couple times I mentioned in the past that Pokemon Xenoverse, you know, like, it started off with the black screen and everything, and that's how I found out through Reddit that somebody else also had that same problem, and I found the solution through that Reddit page. But yeah. Hopefully today's the day though. Before everything has started, like, immediately the egg hatch, so I didn't even get to the encounter start stuff till like what feels like a whole 5 minutes later, but you know, we'll see. And I did change the thumbnail in the last episode, because it was originally Chansey, but then I put Chansey for today's episode. I changed yesterday's to just have another hysteric surrounding Nosepass, like if it's a new mom or some shit. And we do got another Eevee in the bricks. 1343. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center. It may not have... I could check the eggs if they're available, but I just got an egg from him, but I don't think he's gonna give like another one. mean, I might as well check. Let's see. He does not. Okay, I don't know what I expected. I just got it like 2 minutes ago. Something like that. Let's see here. Yeah, so I was trying to look into the numbers on everything, because I didn't cover all of them, because I ever since like around day 20, I don't think I covered the numbers for that. Yeah, because the newest record for the most Eevees is now 121. But in total, like for every day, day 1 was 56 Eevees, day 2 was 73 Eevees, day 3 was 79, day 4 was 66, day 5 was 54, day 6 was 40, day 7 was 51, day 8 was 71, day 9 was 75, day 10 was 55, day 11 is our worst one with 39, but it's because I stopped early. Day 12 was 47, day 13 was 70, day 14 was 54, day 15 was 40, day 16 was 68, day 17 was 57, day 18 was 47, day 19 was also 47, day 20 was 121, day 21 was 52, and day 22 was 73. 1344 though. Let's see here. Fo, you still here? I think Fo left. Oh well. I wonder if his internet got cut off. But yeah, the record is 121, our lowest record is 39. I don't know when more likely we're gonna beat 121, but I'm determined, like, you know, as long as we don't find vintage Eevee, that'd be the goal, is just to try to break that record. Then again, it would be pretty hard to beat if we're still shooting to, like, eventually get vintage Eevee, because, yeah, that's gonna be extremely hard to cover for sure, or try to beat. It'd be cool if we broke the record and got a vintage Eevee at the same day. I might have similar issues with getting my daycare mods back later, LMAO. I'm broke AF and BDSP. Oh, right. Yeah. No idea what I spent on my Poké-Dollars. Right. It's so weird. For some reason my chat said that it was like at 0. There was a moment in time. I mean, it still says that now, and I see you chatting. I mean, the other side says 1. I don't know where to keep track of where I've always, the one next to the preview screen has been more reliable in telling me who's on, but this time not. I don't know, for some reason it's not telling me. It usually does. But yeah, I'm not so worried about getting Trachea out, because like, even if she might be over leveled, I won't be able to use her to like battle until like way later in the game. So I'm kinda not in a rush to try to buy her out, because like I said, it's the gym leader is at like level 52, and she's more likely way over 52 at this point. 1345, and I don't want to be over leveled for the gym, because it wouldn't be fair if they're like level 75 or 79 or whatever versus a level 52. It'd be too easy. We did get pretty good luck yesterday though with all the Eevee kills. It seemed like quite a bit of Eevees were there. Oh, I should mention too that I looked back on that the moment in time where I thought there was 3 Eevees, and that was like the first time that happened. Turned out it was not 3 Eevees back to back, it was just 2. I thought it was 3, I was pretty convinced. But nah, I looked back at the footage. We still haven't got that achievement, unfortunately. But I mean, both days have pretty lucky starts, and like I even went to TCG Pocket, and I got lucky by getting a rainbow border Glaceon, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, that's for the most part. I should probably Marvel Snipe right quick just to claim my credits before I forget. Sometimes I be forgetting. Let's go over here. Missions I got here is play 1 cost card 10 times, play 4 cost cards 4 times, win matches twice, win matches with snap once. It's pretty easy. Okay, well, I'll cover that later. Have you already begun the Shining Pearl, like, Eevee hatching stuff? I got it set up, currently running up and down Solaceon routes. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get it quicker than I am, which is fine. Yeah, by the time I'm finished with this, you're gonna have like 19 shiny Eevees or whatever. Eevee hatches are quite long, it turns out. Yeah, from my estimate, like a regular Eevee egg without flame body is like about an hour 20 minutes to an hour 40. In this game at least. I don't know how much it would be for all the regular games. But that's just what I estimate. I thought it was 40 minutes or 20 minutes or something like that. I mean, that's when I was also encountering though, so it, I guess equate that out because I'm battling. The only shiny Eevee I had was a random Vaporeon in SV. Oh shit. Are evolutions just available to go? I guess they are available to catch. Never mind. I actually know. Yeah, I forget because I've been seeing some clips here and there that they're just in the wilderness now. I remember that in Legend Arceus, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I mentioned earlier that I was trying to watch Twisted Metal, and I watched half the season and everything. What you put here? I forgot to reset the step counter to have a better guess. I'll do that after the current batch to check. Evolutions or rare encounters. But yeah, I was trying to watch. I was trying to binge watch Twisted Metal, and it like my mouse battery died, and I had to wait in the morning, like pretty much 30 minutes before starting the stream, to get a new battery for it. And it sucked too. Like my mouse straight up died. I had a well, I mean, like I said, it's just the battery, but I was stuck on the screen. I didn't even get to put my computer on sleep mode or turn it off or anything. So I had to like fiddle it through with like tab and control tab and shit like that, and I didn't remember how to do everything. And accidentally exited all the windows, and I'm like, bro, even the click counter, and I had to reset the the counter to 1340 like how I left it. But it's all good now. I got a new battery. This should have a long time till it dies again in like, I don't know. I feel like mouse has a pretty good battery life considering. It felt like a good 6 months or 8 months or something. I don't know. 1346. Yeah, I've learned a good bit of keyboard jutsu when troubleshooting computers. Yeah. I used to remember it because like when you have a dead mouse and everything, well, I mean, there's a joke there somewhere with music, but like, cause I don't ever I know about the tab switch, but I forgot about it. It took me a bit. The problem was like I did end up in the page of Twisted Metal to press play and everything, but I was trying to full screen it, and that's when I accidentally exited the page. Because I managed to do it, like eventually I figured out how to keep switching it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure how because like the counter thing was this whole separate window, so I'm not even sure how I exited on both. So that's where I was lost then. Accidentally might have clicked on something else, I don't know. I didn't even know there was a terminate all window button. But yeah, I just like I just watched the rest of it on my laptop since my mouse just decided to shit itself. But Twisted Metal's pretty fun. I like watching that show. I wish I knew the fucking characters in the game. I need to watch a Let's Play. I'm almost finished with the series. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it today. I might, but we'll see. As for tomorrow, I may start the stream a little bit earlier, but I'm also gonna end it off a bit earlier because I got something to do later that day. What'd you put? Knowing characters will help for sure. Yeah, I mean, like like I know the main one with Sweet Tooth, and that's as far as it goes. But like, yeah, if I were to already play the game and watch a Let's Play or something, I'd be like, oh, it's this character, oh, it's that character, because they definitely framed it where like they reveal these characters like if I'm already supposed to know them. Not like that, like if the show expects you to know all this shit, but like it seems to be catered to the fans that like, you know, when they do reveal, it's like, oh, there's that dude or whatever, or when my helmet slowly pans up. Or some shit like that. Like I'm supposed to go like, oh. But yeah. I should have watched the show a long time ago, to be honest. I don't know when season 2 came out, but yeah, that's for the most part. So that's on me. I thought it was on Paramount, that's why. It took me a while. Like, I saw it on the menu after I watched the pay-per-view. I'm like, oh, it's been on here the whole time? What the fuck? And they're like, oh, well, I should probably binge watch it before I have to cancel it. So, yeah, I got till the 6th till I cancel it. Something like random Marvel characters that appear in other movies. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I recognize more Marvel characters than I do Twisted Metal for sure. I don't know every Marvel character, but yeah. If it wasn't for Marvel Snap too, because Marvel Snap has some very niche and like obscure Marvel characters that even I haven't heard about. And I kind of wondered to myself where the fuck they're from. 1347. Because I could go on Marvel Snap right now and look at the list that the characters I didn't know pre-Marvel Snap. Or even like recognize the names and shit like that. I'll just look at a few. can't really watch any Marvel movies anymore. They're so far out from post-Endgame. Yeah, I thought for sure they were gonna reboot pretty soon, because it's not gonna be quite the same. Because they're gonna be aiming for like the Young Avengers, and then after that, I have no idea. It would have been so much different if Fox didn't buy some rights, because Fantastic Four and X-Men is pretty integral to the whole Marvel thing, and like because Fox bought them, they had to go work around all the X-Men and other stuff, because you know, or else we would have had Wolverine in like an Endgame way sooner if they build up to it. 1348. In my head, that's where the cinematic universe ends for the Marvel. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Let's see. Characters I don't know at the time. I mean, I wasn't familiar with Swarm, but I did know about Swarm like in the Ultimate Spider-Man. That's one character, I guess. I didn't know who Colleen Wing was. That's like Iron Fist's girlfriend. Let's see. I didn't know. I mean, I still don't know who the fuck Mockingbird is, but the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. What's another character? I think I knew like the Black Knight before he was introduced. He's still not introduced. They just kind of teased him. Let's see here. What's another character? I know Moon Girl before the show with Double Dinosaur and her. I still don't know who Swordmaster is, but Swordmaster's a character. Let's see here. I'm trying to find like a better character than just like the basic one. I'm like trying to look at it. I don't know who the fuck Bast is, but that's someone else I know. But yeah, like Sentry, for example, is another character that I know before the actual movie and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I still don't know why the preview screen's showing that there's nobody here, but like on the other one it shows. It's rather weird. I also feel like there's not enough Hulk movies, that they keep putting Hulk stories in other movies, like Thor Ragnarok, which that one's a bit understandable, like, you know, because he ends up in Sakaar and stuff like that. I don't know if Thor was ever actually meant to go to Sakaar, but that's just an example right there that, oh, they put a Hulk movie within a Thor movie, but it's mostly about Thor. Or the same with, like, you know, Captain America 4, like that's another Hulk story that easily could have been Hulk. 1349, because like all the Hulk villains are there. Well, not all of them, but you know what I mean. And what else? I don't know. It's just like they had it at like 2008 or 2010 with the first two Hulk movies, and then they stopped. It's like, bro, there's so many Hulk movies that you could have done. I mean, Hulk was like a side character since his last movie like 20 years ago. Yeah, but he could have been, he's like the fourth main Avenger. Like Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and then there's Hulk. Like there's some movies that I feel like we didn't exactly need. Like nobody really asked for the Black Widow movie. It's like, sure, why not? But like, it shouldn't take 20 years to build up to Mr. Blue being the leader and shit like that. That shit was way too late to introduce to it as a story. And I didn't really like She-Hulk as a show. And I feel like they kind of settled and got too comfortable nesting when it comes to the whole scientist Hulk thing too. I don't know. they could have approached it differently. Like, there's so many Hulk villains that could make a good movie and shit like that. Like, you know, if it's Hulk versus Abomination in one movie, they could have. I think the very first one where Hulk was like really gigantic and stuff, I think that was supposed to be Absorbing Man, but that's like his dad that he fights. I thought Black Widow was only Taskmaster was mid-F, and Disney screwed over Scarlett Johansson for no reason. I forget the details on the Scarlett Johansson situation, but it was, yeah, she was demanding more for sure. And Taskmaster wasn't the best, yeah. They actually did Taskmaster dirty in the future if you haven't seen what recently happened. And it makes no sense either. I cannot find any rhyme or reason on why they did that to Taskmaster. Yeah, I don't know. Like the movie, I don't know. It in the Black Widow movie, from what it said, that there was multiple other Black Widows, and that was not ever really truly established throughout like the MCU timeline, because it implied it like it was happening like the whole time, and it was never really addressed or approached until that movie happened. So I don't know. Disney promised one thing on her contract regarding how she got money, royalties, and that makes sense since she was literally the MC, but they just cut her a flat check. Yeah, that's what I've heard too, that she was promised more money and she wanted to get paid more than like Robert Downey Jr. or some shit like that. Something along those lines. I'm sure there's like extra details that the public doesn't know too, I'm sure. I mean, I had a theory in the past that like, well, Black Widow could have been more integral to like a future MCU thing, since they changed stuff anyway. It would have been cool. Oops, I didn't mean to do the fire punch thing. Cause like a really bad movie that came out was like Madam Web, for example. That movie was really bad. And I gave it a chance and I watched it, and it was just no. But like I had in my head where it's all like the day that they went to Vormir along with Hawkeye and everything, that like what you put royalties are like every sale that's made with the product, you get X of sales and percent is somewhat normal for established actors for the actors or the characters. Yeah. But I had in my head where like in Vormir, like when you sacrifice yourself and you create the soul stone and stuff like that, that just like how Red Skull becomes, you know, when he used the Tesseract or whatever and then became this guardian of Vormir and like basically a forever ghost, which was never really the case in like the comics or anything. Like Captain America and Red Skull always fought forever until they died, but Red Skull was always the guardian of that and everything. So like when Black Widow sacrificed herself, they literally could have made her a Madam Web where she's a forever being, but like instead just being that for the coverage of all, like, you know, the Shattered Dimension for, you know, all the Spider-Man or whatever. Because it's supposed to be implied that like the Anansi spider is like another Spider-Man and they like worship a spider god or whatever. So like all the not really all the Spider-Mans, but you know what I mean, like the Spider-Man people are important, you know, since there's like vampires and shit that consume their blood, and they're an important character to the canon and shit. Like, I know it's a bit much, but 1350. But it would have been interesting nonetheless that if they made Black Widow like the Madam Web. It's a central part of it anyway. Yeah. Because like you know, since they deal with the multiverse and stuff, especially lately, that like, you know, Miles Morales and all that and all the spider people, and they even like they're practically the hall monitors of the timeline and multiverses. Like if they see something wrong, they're gonna go for it and everything. So they're on space dimension duty and all that. Like timeline duty, multiverse duty. So like that's Madam Web's placement at this point, is to make sure that it doesn't get worse. Because there's plenty of games that cover this situation, and plenty of episodes too that they cover this stuff. It would have been a good idea, and I don't think Black Widow looks too far off from Madam Web. Like if she just looks older and wears red glasses, she would look just like her. And she would lose her sentient form. But that's just always like a theory of mine. They never pulled the trigger on it. They kind of went ass backwards, in my opinion, with Madam Web. And just go like, oh yeah, no, she's a lady from the 90s that somehow fucking... I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't even realize Madam Web was blind, by the way. 1352. I thought she could see. Like, I watched the cartoon in the 90s and everything. Level 48. Rapidash X is ready to battle now. Yeah, it also wouldn't be crazy since Resco basically forgot everything about Steve. Yeah, there was an interesting question about it too, with, you know, ever since Endgame and all that ended, that Captain America was supposed to return the stones. So he had to return the Soul Stone over to Vormir. He had to confront Red Skull at some point. So it's like, what happened with that interaction? Because, you know, that's what the Ancient One was telling Hulk. It's like, okay, what if you take the stones and instantly return it back? Which isn't a perfect plan, because no matter how fast you go, it's gonna be kind of like... It'll be noticeable that the stone was missing in that timeline. You know, Captain America's gonna go like, alright, here, and then he just leaves or whatever. It's gonna be kind of panicky, and like Captain America probably was walking in the planet not knowing where the fuck he's going. And yeah, he would have returned the stone to Red Skull. He's like, yo, what the fuck, why are you here? Or whatever. But yeah, there's some videos covering it. They could have made Steve's journey a short mini-series, an episode per stone. Yeah, they definitely could have. There's a lot of, like, you know, working room with Captain America stuff. It's implied that he was around even in the 80s. Because the Red Guardian's all like, oh, I swear he was I was fighting Captain America in the 80s or whatever. And there was a time where in the 80s, that's around the time where the Super Soldier Serum was with the new other people. And they never covered that at all. Like, they just kind of said that they just all escaped and that there's super people out there. 1353. Because I don't know if you remember that. They did that with the whole Civil War thing, that there was other people. And I think it was implied that they were the Forgotten Six soldiers or whatever that accompanies Captain America. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's like an episode in Spider-Man. It was like a two-parter of like other characters that were also super soldiers, like the Destroyer, Black Marvel, the Speedster, or no, his name is like the Wicker or some shit like that. Miss America. Yeah, MC was playing with fire when they even thought about having time travel as a plot. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they always wanted to do. What was the other guy's name? Shit, it's the Thunder, I think. Like, all these other characters that accompany Captain America, because there was supposed to be more than one super soldier, but the other super soldiers are more incomplete, and they wear rings to power up. Like, it was implied that that was supposed to be them, but they never fiddled with it. And I'm pretty sure when the Falcon was talking to that one guy, because he's a straight up super soldier and everything, that he was supposed to be Black Marvel and everything, but they did him wrong. Like there's a little gray area in the 80s that like there's a good chance Captain America was there at some point, but they never touched upon it. I don't know if they just forgot about it or they're gonna do that later, because lately MCU has been taking their time with a lot of storylines, you know. I feel like they straight up forgot about the leader until they rewatched the Hulk movie one Tuesday night, and they're like, oh fuck, the leader, we gotta put him in a movie. And yeah, but they eventually it's gotta happen with the Captain America stuff too, cause yeah, that shit was since 2013 actually, some shit like that, right? I forgot what year Civil War came out. Maybe it was 2015, 2016. I don't remember. It feels like 2013. It probably wasn't, because it might have been 2015, because like that's when Spider-Man debuted, and I'm pretty sure Spider-Man Tom Holland showed up at like 2017. I don't remember. It's been a minute for sure. Yeah, I don't know, I get kind of hazy with the memory. I'm pretty sure the Avengers was like 2011. Yeah, it's like closer to 2017, 2018, I don't know. There's a few movies. And it feels like forever since the last Spider-Man movie when they're making the new one, because at least it comes out in the summertime in 2026, but it feels like so long ago. Wasn't it like 2021 or 22 or some shit that the last movie came out? That's way too long. What happened to movies being canonical every 2 years or some shit? They're taking longer and longer. That's a good point. Thoughts on who the better Spider-Man is, Tobey, Andrew, or Tom? The best Spider-Man, I mean, it's a good question. I feel like there will be a better Spider-Man in the future, but out of the three, they all got their pros and cons, I would say. Like, for my more favorite movies, I like the Tobey Maguire movies more. But I don't like Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker, if that makes sense. Like he's kind of because as a Spider-Man he's okay, but it does feel like pretty campy sometimes with them. And like as Peter Parker, I feel like, you know, when he gets hit, people really don't feel too bad for. I mean, I don't know how to put it. Like there's some stuff that he does that is all like, it reminds me of something, but it's not like the outright where I picture him and he's like a Peter Parker to me. Well, he looks like he's 30 years old as a teenager. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, the Spider-Man movies are probably my more so favorite ones, you know, outside of like the last Spider-Man movie. Rewatching the movies, it's a little rough. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them either way, because I'm one of the few people that actually like Spider-Man 3, because I know how, like, you know, overwhelming it could be because of like all the villains and how much pacing it is, and like the pacing's off. But I personally like it. I mean, I don't know. But I don't know. There's something about him as Peter Parker that doesn't feel right. He feels kind of like he's closer to Winnie Hood Jr. than like actually being what Peter Parker's meant to be. Cause I just remember like him getting hit, and I'm all like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to remember like one scene in particular that I thought of. I think it was like in Spider-Man 3, Harry Osborn walks up to him and he just hits him in the face or something like that, and he kept hitting him. And in my head, I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't know. I'm a sucker for Andrew. He was rather fresh taking Fresh take without completely changing the character. Yeah. For Andrew, his movies weren't the best, but like, yeah, he was a pretty good Spider-Man. Like he was really funny and all that stuff. This was like the skateboard phase Spider-Man, because they keep changing him around. Sometimes they make him, you know, the primary nerd. Sometimes they make him like, you know, the skateboarder that isn't like popular or whatever. And I don't know what Tom Holland's supposed to be. I guess he's closer to a regular nerd, I suppose. Does he? I'm trying to remember if Tom Holland rides a skateboard. I don't think he did. Because it reminds me closer of the Ultimate Spider-Man and stuff like that. But yeah, no, the movies suffer quite a bit for sure. Like the Amazing Spider-Man movie. Like when I saw Green Goblin for the first time, I'm like, what the fuck did they do to this man? It was pretty tragic. And I didn't even expect Harry Osborn to be like the main Green Goblin. He was just a geeky guy. He was even somewhat friends with this version of Flash. Yeah. You're talking about Tom Holland, right? Yeah. That doesn't make sense to me either way. Like Flash Thompson being part of the debate team? Like what the fuck? In what planet is Flash Thompson in the debate team? Like he's depicted as this bully that's dumb as fuck, and they put him in the debate team. I would never, like I wouldn't ever. Like who would follow? It's like, Your Honor. Yes, it is, or whatever. Like nobody's gonna go for his side in any debate. 1354. For him to be in the debate team is hilarious to me. I'm not a particular fan from he wasn't a real Spider-Man until his latest movie. Tom Holland? I mean, for one, when it comes to Tom Holland, I like the approach of him being in the movie and being Iron Man's mentor. The only thing with that I feel slightly weird about is that I don't like the fact that Iron Man's or Spider-Man's taking a back seat to Iron Man. Like I get that Iron Man's first and he's like the more known, popular superhero, you know, in that world and in that reality and all that stuff, but it feels weird. But it's still cool to see that Iron Man is like, you know, the lead role, and they're doing a different approach with Spider-Man and giving him a whole ass suit. I think I'll like him a lot more now though. Yeah. Yeah, with Tom Holland, I'm trying to, I don't know, I still think in the future at some point, like eventually when they reboot another Spider-Man, that I think there's still room for improvement for a more perfect Spider-Man. I don't think we quite get that yet. We're not there yet. It's the same for like the whole Batman stuff. Like everybody has their opinion on like, you know, who's the best Bruce Wayne and stuff like that. Or like, you know, Superman, or, you know, discussion for all of these. Tobey Maguire, he's too much of a weenie for Peter Parker. Like Andrew Garfield, you know, like I said, like the bad movies kind of shit him over. So that's always gonna cloud him. And I kind of more so prefer like the nerd Peter Parker over the skateboarder one anyway, but like, you know, I'll take that bias aside either way. And then for the Tom Holland one, I'm not sure. I don't know, there's some stuff missing in my head where like I'm not sure what. I need to find the words to decipher what it is. I didn't like that Tom's Spider-Man didn't have any actual struggles to the point where he causes his own destruction from being childish. It came pretty close. There was on the boat scene, he was trying to, you know, do all that himself. Well, I mean, that wasn't really so much more childish, but you know, he was way over his head trying to solve that issue, and then Iron Man kind of solved it. Well, let me think of an example. I think that it was childish or something. I mean, there was a lot of situations where it just worked out, that it didn't cause him destruction. You know, in the fucking, I'm trying to think. Oh my gosh, Infinity War. Like he went to space when he wasn't supposed to, but it worked out for him. Yeah, I mean, he did get Thanos away, but still, I didn't like that Tom Spider-Man didn't have any actual. Oh, never mind. I just reread that. I was checking back on the chat. Yeah, a lot of it came close. I mean, I don't know. There's some stuff that, I mean, somebody could, like, probably, because one could argue that, you know, bringing all the villains and trying to make them all good is kind of, you know, an exploit that caused a lot of destruction in a way, you know. They got his Aunt May, you know, killed. I was about to say it worked out. Well, you know, him going to space and everything, and like, if Doctor Strange supposedly says there's only one outcome, then it worked out, I suppose. I'm not sure. Because, like, Spider-Man wasn't supposed to go to space. Iron Man was like, what the fuck are you doing here? But yeah, that's what I mean about worked out. But yeah, the whole villain thing when he's trying to make them all good or whatever, I don't know if... I'm trying to think if Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield would have done the same in their universe. Like, oh, let's try to make these villains better and stuff. Maybe I could believe Tobey Maguire a little bit. Because, you know, he tried to help others already. Oh, that's another egg hatch. I still didn't get the other new egg. I forget. Oh, this is a female one. That's a rare one. I think it's this one. I mean, I'll give you that. He's better than Batman's approach to correcting villain behavior. Yeah. Okay, let's go over here and get another egg and stuff. One of these Eevees. I mean, we're getting ever so closer. 106. Adaptability, special attacks up, defense is down. Mild nature, somewhat of a clown. Okay. Alright, let's fly over. Sometimes I like that it's a whole straight shot down. That's kind of funny to me in the map. It's just completely, if only they flew down. I'm sure they would. Okay, let's see what you put. I mean, I'll give you the, oh no, it's the same one. Never mind. Oh, I got 4 more fire punches. 1355. Well, now the preview screen's telling me that there's 2 people. I think it's fixed now. Earlier it just said 0. I'm like, what? Who the fuck am I talking to then? But then the other one said 1. But that's kind of more the analytic one, and I don't know it's sometimes not trustworthy, because sometimes it would tell me, like, the other one would say 0 and then this one would tell me 1. I don't know which one to trust. You guys don't even know what I'm talking about. I see 2 as well. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, a lot of the time when you're here, I always see 2, and I don't know why. Like, cause yesterday you left, it went to 0. It didn't even say 1 or anything. Let's see here. I still think there's like a good thing with usually it bounced between 1 and 2 for me, never 0. Like, I always wanted a Spider-Man movie with Scorpion featured, and I like the Tom Holland Scorpion because he just seems like a random, you know, jail cell person or whatever. But like, there's a few Spider-Man games I played. I played like the one on PS2, like the movie Spider-Man one. And like, I like the approach with that Scorpion, and that easily could have been a movie for sure. Like, you know, you just get the man, like, he's against his will. Usually it's like JJ's doing, like J. Jonah Jameson, like funding the project of a different scientist to like fight against Spider-Man. Sometimes it's Oscorp, like they did the approach in the movie where they forced this man into a suit with like Scorpion DNA to fight Spider-Man. And then at some point Scorpion escapes, or sometimes he just goes out and looks for Spider-Man since he's like the Predator or whatever. But it would have been a interesting detail, and the fact that like Scorpion, he can't return to his wife or his girlfriend or whatever the fuck because like he can't live his normal life. Like, there's so much to work with in storytelling that I could imagine it would excite writers and everything. But it has so much room, and it's a good, like, you know, hero to villain archetype where they fight each other, where they are similar but not. Something that you gotta remember with comic Spider-Man villains versus MCU current Spider-Man is that there's a lot of space and other stuff going on regularly. Yeah. Okay. Comic Spider-Man people aren't nearly as exposed to what's not presented through the villains. But yeah, there hasn't been a Norman Osborn yet, right? In the Tom Holland movie, besides the one at a different multiverse. People kept like, I don't know. There was a lot of things with it. I guess it's debunked now. Did you watch the Thunderbolts by chance? I don't know if you watched that movie because it barely came out and it was in Disney Plus, like up on there or whatever. Let's see. Ditto. But I remember, like, was it towards the end of one of the Spider-Man movies? Like, he was like swinging around in New York or whatever. Nah, someone was watching it in my office, but I had to head out to do something else. Okay. But yeah, Spider-Man was swinging around, and like he passed by the Avenger Tower, and people were speculating pretty much. I don't care about spoilers though. Okay. People were speculating that the Avengers Tower was gonna be like a future Oscorp, but you know, they're basically replacing that Oscorp building, or like the Avengers building, just making like a new Avengers building. Basically, is what they're going for. But yeah, I don't know. And I was thinking to myself, like, if it was a future Oscorp building, which they didn't really confirm, they just know that like it's no longer the Avengers building, that they were constructing it differently. But yeah, I don't know. It would make sense if they did, but it would be weird as well if they bring in a new Norman Osborn with an M. Because it's like do you just make him William Dafoe, or do you just make him somebody else? Because it's weird no matter what it is, because you don't want to repeat the same villain either. And I was worried about the rumors about like the 4th Spider-Man potentially having Kingpin as the villain, because like I do like Kingpin in the Daredevil series, I do, but I don't think I don't think I want to see him in like the 4th movie being the main villain. Like there's so much other villains to work with. Like I said, Scorpion, but I think the rumor so far is that it's gonna be Mr. Negative, which would be pretty exciting, and that supposedly Punisher and possibly Hulk yet again might be in the movie. But I mean, they don't have to be, but I still think that Mr. Negative is a good choice, you know. This is his first prominent movie. I think it's because I feel like it has a lot to do with that Spider-Man game that Mr. Negative was considered, because that game was very well done for Insomniac. I can't really do the Defoe again since he already appeared once, unless Tom encounters the current reality's version that triggers events. Yeah. Cause that's like one of the questions where I'm like not sure about. It's all like if there's different multiversal characters that like, I guess it would. I mean, if Peter Parker looks different in these multiverses, then I'm pretty sure it should be implied that the Norman Osborns and Harry Osborns would look different too, no? So I don't think it would be William Dafoe now that I think about it. But I don't think people are ready for a new Green Goblin. And like there's different Green Goblins too, or like one's, you know, the one wearing purple and on a glider, and then the other one's the fucking draconic being with wings. So I don't know, I don't think they're gonna go with that approach either. That'd be a bit too, I mean, I don't know if out of the realm of possibility, but yeah, they made that pretty clear in the animated Spider-Man movies. Yeah. But yeah, the original Tobey Maguire movie, they wanted to put Vulture for the 4th movie, and it's an interesting choice. I don't know. There's been some stuff. I've seen some footage here and there that, you know, they seem to be rather trendy across dimensions. Yeah. There's, I don't know if you ever played the Shattered Dimension. It's like the Spider-Man game in like 2002, I want to say. That it's like the first time they showed Spider-Man Noir and like, you know, Spider-Man 2099 in the game, and like the Ultimate Spider-Man, and like I forget what the other one's called, the Amazing Spider-Man, I think. That they have like 4 of them, and they have like their own storylines and shit. But the Noir Spider-Man was interesting. It doesn't make any sense to me, but it's interesting because it's like set in the 20s and there's still the same similar Spider-Man villains and such. And like the Vulture's in that one, except I don't think that Vulture could fly, but he's like supposed to be like a circus freak type of deal, where he's like a cannibal that eats people. And it's supposed to be implied that that Vulture within that game is like the one that killed Uncle Ben in the Noir universe and everything. So they're trying to make Vulture like his Green Goblin in that universe, even though there is a Green Goblin quite literally in that game versus Noir. I think the Draconic one too, actually. But I mean, it's interesting. I think from like what I've heard about the 4th Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire, what they originally wanted to do is that like Toomes was supposed to have like a relationship with Aunt May because she's trying to move on, and you know, he has his own corporation. You know, the same spiel about like what Vulture, you know, in the cartoon is. You know, he's trying to make funds of like trying to make a flying equipment and such for the military or whatever, and it got rejected. and then he wears his wingsuit anyway. I mean, it was different in the past. If anything, it's always been Vulture versus Green Goblin in this rivalry of who could make a flying machine first. And then, like, I'm pretty sure it's always meant that Green Goblin had the better flying machine with the hovercraft over just the flying suit for the military or something like that. I forget. And then Vulture just hates Norman Osborn for that. But they could approach it many other ways. I don't know. It's still rather weird because in the cartoon, this Vulture, like, he's looking out for immortality. So he eventually finds it and he becomes young or whatever, and he has like red hair and such. I don't know. When I was a kid and everything, I remember that so differently. Rewatching the 90s Spider-Man, I was pretty surprised how like well put the story was, where I followed everything. Not just someone in the military being like, what did you mean? Or what did you do with that wingsuit you showed us again? Yeah. It's it'd be weird to see a whole military group with like wings and stuff. I mean, I don't know, the Hawk people in Justice League, I mean, they would probably look like them, right? But yeah. I mean, Vulture was also in the Spider-Man movie game, now that I think about it. He was just in the clock tower. He was like helping the Shocker rob something or whatever. And yeah, they went up like this wooden clock tower. And Vulture just kept dropping bombs below and burning the whole place. And it was a cool fight. Like Vulture and Spider-Man had a cool fight together, and they had to dodge a bunch of feathers. I think they also did revisit Scorpion in like the second movie, but I didn't play the second movie game all that much. It's not that crazy. Oh, I mean, I think the IRL, the US Navy has some semi-fleet or jetpack troops they're getting better at making. It's not that crazy. Yeah. They have working jetpacks now? Or... I know that there's a few jetpack designs where it's like hydro based, like they use water a little bit, but it's always attached to a tube. I don't know if they have like correct using jetpacks without the pipes. I imagine it. Well, actually no, yeah, like the Iron Man ones, right? Like they have like the super fans. Like a turbine fan on their arms, kind of like Iron Man. I think I seen that actually. They have like two on their arms, and then like they wear helmets, and I think they have it on their feet. I don't remember, but they do wear like some type of backpack or something like that. That must suck if one of those break, and then you just fly all crooked, and then you just have to worry not to crash. That'd be a brutal landing. Worst case scenario, you have to do all types of maintenance with that shit like every day. Cause I would not want to risk it. If I even think that shit's broken even slightly, I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I ain't wearing that. Yeah, I've seen them last versions. The Ocean's probably a good testing ground since you don't have to worry about wonky terrains and like trees or cars. Yeah. I mean, even still, if you land in the water the wrong direction or whatever, like, you know, sometimes if you ever do like a cannonball or a fucking belly flop or a swanton or something off the water, that shit could hurt. So if they're not careful with the landing, like, they could fuck up the way you land, especially if you're wearing metal. You're gonna feel all of that. And you know, like, if you're in enough pain you can't breathe, then, like, you know, there's a good chance that you won't be able to swim. It depends on the height too, but yeah. There's a couple of times I did a swanton off the pool, and there's a moment in time where, like, you can't breathe for a second. You're like, oh shit. Got to risk it for the swag and bragging rights, man. Yeah. It would be cool though. The whole Iron Man thing. That would be interesting in the... I don't know, I'm trying to think of like in the future or something, like if you just see a whole fleet of people just coming down like that. Wouldn't it be better if they like practice in like an air tunnel first or something, then do the ocean? Like obviously that they might have trouble like, you know, smacking onto the walls or something, but I imagine like the skydiving tube, because there's like a good 20 feet across or some shit like that. I don't remember how far it is, but you know, just for them to test it out. Because like if they start off in the ocean, especially if there's like sharks out there, they're fucked. I'm sure they're going to the safe part of the ocean. I don't know how you can check if whatever part of the ocean's safe, but I'm sure they do it. It's like, oh yeah, there's no sharks here. It's like, how do you know, Tom? I don't know. How do they know? I don't know if radar picks up, you know, marine life or some shit. I imagine it's harder to get public eyes on. Maybe ships get cargo all the time. Who's to question what's in it or for what? Yeah. Let me think. And they also mentioned that originally for the third Spider-Man movie it was just meant to have Sandman in it. And Sony was all like, we love Venom, so put Venom in. And yeah, Sony, they absolutely love Venom. I've been saying this even before the first Venom movie came out. I've been on this. Sony loves them some Venom. And like I said, I'm one of the few people that like Spider-Man 3. I'm not the biggest Sandman fan though. I don't know. For Sandman, like he's depicted as all that. Can't blame them. Venom is pretty dope. Yeah, I mean I like Venom too. Before 2017 when Venom came out, I was like wondering to myself, it's like, how do you gotta have a Venom movie with no Spider-Man? How the hell is that gonna work? Because like the whole thing when Venom arrived is because of the symbiote that attaches to Spider-Man. Like you can't just not put that part of the story. And there's some depictions on Venom where like in the Ultimate Universe, I think it is, it's that like Spider-Man and Eddie Brock's parents made the symbiote instead of it being an alien. And so like Peter Parker and Eddie Brock grew up together, which always was the case, but like this was a different dynamic because both their fathers were scientists or whatever. But it was much different because this Venom was not alien based anymore, and there was a few depictions of it. And even Ultimate Spider-Man did this, where they made the Venom instead of it being an alien. They could still fix it if they just said that they got an alien substance and then worked on it, but it's rather weird. I think the new Spider-Man Insomniac game is covering it like this too, because it's like kind of in the Ultimate Universe or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, I wasn't sure before the first Venom movie like how they were gonna approach it, because it's all like, how the fuck are you gonna have a Venom movie with no Spider-Man? And then they chose what the fuck was his name? The other symbiote in the first movie. Crap. Oh, I had it. Oh, I don't remember. Shit. Okay, let me try to remember the other symbiote names. There's Phage, Lasher, there's Savage or something. Yeah, pretty close. I keep wanting to say Wreckage, but that's my fucking Sharpedo X name. Carnage, there's Agony. He's literally the only one I'm not naming. What the fuck? I don't remember. Then there's Toxin. Riot? Is that his name? I think it's Riot. Carnage. Carnage is in the second movie. I can't forget Carnage for sure. I think it's Riot. They chose Riot to be the villain. And that's a weird choice because there's always, like, the symbiote squad's always kind of been together. And in the first Venom movie, they had all the other different colored symbiotes. And I thought that was the direction they're going in. Is that, like, you know, one movie per time they're gonna have, you know, all the other symbiotes fight Venom or some shit, that we'll see Lasher so much sooner, and Phage and Agony and Scream. And then the second movie they do Carnage, or the third movie or whatever. And I don't know if you've seen the third Venom movie, but they started throwing in some new symbiotes that don't fucking exist. And that shit makes no fucking sense to me. Yeah. I thought Toxin was gonna have a bigger part. And I thought there was gonna be an anti-Venom. But they could milk the shit out of this whole series if they wanted to. Like the first 3 Venom movies, and then they could have like an Agent Venom movie with like a Flash Thompson that's part of the army and not part of the fucking debate team. Nah, some crazy picks though. Yeah. Because they could have a whole trilogy of Ancient Venom and such, and then, like, you know, Anti-Venom as well. They could milk the shit out of it if they wanted to, if they wanted to make money. I think Anti-Venom's going to come in with Tom Holland. Yeah, maybe. It'd be interesting for sure. They could easily make it if, like, Mr. Negative's a thing. Like, I'm sure that Mr. Negative would be the excuse on how Anti-Venom is made. But yeah, I really liked the second movie. I don't know. I was beyond. It was a very short movie too, an hour and a half. I think I liked it a bit too much, more than most people, and I don't know why. I really liked the Red Wedding thing. I thought that was pretty dope. I liked a lot about it. The first movie I liked too. The third movie, not so much. Like, I'm not too crazy about it, but I mean, I don't know. Like I said, just like your only spoiler that you're getting, they made up some random ass fucking symbiotes. That's as far as it goes, so I'm gonna say. I did not understand that. Like, there was some, I'm all like, who the fuck is that? Or whatever. Like, audibly. So, yeah. And I watched it in the living room in my home, so it wasn't like I watched it in a theater, so... Because it'd be awkward if I said that in the theater. Oh god. Who the fuck is that? But yeah. Interesting nonetheless. But for like the other Sony movies, is kind of still rather interesting, their choices. Like, I don't think anybody would have saw Morbius and Kraven the Hunter, you know, on their bingo card or some shit of decisions that they would make, because I don't think anybody asked for a Morbius or Kraven the Hunter movie. What the fuck? Some guy in the back cried. Yeah. And the Morbius movie wasn't that good, and I haven't even watched the Kraven the Hunter movie. I'll watch it anyway, even if it's bad, just to see, because I like superhero movies either way. But it's like, I don't know, they don't need to make these movies for these villains, because, like, you know, I'm pretty sure Rhino was depicted in Kraven the Hunter movie. I'm gonna say right now, we don't need a Rhino movie. We just don't. Nobody is asking for this. So just before Sony's go like, yeah, I'm like, no. Just straight up, like, nah. We don't need a Rhino movie. I'm gonna tell you right now. Nobody asked for a Rhino movie. Just hopefully that doesn't fucking happen. 1356. Kraven the Hunter, I could kind of understand. Morbius, similar to Venom, is, you know, his storyline is kind of dependent on Spider-Man. Kind of. Like, you could easily insert it with any superhero, basically, but still, like, from the most part, I saw 90 Spider-Man, and that's where Morbius debuted. I don't know if Morbius debuted in any other show or comic, but I imagine it's pretty similar fashion. I thought Morbius was fine, to be honest. I was ripping my hair out trying to figure out what the fuck was happening. There was a few parts. I'm trying to remember. I don't even know if the villain actually exists in the thing. The villain is out of nowhere and he's similar to Morbius. Hold on, let me look up Morbius real quick, because I'm trying to see how he debuted. Because if it says Spider-Man, then I don't know, bruh. Of course the movie pops up immediately. Particularly at the end. Yeah. It's supposed to be implied that they're doing a Sinister Six movie, and that's why they're doing all these villain movies as well. Let's see, I'm trying to see. Michael Morbius depicted as a famous biochemist who contracts a rare blood disease, which he then tries to cure by using a combination of experimental chemicals, electroshock therapy, and genetic samples of vampire bats. The experiment mutates them into a faceto vampire, a living vampire, life form with abilities and traits resembling but not identical to those truly supernatural and undead creatures such as vampires. Let me see. So far it doesn't say Spider-Man, but yeah. Let me check the publication. Yeah, he debuted in Spider-Man in the comic book. Let's see here. Trying to look down to see if there was any other superheroes pertain to it, but mostly I see Spider-Man, and then that Morbius did get its own comic book at some point. The man called Morbius the Living Vampire. And then he becomes an anti-hero. Rise of the Midnight Suns. 1992. I didn't realize the Midnight Suns was out for that long. I thought it was sons. Why is it the Midnight Suns, like daughters to sons? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't see anything else pertain to it. I just see Spider-Man and Blade. And Maximum Carnage. Hydra. Interesting. Yeah, I don't remember the villain's name. Is his name Milo? I think I see the cast here. Who's the villain in the Morbius movie? Milo Morbius? What? What the fuck you mean Milo Morbius? What? That's his name? I'm so confused. Milo Morbius. Okay. Why does it say Milo chocolate malt drink? He was like Morbius' friend that was a cripple. Why is his last name Morbius as well, though? That's the part that I'm confused about. Because I thought Michael Morbius was one guy. I don't think this is his brother. Why does he also share the same last name? Or is it just Google AI being stupid? Interesting. I didn't remember his name being Milo. I thought it was like Lucius or some shit. It's been years since I watched it. Yeah, Milo, born Lucian Crown, was a wealthy scion and lifelong friend of Michael Morbius. Or is his nickname just Milo Morbius because he's so similar to Morbius? I don't know. That's a weird name. But yeah, that's what I thought though. It was like Lucian. I didn't remember his last name being Crown though. Yeah, interesting enough. For Kraven the Hunter, yeah, I could kind of see, I could understand that they could do a different movie with them. I haven't watched Kraven the Hunter, but basically what I gathered from like the Spider-Man cartoon, since he's a Spider-Man villain and all, is that he has a girlfriend that he hangs out with, pretty much. Technically they have the exact same powers, but Morbius was Morbin harder or something. Yeah, it was Morbin time. It was something like that. I don't fucking know. I'm not sure. They're pretty even in match, but I don't know how it's determined. Yeah, I really don't know. Watch Morbius not even be part of the Sinister Six. That'd be kind of shitty. But yeah, no, for Kraven the Hunter, like he took the serum that makes him stronger and all that stuff and make him closer to animalistic. He fights Spider-Man and all that stuff, and then he tries to inject them with the neutralizer, because I was gonna say antidote, but it's not like he's poison or something, you know, to make him normal again and not like a wild man. But then like with that same serum, his girlfriend takes it, and her name is like Calypso or something like that. Sometimes she's depicted as a villain, like on a normal day in like certain other Spider-Man media, but most of the time she's just like an innocent woman that just wants to do right or whatever. But sometimes when Calypso, she would sometimes use this thing that made Kraven the way he is, and then she would become this animalistic thing, and she would look more beastly, and then would, you know, run havoc and go on whatever place and you know, yeah, like just cause havoc and shit like that. And then Kraven the Hunter's trying to get her down to get her back to normal and try to neutralize her. So I could understand doing that storyline without the, you know, Spider-Man being necessary in there. But yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of, it would be kind of a weird storytelling plot device to like have Kraven the Hunter be that first, to, you know, be the wild man, and then Calypso in the same movie be that, or maybe just start with Calypso and then have Kraven the Hunter, you know, warn her down. Like, I know that this doesn't happen in the movie or whatever, but just based on like what I know on Kraven the Hunter, that's what they could have done. But I know that they're not. I'm pretty sure Rhino is going on there, and they're, I mean, I don't know, taking over a village or some shit. I don't remember. I just remember a lot of jungle scenes. Kraven normally could take down a fucking rhino by himself, and he's from Mother Russia. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. Lady Anne. Kraven just hunts strong things for the lads, or for the LOLs. Yeah, I mean, he does it for the pride and for trophies and stuff, I guess. He wears a lot of pelts and he has trophies on his walls and such. Sometimes he would do it just for the shits and giggles, just because he can. But his ultimate prize in his eyes is Spider-Man, because he's like the hardest thing to catch in his opinion. Or like as well, sometimes like JJ, for example, would hire him to try to catch Spider-Man or some shit. that's a lot of the cases. I like the Spider-Man movie 3 approach, because there was a phase I had where I was watching a playthrough on that, because I never played the third Spider-Man movie game. But I like that approach a lot, where Kraven the Hunter arrived. And it was so obvious, like if people know about Kraven the Hunter, they know that obviously he was going to fight Spider-Man, but in the movie game, they had Kraven the Hunter show up, you know, like to cover Spider-Man's weaknesses and stuff like that, and kind of almost be a mentor towards him, where like Spider-Man kind of saw him as a father figure when he didn't have one. I forgot exactly what the story was pertaining to that, but it was interesting nonetheless. Like Kraven would genuinely show him some good tips when it comes to hunting and stuff like that, so he could take down some, you know, burglars or other villains and such like that. And I think in the third movie game, like, Carnage was also in it, and he was kind of, well, you know, he was Cassidy and stuff like that, and he was portrayed as the serial killer that's going crazy around the city. And so yeah, it was kind of like a intertwining storyline where Kraven's looking for him, but not at the same time, because he is after Spider-Man at the end of all this. So yeah, I don't know, I just find it interesting. There's a lot of funny shit with that third movie game though. Like, I'm sure that you saw some memes here and there that there's some people that has their eyes bulging out. And when I mean like, it's like popping out, like it's a 3D nightmare for sure. How many eggs did you hatch so far, by the way? Let me drink juice right quick. um, 20 eggs already? Yeah, flame body or something? That's a pretty good amount. I only hatched 2 eggs so far today. That's without flame body. Wait, how many? I have 2 more fire punches. Yeah, I've been, like, in this past hour, found too many Eevees. About 4.6 steps per hatch with flame body. Okay. So is that like roughly like 10 minutes or something? 10 minutes, 12 to 20? $13.57. But yeah, as you could probably tell, superheroes is my jam. I like superheroes and gaming. That's just my thing. Let's see here. There's other shows that I hadn't watched. Eventually I'll watch Kraven the Hunter. I almost completely forgot that movie existed, to be honest, because I was trying to remember what movies I missed out on to watch eventually. I've been hatching in groups of 5 while also picking up more eggs. I'm a few minutes per batch. Oh, okay. I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck. What the hell was I just talking about? Damn it. Oh right, Kraven the Hunter. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie, and there's like a bunch of movies and shows I'm like trying to catch up on. Like eventually I'll watch Peacemaker, but I'm not like in a rush to watch Peacemaker, like that as an example. And eventually I'm gonna torture myself and like watch, like, I think it was Justice League, I'm pretty sure, and then like watch the extended cut just to see the differences, because it's been years since I watched it. It wasn't a good movie, but I've heard that the extended cut actually made it a lot better. And like I know that there was like, you know, one dude that I know that like criticized it, and his critique was, so like, I think to fix this problem they needed to add more scenes. And so when he eventually watched that extended cut, he was like genuinely stoked for it. I was about to say, don't make yourself watch Ironheart. Oh yeah, no, I already watched Ironheart. It's, yeah, I kind of figured it wasn't gonna be all that. Yeah, I already watched that show. It's I already knew it was gonna be mediocre, I guess, because like just from the trailer, like, you know, I thought to myself, it's like the Hood as the villain. I don't know about that. I don't know if that would work. Oh crap, another egg hatched. And the Hood's another character, by the way, that I know from Marvel Snap and not in MCU. I've never heard of the Hood in my life. Unfortunate. Yeah. I think we're at this 107. No, but yeah, the Hood is a villain I've never heard in my lifetime at all. I don't think, at least. So it was rather weird to have that as a choice for an Ironheart villain. And there was quite a bit of flaws with that show, but you know, I saw that coming a mile away. Let's see here. Neutral ability, runaway, sturdy body. Okay, serious nature. Okay, no problem. We only got 3 eggs. Shit. And the dude's not gonna have the egg ready by the time I run out of fire punches either. Well, shit. Okay, well, no problem. We'll see what we could do, I suppose. Let me see here. Yeah, cause my thing is like with the Hood, he kind of pertains more so in like the Hellverse and like, you know, magic, closer to that realm. And like obviously I know that Iron Man deals with fighting magical beings, like, you know, the Mandarin has something to do with a lot of magical stuff when it comes to his rings normally. But like when it comes to Ironheart fighting like the Hood just seems more like a villain that, you know, you would imagine like Blade or fucking Ghost Rider or even Doctor Strange fighting, or even Daredevil for what it's worth. Not Ironheart though. Like there's a few other Iron Man villains that hasn't even got the spotlight, and I don't know. And I kind of figured that they were gonna have like a different Ironmonger thing, but they didn't exactly do that. But like that's kind of what I thought, you know, the direction would have went, right? At least should have went, in my opinion. Is that you know, because a lot of the time when it comes to heroes, they always have like villains that are super similar to them. And I don't see any wrong with that, because I know that people are kind of tired of the same formula. But this is what this is what the people are pointing out. And you know, the criticism, they don't realize that they're tired of the formula, but like by asking for something different, Ironheart and the Hood is the result of it. It's like, you don't want them too similar? Well, these are complete opposites. They have nothing to do with anything. And like, I'd rather have the similar formula rather than like have them so far apart where they don't even make sense. 1358. kind of wish they brought the Mandarin from the animated Iron Man series of him being a teenager. I don't know if I seen him as a teenager. Oh, you mean like the Mandarin suit one? Are you talking about when Iron Man was the teenager in the show as well? I remember that one, that show. His suit was cool. I think that's what you're talking about, right? He kind of looks like a samurai. He had like a full covered suit. It was like dark green and some gold outlines and such. And his 10 rings had like elements. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. I did not like their approach on the Mandarin in the movies. I was so disappointed. And like, I know that they always fire back. It's like, oh, you don't like what's different? It's like, no, actually I don't. Like, your guys' Mandarin was not comparable for shit. You had a dude pretend to be the Mandarin, and then he wasn't the Mandarin, and then some blonde dude that's posing as the Mandarin, and he had like laser fucking havoc powers. The ring basically made him a Shogun Iron Man. Yeah. And they could have done that, and he would have been a pretty good villain, and they could have used him in different movies too if they wanted to. I mean, I don't think they would have, but if they wanted to, they could have. And Iron Man would have got a good contender to fight against. And not just a man that could just shoot out lasers, and that's as far as it goes. Like, I just don't understand the logic of, like, you rather have that than the dude that could shoot 10 different elements out of his rings. And then they got Shang-Chi, and then like they have like the true Mandarin there, but he's not the Mandarin that fought Iron Man. I don't know, it's all confusing. I mean, I guess is that kind of retconning it? I'm not sure, but that Iron Man never met that Mandarin never met with Iron Man ever. And I don't know. And he's been out for thousands of years. He's been out for so long, and he has these. And the 10 rings are depicted kind of differently. Like, you know, they're kind of rings around his arms rather than his fingers. But, you know, whatever. I don't know. Was Shang-Chi always the Mandarin's son? I don't remember if it was like that in the comics, but I don't know. To be honest, I think they were afraid of it making it too similar to basically the plot of dealing with Thanos. I suppose, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, Thanos, he has 10 Infinity Stones, or however many it was. Or, wait, isn't it 7? Just for his gauntlet. It's similar, but it's not the same quite. It's, you know, just like... Even the powers are different, like, because it's like the elements of nature compared to, like, different powers upon the stones. I don't recall. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't even know all the elements that Mandarin has. Isn't it like typical fire, water, ice, thunder, fucking dark blight or some shit? I don't know. Wait, thunder, water, ice, water, dark, blight. That's like 6 types. What else am I missing? Maybe wind. I don't know if earth or forest is involved. I'm not sure, but that would be 8 or 9 of them. I lost count. Something like that. With Thanos, like, you know, all these other ones, 67 or 6 each finger on the back of his hand. Yeah. When it comes to like Thanos, though, like his powers are kind of different with the stones. You know, one's power, the other one's like reality, where you could just do whatever you want to change something to something else. There's the space stone that makes him teleport. I don't remember the other ones. Fuck. I don't remember what Vision Stone does. Isn't it just see visions or some shit? Or no? Wait, no, it's not that. How am I forgetting? Green is Time Stone. It reverses time. Fucking A. I'm trying to remember. It was something like that in the anime series that followed the Chinese element, for lack of better word, zodiacs. Each have different properties. I remember seeing like Jackie Chan Adventures with the talismans, and they had like the zodiac animals. They had 12 of them. Wait, but I thought Mandarin only had 10 rings. There's 12 zodiac characters. Or you just mean that as like a general term? Oh shit, I didn't mean to go down. But for the Jackie Chan Adventures, I remember that more than the Mandarin's rings. Like the fucking rooster, he could fly. The pig could shoot laser beams. The sheep could be transparent. Tauros could be, or like the ox could be super strength. The rabbit super speed. The snake is invisibility. The dog is like immortality or youth or some shit like that. What animals am I missing? The horse? I actually don't remember what the horse does. Yeah, that's the one I don't remember. White Tiger's like a different blast. I remember that show. I like that show a lot. The dragon's also a beam. Wait, what? No, the tiger was splitting like clones or some shit like that. Green is time, blue was space, purple's destruction. Well, I always saw it as power. Red was reality, white was the soul stone. Not really explained. I thought and yellow was mind. I always thought the soul stone being orange. I recall the Jackie Chan series. Yeah, the soul stone's never really truly explained. I think it's just what makes the desires come true or something. Let's see here. Or maybe it could be seen as the soul stone is like what combines to... Well, I don't know, I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember any other Jackie Chan talismans. I don't remember all of them. I think what was the monkey? I don't remember. It's been a while. I'm forgetting the monkey and the horse. But I like that whole series and everything. It started, I completely lose track after like the first season because they started introducing masks and then like other elements to use. But yeah, I don't recall what the Mandarin's stuff is. Hold on, I could look that up as well actually. What was the original Mandarin's 10 Rings powers? The original Mandarin's 10 Rings, when combined, gave him godlike powers over reality itself, including matter manipulation, life creation, and even omnipotence. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, I ran out of fire blasts, or fire punches. Well... Alright, boom burst, I guess. Allowing him to shape the universe to his will, this immense power stems from the Machiavellian alien technology that the Mandarin possesses. So he was originally Thanos, basically. 1359. I swear I thought it was like pertained to, I thought for sure it was pertained to elements. Let's see, here's a breakdown of the combined powers. Matter manipulation. The Mandarin can create large structures like temples from pure matter. Life creation. He had the ability to create life, such as masculine guardians that serves him. Omnipotence. With all 10 rings, the Mandarin was described as being able to do anything he wished, essentially possessing unlimited power. Omniscience. He also possessed the ability to perceive everything, including the fundamental building blocks of the universe. And I see the picture of like Shogun Iron Man over here with like the 10 rings. Su Wenwu found 10 rings as large bracelets to be worn on the wrist that grant their users immortality and great power, including enhanced strength, emission of concussive energy blasts, and can be used projectiles through telepathic control. What the fuck? Animated made it more, technology explained. Yeah. To your recollection of what each of the zodiacs did. There's a Wikipedia on Mandarin, the character. I feel like they change it every time. The Mandarin is portrayed as a genius scientist and a skilled martial artist. However, his primary source of power are 10 rings that he adapted from the alien technology of a crashed spaceship. Each ring has a different power and is worn on a specific finger. And I forgot to fucking go to the Pokemon Center. But it's okay. We'll do that right now. 1360. Let me fly over to see if there's any more eggs. I doubt that there is. He has also come into conflict with Thor, Hulk, and Shang-Chi, the other superheroes in the MCU. Oops, my bad. I was looking down when that happened. No eggs, okay. I didn't even realize I didn't even mean to walk inside the daycare. I was just gonna check to see if the old man has the exclamation point or not. Alright. He does not, unfortunately, but we'll go to the Pokemon Center. Sometimes I don't like the AI overview. I have seen that it's been wrong occasionally when I try to look up information, because there's some stuff that I would know about a subject and then I realize that the AI is wrong. It happened like 2 or 3 times already, but it might be right in this situation. I just don't know if it covered all of them. Hold on, let me take the time to... Oh, somebody liked my post. Nice. Let me take the time to do a small retweet just to keep the stream alive. 110 views, that's not bad. Let's put come through. Let's see, hashtag. Put this. Hashtag. Okay, I finished the retweet. I have some screenshots where the AI is comically wrong or brings up random facts. Yeah. I asked it in 1985 was 50 years ago to see what it would say, and brought up the O.J. Simpson case because it was its anniversary. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, it does that sometimes. It's rather weird. I forget one example that happened, but I remember looking at it along with the family relative, and I'm like, okay, so this is incorrect. Like, what the fuck? Like, it just pops up with the AI too. Like, I feel like it's kind of, if they want, They should just have it as an option. It was like if you want to click the AI overview that you can. Not that it pops up with it, because people are gonna rely on that shit, you know, when they Google it and they'll think it's right. Like, you know, imagine in the case that this AI overview is like incorrect or something, and then the people read it, it's like, oh, see, like this is the information, you're wrong or whatever, and then they'll run with it because they're not like checking their sources or something. Because there is a AI mode, and there's a like a part where you could look more into the feature to like, you know, to dig deeper in it, but it just pops out with it. That's why sometimes I just look further into it and find a different link rather than reading it. I do like that it tries to link every section where it thought it got the facts. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Powers and abilities. The Mandarin is a superb athlete with tremendous skill in the various martial arts. Through repeated practice, he has toughened all the striking surfaces on his body, especially his hands, which are covered with thick calluses. He can even split Iron Man's magnetic beam reinforced alloy armor with repeated blows. So great that the Mandarin's martial arts ability that he can even survive years without food and water. Apparently sustaining himself purely via his master of Chi, the precise degree of Mandarin's martial art powers has been subject to multiple implied retcons by Marvel Comics. How much is this? Oh, okay, I see this. It says Littlefinger, Ice Blast, 0. Right hand, Blacklight, Nightbringer. Okay. Right finger, Mento Intensifier, the Liar. Okay. And then it says on the other side, Disintegration Beam, Spectral. Okay. Middle finger, Electro Blast, Lightning. And the other one says Vortex Beam, Spin. Alright. Okay, then there's Index finger, Flame Blast, Incandescence, I don't even know that word. Impact Beam, Influence. Alright. The thumb has the White Light, the Daemonic, and Matter Rearranger, the Remaker. I don't know if, like, because it keeps saying it all differently, that's weird. It almost has the types kind of spelled out on these things, because, like, you know, just by the clue of Ice Blast and then Blacklight and all that. Mento Intensifier, I'm not really sure about that one. It says Illusions and Manipulation and stuff like that, Psionic, so that's Psychic, I guess. Spectral Beam, Atoms and Molecules, Electro Blast, Electric, Vortex Beam, that's kind of... It says Wind and Air. So it's almost kind of element based, but they're making it out to be something different. Flame Blast, Fire, Impact Beam, Influence, so that's just, I don't even know. I guess it could be kind of implied as sound. It says Vibrations and Magnetic. White Light, Demonic. I had a feeling there's light pertained to this, and then the Matter Rearranger, Remaker. Oh, it has water and gas in it. So I don't know. If it breaks it down, like shit, I don't know, man. I haven't watched the Teenage Iron Man show in its entirety, but from the episodes I did watch, I remember seeing the Mandarin shoot out these beams. Okay, let's see anything else further. Spider-Ham, Mandarin Tail. It's apparently a lemur. Okay, that's nice to know. Heroes Reborn. Marvel Mangaverse. House of M, Ultimate Marvel, Secret Wars. It's been a while since I watched, so I could it could have aged really poorly. It might have, because that was like the early days of like having all, you know, shows as CG or whatever. Because that was like 2007, no? Like before that, it was like Jimmy Neutron when they made all the stuff CG or computerized. That's what I thought regarding Stargate SG-1 when I watched it a year ago. Yeah. Some stuff that didn't age well, cause that I watched when I was younger. I remember watching Anaconda, and I remember that being scary as shit when I watched it much younger. And then when I rewatched it, I'm like, yeah, this did not age well for shit. Like, the snake looks so fake. It's crazy. It was so dated. But at the time, it looked so real. But, you know, it's just at the time. I'll probably look into the Mandarin in the future. I don't know how, but yeah. There was something else I was gonna look into, and I forgot what it was. But yeah. Let's see here. That's what I thought. Oh, no, it's the same one. I'm bad. Every now and then because like I said, I could only see half the chat. I keep thinking that's different. Let's see here. I think a lot of shows in early 2000s are really persistent on showing off new tech, so it's really funny when they show off a PDA like it's the shit. Yeah. Like early Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they showed off a satellite phone, like if it was like the insane thing because he's rich now. You know, there's a few episodes of that. That's what people would do to flex. Only rich people could afford satellite phones. Because cell phones was not a thing, and then cell phones was a thing, and satellite phones, like, people completely forgot they even existed. That's the original cell phone. Well, I mean, basically walkie-talkie is an original cell phone, but, you know, per se. Another nose pass. I don't think I'm getting the best luck here, actually, when it comes to getting Dittos or whatnot. Or Dittos, Eevees is what I meant. Because I haven't found too many for shit. Let's see. But yeah, I do remember that episode, though. I don't remember what exactly like made Will Smith in the episode rich or something like that. I don't recall, but I do remember the satellite phone scene. You got 20, I think. Definitely a lot of Dittos. Yeah, I mean, Dittos are less rare than Eevees. They're like 10%. For Eevees, yeah, I got pretty much 20 of them, yeah, in the past 2 hours, which is kind of I suppose the average, I only find like about 10 an hour sometimes. So it's not terrible, it's just kind of the average. It just like so happened that the most recent Eevee I found is just like 20 minutes ago or so, I don't even know. 1361 either way. Oh, there you go, another Eevee. Alright, let's go and improve the count. 1362. Alright, hopefully we don't get another shiny hysteric though, because like holy crap, I don't need any more. So let's hope that that doesn't happen. Any luck so far with the shiny Eevees over there? Oh, my bad, I was distracted with my phone. I'm sure that the guy has 1363 has the egg now. No luck, catch 30. Okay. Let's go fly over to this. Damn, he has no egg for me yet. Oops. Didn't mean to put save. Not yet, at least. Oh, you're heading to bed? Okay. Well, have a good night, man. I'll be seeing you around. Okie dokie. I'll be right with you guys in a little bit. Nose pass. Yeah, so for tomorrow, I may start earlier. I'm not sure yet. Only because I might end off earlier, so it'll seem like an average, you know, 4 to something hour stream, because I got something to do later that day. So that's kind of the plan for right now. But for today, I'll try to get the most out of it. You know, we got like about 3 hours and 20 minutes left, so we'll do what we can for the most part. But yeah, we'll do the Paul like, you know, trivia stuff, and then we'll read like the 12th movie, and you know, we'll cover all the stuff that we usually do in a little bit. I'm just like multitasking as much as I can. As we got another Eevee, I almost didn't count it. Holy crap. 1364. But from what I have seen when it comes to pretty much the short that I watched, at the moment I kind of forgot what it's called. I think it was called the Exploration Club, Pikachu's Exploration Club. Which, again, it has nothing to do with exploration as far as I'm aware. Because it starts the episode with, and this is like the first 4th gen Pikachu short, I think. And it has like Pikachu's and Dawn's Pokemon, and I think a little bit of Brock's Pokemon too. Where it has like Pikachu, Pachirisu, you know, Baniri, fucking Piplup, Turtwig. I don't know if Chimchar's here yet. It might not be that. But you know, I think Apom's also there. Several of these Pokemon, they're all hanging out, and they're rushing towards the river. And I guess they've been to this river before, because when they rushed to it and everything, you know, I think Piplup was trying to lead the pack like he always does, and they almost lead him the wrong way. Weasel's also there, by the way, I just realized, because Weasel's the one that tells them, okay, well, the river's this way or whatever. So, yeah, that's for the most part. That's another Eevee in the books. 1365. I feel like I already clicked 1365. What the fuck? Let's see here. And once they head towards the river, they realize that the river has been dried up, and they don't understand why. They're like, well, what the fuck happened? It was fine the other day, this and that. And meanwhile, this is happening, Meowth, and like, you know, the other Pokemon with them, which is like Wobbuffet, Mime Jr., Cacnea, I think is still there, and there's like one more Pokemon. I don't think has Viper and Arbok ever been in a Pikachu short, besides like the first couple ones. I haven't seen it in any other Pikachu short now that I think about it. Like, it might have been in like Pikachu Rescue Team, but I haven't seen it in every other one, which is shocking to me. But yeah. But I'm forgetting what it was. It was like basically the Meowth gang for like the Team Rocket team. I don't think there was Dustox or Yanmega or whoever the fuck, so it wasn't that at all. But they were carrying like this inner tube, basically, of a boat, and because they were also trying to go towards the river, pretty much. And you know, Meowth tries to get all these other Pokemon to, you know, put air into the boat, so then they could just close it off and get ready. Wobbuffet and all of them try to do it. And, you know, they kind of knock themselves out because they put too much wind into it. You know, they got the little dizzy eyes, and then they get knocked out. Eventually, they fill up the boat with air, and then they try to head towards the river by carrying it overhead. And they realize that the river is dried up as well on their end. And then that's when the Pikachu gang saw the Meowth gang and it was like, hey, you got something to do with the river? And by the way, this is in Japanese, it's in subtitles, and you know, like it's the voice actor overlay where, I don't know, I don't think it's the best because it's quite clearly like full-grown men doing the voices on like small-ass Pokemon, you know. Just imagine a full-grown man talking for Baneri. You know, Baneri's supposed to be a female, and it's quite clearly a man doing the voice. It just kind of breaks the immersion, you know. But they were saying that, and they were like, "Oh, do you got something to do with this, Meowth?" And they're like, "Well, how we just got here, and why would we bring a butt overhead if it was us or whatever?" And they're like, "Oh man, we gotta solve the problem." And I don't know where these two Quagsires show up, and saying that, yeah, it's been dried up and we don't know why. And they're like, "Oh, it has to be upstream or whatever." And so the Pikachu gang rushes over to the upstream to check it out, and then Meowth for some reason feels like he should be competitive and beat the Pikachu gang there, so he's like, no, we can't let them solve the problem first for some reason. And so they're both rushing over there, and it practically becomes a race where, you know, they kind of find different ways to get there faster or whatnot. I forget what's the first thing they did. There was something that they tried to do to make it go faster, because they were first running. Whatever it was that they tried to do, the Pikachu gang eventually reached to Drifloons and Drifblims that, you know, made them fly up to go towards over there. And you know, that they made it easy so you could go straight up to the upstream just to see what the problem was. Then Meowth tries to reach my bad. Meowth tries to reach a Drifblim that he sees off in the distance. At least that's what he thought it was. It was like a Drifblim that's behind a tree. It turned out it was Registeel. Yes, Registeel, the fucking legendary Pokemon that's behind the tree for some reason around this area. And I think they got hyper beamed and like kind of blasted off, and then eventually found Drifloons of their own to float across. So the Pikachu gang and the Meowth gang has the Drifloons, and they're floating onward, closer and closer to their spot. And then they see the upstream river point where it's blocked off by a dam, and then like the rest of the water's over there and it's flooding a little bit. And Pikachu sees the problem and all that, and Meowth also sees the problem, and then they kind of also see Beautifly flying nearby. Meowth eventually gets close enough to Pikachu and Piplup and all of them, and starts hitting Piplup for no reason. He's like, no, I'm gonna get there first. And again, I don't know why they're doing this, but they did. Piplup kind of retaliates because he's getting hit in the face, and hits him back. And while they're hitting each other, eventually they crash into these Beautifly that was nearby. And these Beautifly got kind of pissed off that they got hit, that all of them use Gust on all the Drifloons that the Meowth gang and the Pikachu gang are on. So now they get blown away and they all basically get separated, pretty much. The Meowth gang basically stayed together. It's really the Pikachu gang that got separated. So Pikachu was teamed up with Baneri, Piplup was teamed up with Apom, and then the rest of the other Pokemon, Weasel, Turtwig, and Pachirisu are together. I think those are all the Pokemon. Way in the back, Krogunk, who was, you know, chilling there by like the empty river, eventually catches up, you know, and takes his own Drifloon. They're not there yet, he's just taking his time. And the Japanese voice actor had this weird croaky coffee sound. At some point he laughs. It was very bizarre, but they all try to find their way. They're kind of lost. They don't know where they are. So I guess that's where the exploration kicks in, because it wasn't truly an explorational thing at all. but that's just kind of what they're doing. But I think this is where the funny part comes in, where basically eventually they're trying to, you know, the Meowth gang realizes, they're like, oh, we gotta go to the upstream again and like solve the problem or whatnot. And so like they realize that they're starting to get hungry because of this, as we got ourselves 1366. So they got hungry, and they, like, I think Mime Jr. is the one that sees an apple on a tree. I think it was like maybe 2 apples, I'm not really sure. And, you know, they got it down eventually. And once the apple comes down, a fucking Meryl shows up. And then he just randomly starts singing. And I don't know why this happens, but he does, and it's hilarious. Because, I don't know, and it has like a similar Jigglypuff voice, and they mention that it's a Meryl that's singing to them and such. And, you know, they fall asleep, and this is like the first time besides Jigglypuff that like sang to Pokemon and did this whole spiel where it's like, oh, they're doing the Jigglypuff song, she gets upset, then she does something because she's upset and hits them or draws on them or something like that. You know, she does the typical puff up and everything, and gets pissed off over it. But this, yeah, like I said, this is the first time any other Pokemon had that, because now it's Meryl doing this, and it threw me off. I'm like, yo, what? Meryl's the one doing this? So yeah, Meryl sings. He does a different variation of the sing song that I only thought Jigglypuff had. So it's like a Meryl version of it, but it's in Japanese. Meowth and the gang falls asleep, and then Meryl puffs up, and then he just starts bonking him on the head with his little ball tail. And I was like, what the fuck? I didn't realize that's new to me. I didn't realize that. I guess it makes sense that other Pokemon would be able to do it, but I never really thought to myself that they would. So I just found that really interesting with that whole thing. Eventually the apples kind of rolled off, and they made it to, I think it was like Piplup and Apom, and then they ate the apple and they're like, okay, good, because we were getting hungry or whatever. The same thing happens. Meowth and the gang wakes up, then they find like some, I think it was like blackberries, or I don't know what the fuck they were. They were like different type of berries, and you know, they got it down from the tree. And the same thing happens. Meryl walks up and then sings, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of laughed because it happened the second time, because you know, it kind of threw me off guard that happened. That Meryl just walks up and just starts singing again, and then puts them to sleep, and then Meryl puffs up and gets pissed off and hits them in the head by hitting them with their tail and shit like that. It was really funny, for sure. And you know, the same thing happens, like the berries fall over, and I think Pikachu and Baneri then walks up and then starts eating the berries, and then they get full because they were getting hungry. And then they did it a third time, and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't understand that. 1367 as like I think it was a Pecha berry or some shit, like multiple Pecha berries. You know, they fall over, same shit happens. Meryl walks up a third time. I didn't laugh the third time, or the second time, or whatever. But, you know, the same thing happens. They sing, they fall asleep, Meryl gets pissed off, and then, you know, the Pecha berries fall over, and then they reach to the rest of the gang, which is like Weasel, Turtwig, and Pachirisu, that has all Pecha berries of their own. Anyway, they eventually were spending all day trying to find where the upstream is, because, you know, like I said, the river was dried up and everything, and that's the whole reason they're doing this, is just to play in the river, I suppose. They all find some caves to chill in, or like some tunnels. I thought they were gonna stay the night, but no. But they're all really, really close by, so these caves are like basically catacombs, and they're super nearby. And the reason I know this is because they did like a zoom out shot where you could see all the Pokemon kind of like going like, oh, I'm here, and, I'm here, and then these other Pokemon are there or whatever. And then they rush inside. Piplup's leading the way to Apom. Meowthgang is still trying to figure out what to do. Pikachu's still trying to convince Baniri, which I didn't even mention. Like I said, Baniri, like at first when Pikachu found her, she was just like picking flowers or whatever. Again, this is like a full-grown Japanese man voice covering a female Pokemon, but like she was saying that the flowers are pretty, so Pikachu was trying to, you know, say, we gotta get going because the other Pokemon are looking for us. That was a while ago. That was before the whole berry stuff happened, but Pikachu's trying to get on the same page with Baniri. Just remember that this is the same Baniri that kind of has a crush on Pikachu, I'm pretty sure. The Weasel, Pachirisu, Turtwig gang are like, I don't know, they didn't really have to be on the same page, but they pretty much were like Weasel being the leader. And for some reason, his voice is a lot more commanding and a lot more deeper than everybody else's voice. I'm not sure why, but it is. And the, what was it? The the Meowthgang, as you could tell, they're determined to get something. They're kind of also more determined to eat. They eventually walk into the tunnel, and they made like a certain turn, and they ran into a Regirock, which turned around, and I don't remember if they also hyper beamed them. I'm not sure, but you know, they got kind of blown back and everything. And one thing led to another. Like, I'm sure that they showed the other scenes of them still walking down, but it basically eventually goes back to the Meowthgang, who sees this other turn where there's like a block full of ice that has all these berries in it. And you know, again, they're still hungry and everything, so they're like, oh, okay, shit. And then they look left and they look right just to make sure Meryl isn't around. They're like, oh, Meryl isn't around, okay, it is ours now, or whatever. And they cut up the ice and gets berries, only to reveal that Meryl pops out of the fucking ice and does the same thing, sings to Meowthgang, and then, yeah, they fall asleep yet again. All the berries are just out of the ice. And yeah, so they got kind of, you know, Meryl got kind of pissed off. And it almost seemed like Meryl was crying towards the end. Like, after it got pissed off and started hitting more on the Meowthgang, bonking on their heads because they can't stay awake. Because Meryl doesn't get that, you know, sings, puts them to sleep and shit like that. And they think they're being rude. But yeah, Meryl kind of walks off, and that's the last you see of Meryl, so no more of that joke. And this is a 20-minute short, might I add, with the Exploration Club. Eventually Meowth wakes up. You know, they walk into a Regice, or maybe it might have happened before the ice, I'm not really sure, but you know, same premise, they got ice beamed and stuff like that. So they determined that the block of ice full of berries was meant for the... Oh, that's what happened. The Snover and the Regice. There was a Snover in the tunnel as well. Piplup kind of pissed him off because he tripped over on a steep hill and he landed on Snover. And that's kind of as far as notable as it gets with that tunnel scene, pretty much. Yeah, that's Snover and Regice. I don't really think that that's the case, that Snover and Regice would help each other. I'm pretty sure it's just Snover's fruit. I don't even know if Regice or even all the Regis could even eat, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, that's the tunnel scene pretty much. They get out of the tunnel, they make it to the top of the river dam where they saw the wood, because, you know, like I said, the whole time they just wanted to play in the river, and they're wondering why there's no water rushing down it. And they see this Bidoof and Bibarrel that are on the dam and stuff, and they ask them, oh, like, why did you stop the river, da da da. And then Bidoof and Bibarrel was saying like, oh, we were in competition to see who could build the most wood out of all this, and we got carried away. I'm sorry about that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, the whole time, like, Pikachu and all of them went over here just so they could swim and have a good time. And that's as far as it goes. It almost feels like it's for selfish reasons. It's like, why would you do that? You ruin our fun time. Instead of, like, the right thing to do? I don't know. Because they could have framed it a little bit better. They could have been like, I don't know, like, oh shit, this could, if you make the dam, like, the forest could flood down. This is dangerous. You don't want to do that. Oh my gosh, it's gonna start a flood or something like that. But instead, it's like, you ruined my fun time. Could you, like, not take this shit off, bruh? It's kind of more so how I read it, 1368. And I know I shouldn't, but it's rather weird that that's just how they approached it, you know? So yeah, it was rather weird. So they developed the plan where they're gonna try to get the wood off and everything. And for the most part, with this, you know, the whole reason Bidoof and Bibarrel weren't doing this already is saying that, like, they did it a bit too well and all of the wood is pretty much stuck. So they had to jam this giant log on the top of it, and their plan is to just pull it. And the Meowth gang is on one side and the Pikachu gang's on the other. And they had rope, and they just planned to pull it. Then Bibarrel just randomly shouts, like, wait, or whatever. And everybody is just confused, so like, what? Why? It's like, well, if you pull them both on those two sides, nothing's gonna happen, because, like, they're on complete opposite sides, which I guess is, I could kind of see their point, but at the same time, not really. So they shuffled a bit, and the Meowth gang went to the Pikachu side to pull at the same rope. They eventually, what the fuck? Why the Halucha not let me go? What the fuck? That was weird. They were all pulling it, and then eventually Croagunk shows up, because the whole time all the scenes I was explaining was happening, Croagunk was on a Drifloon slowly floating towards over there. When Croagunk basically made it and barely touches the rope, is what, you know, was the final pull that got the log going. It released all the wood and released all the water from the dam, and it didn't cause a flood or anything like that. I still think that's kind of a weird frame, you know, of this short to talk about, that's the whole reason they're here, is just so they could have fun, and they feel bummed out that they're not swimming at this point instead of working. So I don't know, maybe I shouldn't read it that way, but I don't fucking know. It was a bit weird. But they all fall down the river. Bidoof and Bibarrel are saying bye and thank you or whatever. There's multiple groups of Pokemon, but the Meowth gang stays on one log, and then the Pikachu gang has their own logs. And Meowth declares a race with the log, and like kind of splashes Pikachu gang. And so Pikachu sees this, and he's like, alright, let's race them. And then he has Weasel to use, like, you know, his little tail to spin in the water and then jet forward to beat them in the race. So I don't know, that's kind of interesting when it comes to that. Meowth eventually crashes though, and they land on the boat, and then they start floating. And then for the rest of the time they were just spending time swimming, and that's pretty much the end of the episode. So yeah, that was pretty much the short, as them playing. Quagsire was saying, the two Quagsires were saying thank you for this. And yeah, that was Pikachu's Exploration Club. Again, it has nothing to do with explorations or clubs. Maybe club made out of wood, I don't fucking know. I thought initially watching Pikachu's Exploration Club that they were gonna do a little bit more explorizing than that. But it wasn't really exploration. Like, you know, like if you review the footage, you know, they went to the river, they got disappointed that's dried up, they went to see what was wrong, they rushed over there, they got blown back and separated, And then this, as far as the exploration goes, is them trying to look for the same spot they were blown back from to regroup with the same Pokemon. I don't really see that as exploration. And then they eventually made it there and then pulled and then like swam. And I don't know. Also, the club portion of that would imply that like they're you know, forming a group on purpose to do that said thing that, you know, is themed around, you know. If it was a cooking club, I expect there to be cooking, you know, in a group that all decided to also cook because they like cooking, you know what I mean? So if like there's not really too much cooking going on and it's more so like one thing just so happen to barbecue, it doesn't mean that they're all cooking, you know what I mean? I don't think that's the best, you know, T for T example, but that's just what I think of pretty much. But yeah, that's the exploration club, and it did give me an idea because for the most part with all these Pikachu shorts, they're either themed on something, you know, bigger or whatnot, or not really bigger, but you know, like there's something going on, like Pikachu's Vacation, you know, Pikachu Rescue, Pichu and whoa! Holy fuck! Holy shit! That is amazing! Hold up, let me tweet this. Holy crap! Oh god! Alright, hold up. Okay, that's another fucking holy shit. Okay, let me put all the hashtags here. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I really hope I could catch this thing. This Halucha could potentially do some work to my tri-shot though. I don't think it's gonna kill it, but let's see. Hashtag live. Hashtag shiny. I'm putting all the hashtags. Hashtag TCG Pocket. Is there a hashtag Kalucha? I don't know. Hold on. I'll be here in a second. Hashtag. I'll just put just to really hone in all the stuff. Come through. That's amazing. Okay, now we gotta focus on catching it now. That's a cool ass shiny, I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. It's a FEMA Halucha too. It's like the Machu Picchu, the fucking Pikachu masked one. Oh, I don't want to hurt it. Tri-Shot's for sure gonna kill it, man. The Tri-Shot hits hard a lot of the time. We just gotta have to wing it, dude. Oh, the Duskpaw would be so cool, but I won't be able to catch it with this thing. Cupid Ball? Turbo Ball? Is it fast? Oh god. I'll throw one Duskball, okay? Let's just do it. Duskball, it kinda matches. It has green, right? Fuck! Stay caught. Don't do submission. Oh god. Okay, alright. Well, that's my one Dusk Ball. I don't want to use these other balls. It's for sure gonna break out. Alright, let's just Ultra Ball it. That is amazing. Oh, God! Why would you do this? Why? How come? Huh? Hey, hold on, let me go right here. Great Ball Go! Or Ultra Ball. I can't fucking read, apparently. Stay! Stay with me. stay with me. I'm fucking paralyzed, can't you see? Alright, Ultra Ball. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you motherfucker, you. Oh. Stop hitting me. Okay, let's just heal right quick. Guess I could be in crit range. It could be something bad if I'm not careful. Ah. Why would you do that? Don't fucking taunt me with your shit. This is the hardest Pokemon to catch so far. All the other Pokemon I didn't have too much of a hard time. Could you please? Could you please? Oh god. Just please don't submission all the time. Oh man. Oh, it has Roost. Okay, crisis averted. Alright, I'm not that threatened then. We have time. We got like 100 Pokeballs somewhere. Oh my god, dude. Ah. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We could Super Potion. Because this one's for sure crit range. You can roost all the fuck you want, dude. I could give a fuck. I want you healthy. Oops, sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. I went to check chat just in case. Son of a bitch, man. How many 3 wiggles are you gonna do, huh? 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 Ass. Okay, Ultra Ball. 1, 2, 3. Are you fucking dude. Come on. You know you want to. I think I got a nickname for you. Apparently... You better miss. Ultra Ball all the way. Come on. Okay, I don't care if the taunt wore off. I swear to God. Come on, enough with the 3 wiggles, dude. Seriously, or do that. That's probably why it keeps breaking out. Yeah, see, I told you. Woo! Alright. That's amazing. 62 out of 200. Alright, well, I'm clearly replacing the thumbnail today. Chansey's not just getting the time. Fighting, flying type, 2'7", 47.4 pounds. Although its body is small, its proficient fighting skills enabled it to keep up with big bruisers like Hercules or Conkeldurr. Okay, let's take a look. That is awesome. Special defense up, attack is down. It's really fast, at least. It's not a good nature. Attack down isn't the best because it's physical. But yeah, limber ability, submission, bounce, taunt, and roost. Calm nature and alerts to sounds. Have you ever seen a calm nature shiny Hilichurl before? I think I'm gonna call you Maroon. Because, like, you know, it's kind of a dark purple, and Maroon also kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, something about it having a little bit of green, and, you know, there's been colors in the past of, like, schools that I had that had maroon in it, and it always accompanies with black and stuff like that, and I forget the other colors it has, but I think maroon fits. I like the maroon color configuration. I feel like it fits this Pokemon perfectly. So let's send this to the PC. I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center to check this out. And if you want a shiny Hysteric or a shiny Nosepass, let me know. I got like 3 of the shiny Hysterics and stuff. Look how off this looks, but yeah. Yeah! Maroon. This is my favorite shiny so far, and from what I caught. I caught quite a bit of them, I would say. I could check also, and these are all the Eevees I got, just in case you're new. These are pretty much all the shinies that I got. For Alligator and this is different. I mean, I did find this, the shiny Haunter. That was in like the grinding montage per se. Well, it was kind of more so when I was trying to go around the world to cut the trees, because the HM for cut is like super late game going around the world. But we found Jigglypuff first. We called it Emerald Eye. We then got ourselves the first, oops, I didn't mean to do that, the first shiny Hysteric, which is Periwinkle, that's a color. And then eventually we found ourselves a shiny, fucking A, I keep pressing that. A shiny Nosepass, 49er. And then eventually we found ourselves shiny Ladian, what we call Starlight. This one's given to us through a mini game, so, you know, that's dual. It's based on the bananas. Like, you know, bananas sometimes could be a color. I don't fucking know. And then there's shiny for Alligator. That's through mystery gifts. So don't be alarmed by that. I should probably put you like here. Yeah. And then for the shinies to be given out, pretty much, is these ones are available. If you want to say hi in the chat, you could let me know, and then eventually. Towards the end of the stream, I can nickname it, and then whatever Pokemon you want, and then trade pretty much whatever Pokemon you want to give me, but just be sure to give me the nickname. That's basically the premise of it. This is the Neutral Nature one, this is, I don't even know, like Rash Nature, and then this one, oops, oh god. Sorry for that. A Hasty Nature, and this one's Sassy Nature, which is special defense up, speed is down, which I guess is actually pretty good. Actually, it's a good shiny Nosepass. So yeah, just let me know. I don't want to call it a quadruple giveaway because that's just stupid. Because I was fine with calling it triple giveaway, but I found another fucking shiny Hysteric. I'm fine with finding a shiny Hawlucha though. That is incredible. Holy fuck. That is beyond crazy. And we do have another egg for us. So yeah, I was just talking about Pikachu's Exploration Club, a Pikachu short that not everybody have seen. But that is incredible. Hoping I didn't even go to the fucking Pokemon Center. What are you doing, ScarKnight? Huh? Killing your Pokemon? I almost went out there on the fucking field. I wouldn't have done much because I would have just ran off, but still. Anyway, that's fine. Interesting nonetheless. I don't think anybody else saw the tweet. I mean, you guys saw it live pretty much that I got the shiny Hawlucha, so it's good timing on your guys' part. Not so much good timing on Foe, because he left like about 20 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, or however it was. So yeah, he missed out on it, but it's all good. Maybe he'll look back on it, I'm not sure. But I was saying that Pikachu Exploration Club did give me an idea of it, because like I was saying that all the shorts had a theme at first. And I think I left off at Pichu versus Pikachu and stuff like that, and Pikachu Peekaboo with like the whole hide and seek thing. And I mean, even Pikachu Camp has a theme, like it's all camping in autumn and shit like that. And Gotta Dance is, you know, clearly just about dancing and stuff like that, but they all had some type of theme. This one's a bit different, where they just want to experience something that they could, you know, do, like how people would just go to the river or go barbecue or something like that. So yeah, so far in these stream days, every single time I would always try to make up a Pikachu short, because, you know, for me personally, like the first 6 movies would cover a Pikachu short, but the rest of the movies wouldn't. So that's why I kind of think in my head, like, what's a good Pikachu short that they should make that they haven't considered yet. And I know that around Pokemon 9 I did like a pirate theme thing. And then I'm pretty sure that the Ocean 3D or 4D Adventure one is basically that, so I might have to change my answer for that one. But just as an example of, you know, just as an example of like that, pretty much. Oh, critical hit. Okay, that was unnecessary, but damn. 1370. Like my best idea that I came up with for like a Pikachu short is if they have a Halloween edition one, like a pure Halloween edition, and that's 2 Eevees back to back. So that would mean like, you know, around these days, this was 1371 by the way. You know, if Togepi was with Pikachu along with like maybe a Bulbasaur or Squirtle or I don't know, or maybe this is early Johto days, like I feel like Togepi is important that he's in the short. So it doesn't matter if it's Bulbasaur and Chikorita or Bulbasaur and Squirtle or whatever the fuck, but for this Halloween short, it'd be cool if, like, you know, they're going around trying to make themselves a costume for them or whatever that costume is, and like, you know, something like Meowth would be lazy and decide to just put a blanket over his head and just call himself a ghost or something. You know, that as an example. Or a different Pokemon dressed up as a clown, or a different Pokemon dressed up as like a cameo of something that they're collabing with, that they're cool with, or something. Because it would be nice if they collab and like Pikachu dressed up as Naruto or Goku or something, but I don't see that happening. But you know, they're dressed up as something. You know, that's like the first act of the short, and this is like gonna be 10 minutes. And then once they're dressed up, you know, in the nighttime, they go over and Pikachu teaches Togepi how to trick or treat. You know, they get a little basket, they go house to house, and whatever Pokemon comes out, they're also dressed up. You know, sometimes it could be a ghost type that's really nice at Togepi. Maybe he's scared at first, but they give him candy, and he gets pretty used to it. You know, shit like that. Like, it makes sense to me. You know, maybe some houses, like in regular Halloween, that they have built-in haunted mansions or like, you know, a haunted house for you to walk in, and then these Pokemon are playing around scaring or something. And there has been already a Pikachu short that is, you know, it's called Ghost Carnival, which is basically that premise, where it's a haunted house where they're trying to scare you and stuff. And, you know, like I said, a lot of these Pikachu shorts have similar premises where, you know, I wanted to have an Olympic event and like certain ones dedicated to that. And then there's like Pikachu Vacation, where they're literally racing and swim racing and shit like that and competing against each other. There's always gonna be that, no matter what. But I feel like the Halloween thing would fit perfectly fine and stuff like that. And also for these holiday specials, I'll just throw in shinies and shit like that. Like a shiny, oh hey, regular Halicha. Okay, I'm sorry. But like, I'll just throw in a shiny Ghastly, because for the Thanksgiving special, I threw in a shiny Ho-Oh, and fucking Easter, I threw in a shiny Lopunny, so I'm fine with that. I mean, I think I also threw in another shiny Baneri, so maybe I'm trigger happy with that shit. But a shiny Ghastly in the haunted house would be pretty cool, or something. And you know, by the end of the short, they would just eat candy and stuff like that. You know, and maybe Meowth would be that you know, that type of kid. You know, hypothetically, or you know, if we're comparing apples to apples, that he'd be that kid that would play tricks on the house that he's getting shitty candy, and he throws a fucking egg at the house or something like that, and then he pisses off the Pokemon, he gets chased, and then he sells, well, maybe I shouldn't do that just to teach the kids or something. I don't know. They don't have to, because I'm sure that Pokemon company wouldn't want to encourage them to do that at all. But, you know, whatever Pokemon he pisses off, like a Ursaring dressed up as fucking Jason Voorhees or some shit, I don't know. Something like that. I think that would be a good idea. And then by the end of the episode, they compare how many candy they have, and they have a good time eating, and then, you know, maybe they even say a scary story or two towards the end. I think that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, for Pokemon 10, the short that I made for that one was Easter and all that, you know, just like searching for Easter eggs and stuff like that. I talked about it in a previous stream. I mean, I already talked about the Halloween in a previous stream too. But for Pokemon 11, the Giratina movie, the short that I would like to make, and like I said, I got this as an idea from the whole Pikachu Exploration Club, because it seems like a everyday experience that people could do on a day off, like, you know, like I said, go to the river, eat barbecue and stuff like that. I figured that it would be kind of neat if, like, for the Pokemon 11 short, if it's just the Pikachu and Meowth kind of experiencing going to the movie theater, just going to the movie theater, I think that would be a pretty decent idea. I know it sounds shit from the get-go, but if you really think about it, it could be good. And they could be enjoyable. Like, all these different Pokemon would watch different movies and stuff like that. And, you know, really think about it. You know, the Pokemon are walking up to the theater. You know, they see these movies with these cover pages on famous movies, except as parodies of different Pokemon. So, like, Indiana Jones, instead of that, it's like fucking, shit, I don't even know, like Lucario on the cover or something. I don't know. I can't really think of a Indiana Jones equivalent. Or like a spy movie like 007, like you'll see Inteleon on there or some shit. Or like Star Wars, fucking Luke Skywalker, instead of him, it's fucking, maybe that should be Lucario. I don't know, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? Because he would have the Aura Sword or something. Shit like that, I don't know. I haven't really put any thought into what the movie posters would look like. I kind of picture a Feraligatr as my first thought in my head. I don't know if I was thinking shiny Feraligatr, but I think that would be cool. I didn't pick this one in particular to be like a holiday or anything, but you know, the Pokemon would see the posters, you know, they would be all gleamy-eyed looking at these posters. They'd be like, oh my gosh, I want to see this one or whatever. You know, some Pokemon like scary movies, some don't. So maybe one of the Pokemon will get excited. It's like, oh, I want this one, ha ha ha. It's like, no, 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 I don't want to see that one. It's like, well, why? You're chicken? And maybe a different Pokemon with like a romantic flick or something. And maybe one of the Pokemon will be like, yeah, I don't want to watch that. That's, you know, a bit too, you know, they'll put it in their words, but, you know, it's basically too lovey-dovey, so they don't want to watch that. Or whatever, so like they kind of go into like their own groups of 2 or 3 watching these movies pretty much. So then they'll buy the ticket and such, and you know, while they go inside, they try to look into the stand. They're trying to buy some food and drinks, except for some reason we'll make it so this movie theater's free, I should say, and you know, because these Pokemon are broke and they don't get paid for their services fighting other Pokemon, so we'll just make it free for them. Oh, another egg is hatching. Could this be the shiny Eevee? Are we that lucky today? We are not, but I wish. Okay. This, you know. What number am I even? I think I'm in... I did 8 already, no? I think we're at 9. So that's 109. I didn't fit it entirely. It's 109. I don't know why I decided to type all my EVs after Spanish numbers, but I did. I was kind of more so practicing, and also I can't spell. Wait! Why don't you have the egg? I combined my words, that's why that Y sounded all weird. Okay, well, let's go get some more EVs. Look how many. Look how many. This is... and they fit 16 EVs, so I know that the box looks small. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, damn near 7. 7 boxes full of EVs. And you could claim one too if you want one. You could have any of these on command. You don't have to wait till the end of the stream to try to win it. Like, on command you could take any EVs that are available except for like, if it's a shiny, then, you know, that one's mine. But if we get a second shiny, then that's part of the giveaway. Runaway ability, special defense up, attack is down, helping hand, tackle, growl, tail whip, and calm nature, often lost in thought. So yeah, if you're interested in the Eevee, just let me know, and we'll be doing that for the most part. And yeah, like I said, on command. So as soon as you say it, I just run back, and then we get that. Unless I'm in the middle of something, like about to finish a cycle or something like that, then yeah, I would give it a second and then do the Eevee thing. But nobody claimed anything so far, like regardless if it's Eevees or any shinies yet. So there's, you know, it's been like a whole 3 weeks. You do need Pokemon Xenoverse, and it doesn't take too long to get to the area where you need a trade. I'm pretty sure it takes like less than 30 minutes. I don't remember exactly how much time. If you don't really care about the dialogue in the game, then yeah, it'd be like 15 minutes, something like that. But you could trade me anything, it doesn't matter, because I need to get rid of these Eevees. And if it is a whatever Pokemon, because I might need to clear space anyway. I mean, there is like 120 boxes. If I do end up, I don't know, I kind of am tempted to, well, I don't know. What I should have done is put Eevees towards the end of the box rather than the beginning, because I didn't have enough space for box 4 and such. So there's that. So eventually, when I get the Retro Eevee, I'll organize the box to have them towards the end and such, because I don't want to do this on screen on stream, and I don't feel like doing this off screen once I'm finished with this, because, you know, usually I go pick up a family relative and I go rush over or whatever. Anyway, the theater and the stand, I don't know what Pokemon should be the one giving out popcorn and soda and candy and stuff like that, but I feel like they should be on the line. And I know in a movie experience in a theater, that would be kind of, you know, it would be kind of I don't know what the word is, because like we all know how expensive popcorn and soda is and shit like that. Like soda sometimes is like $7 for a large, where you could just go for McDonald's and get a soda for a large for $1. So it's just like, I don't know, it just feels like you just got like daylight robbed, to be honest with you. But for the sake of this Pikachu short, this shit's for free. The Pokemon in the stand to give the items, I mean, this could easily be the Meowth group, but I kind of want Meowth to watch a certain movie. Not that I have one in mind, but I kind of rather have him also be part of the movie theater experience. And it kind of also coincides with the Dane Cook joke, I guess, so to speak, in my head. Because, like, the more and more I talk about this, I realize that, like, Dane Cook had a similar, not really, I don't know, he was telling this joke as a story on the movie theater experience, and that's just what this all reminds me of, really. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, be sure to watch it, because it's a very good story that he did. Because he had like a much funnier version when he's going on in a date with with a girlfriend of his, and he was asking for, she was asking him for a bunch of shit that's all specific or whatever. But I want to say Mimikyu is probably the one behind the stand. That's like a good idea in my head that I feel like would work and would be appealing and would fit the theme. Maybe we should also put Scraggy just for like the reference on like the whole Netflix short that they had. I think that'd be a good idea. Should we stick with 2 or 3? I don't know. I like the idea of Mimikyu and Scraggy just being the 2. And if you haven't seen that short, be sure to watch it, because it's actually really good. It's like It's like a rubber hose type of animation. As we got 1372. Yeah, so it's very good actually. But I think I like that for a reference. So like all the Pokemon get their food and stuff, and they're all happy and you know, excited and such. So then they go into the place where they talk to the Pokemon that, you know, points out where to go, pretty much. Which I guess, well, I don't know. There's like 2 of them. It's just, like sometimes it's at the top where you buy the tickets. Then you go inside to confirm the tickets that you just bought. Which I guess I could have put more Pokemon for those. I don't know. So let's try to think about the ticket salesman then. Like what Pokemon should be the ticket salesman? We can make it a joke or something. Like the confirmation ticket Pokemon could just be why not or something. So you walk in and then he scans it. It's like why not? It just lets any Pokemon in. So that could be like a little reference to, like, you know, people stereotypically sneaking into the movie theater easily, you know? So yeah, that's kind of the joke there. But for the front desk person, I feel like I could just keep referencing other Pokemon from different shorts. I don't know. I'm trying to think. What's a good idea? 1373. I can't get over how gorgeous the fucking shiny Hawlucha was. Holy shit. That was awesome. So why not would be Camp Pikachu? Maybe I don't want to say Ludicolo. I don't think he should be in the front. Or should we switch it around? Should we have Mimikyu and Scraggy at the front? No, I kind of like them together at the stand. Huh. Larvitar? I don't know. I'm trying to think. 1374. What's a good idea to have? I feel like Larvitar, yeah. I think Larvitar should be the stand. Only because, like, I feel like the front desk would be a little bit more strict, just to see if you're of age to watch certain movies, you know? If it's a PG-13, I feel like Larvitar would be that Pokemon. Like, if you've seen Pikachu Peekaboo, or whatever the fuck the hide-and-seek one's called, you know, Larvitar is kind of stickler to get things organized and stuff like that. So if he's like that and be like, oh no, you are 12, you can't watch a PG-13 film, you don't have a parent with you either, like, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, we'll put Larvitar in the front desk, we'll put Why Not in the confirmation ticket place, we'll put Mimikyu and Scraggy in the side, and then for the Pokemon that points directions, and also supposed to confirm tickets, kind of, because there's like a backup point just to make sure that you're not sneaking into the theater. This one's a little bit more loosey-goosey. I never seen a strict secondary confirmation ticket thing, so maybe this could be Ludicolo, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough places for all the other Pokemon. But yeah, anyway, they get pointed out in their stuff. Maybe we could just have a tease that the Pichu Bros was trying to sneak in the movie theater and they get caught and get in trouble or whatever. And maybe the Pokemon's cool enough to, like, you know, buy the tickets for them with whatever exchanges they have. Something like that. I don't know. Just to make it so, like, you know, the kids don't also do this or something like that. That's the Pichu Bros cameo, I suppose. So that's 3, 4. That's 5 with Why Not. He is in Camp Pikachu, right? And then 6 with Ludicolo. The 2000 and the Rescue one. I'm trying to think of what 2 Pokemon would match up pretty well. Because, like, a lot of them are in groups, I feel. Maybe a Leg Kid. I feel like he kind of represents Pikachu Rescue Adventure well. Don't you think? So maybe a Leg Kid could be like the monitor just to be sure that y'all have the tickets and stuff. Pokemon 1... It could be a loose reference with the Azurill or something, I don't know. Because I had a Azumarill be like... Because it's Cubone, Meryl, Raichu, and Snubbull. But then like I had like a whole Olympic Pikachu short thing with summers and winters. I know this all sounds hella random and shit because this is all headcanon bullshit. But like, you know... with the Olympic event one, I had a reference with them specifically that it's like Marowak, Azumarill, Pichu, and Granbull instead. And there wasn't really an Azurill, even though I didn't do a Pikachu either. Maybe I could do an Alolan Marowak. No, it's okay. I don't need to. It'd be interesting though. Or an Alolan Raichu, but nah, it's okay. We'll stick with I think we could stick with the Azurill or something, I don't know. Azurill could also be in the theater or something like that. But anyway, just with all the categories, you know, because this is still going to be a 10-minute Pikachu short. I'm not really fully decided on which Pokemon will go where. But like, you know, all the categories you could think of, sci-fi, horror, the romantic film, maybe a noir film or something like that. You know, adventure, action, drama, whatever it is. Like, because I'm sure you've seen it with mainstream and stuff like that. All those episodes that does the stereotypical action movies trope with, like, you know, for example, Fairly Odd Parents did it. There'll be a boxer movie. That's for sure Hitmonchan right there. And I still haven't fully decided. I don't even remember what the fuck. Well, I mean, if this is Pokemon 11, this is 4th gen Pokemon. The Pokemon there were... I don't remember what was the Pokemon there. It's Pikachu... Turtwig? I'm trying to remember. Brockhat Krogunk, I don't think he evolved that at all. I don't remember at what phase this was with the... I'm trying to remember. So Dawn had Piplup. For sure Pachirisu at this point. For sure Baniri. I don't know if she had Cyndaquil at this point. I think it's too soon for that. I don't remember if it might be too soon for Eevee as well. She had an Eevee at some point. Oh, I don't remember at what point. I read the thing yesterday too. Shit. It'd be easier if I knew what Pokemon there was. Hold on, I might look at the list yet again. Ticketmaster, what the fuck? What a weird coincidence. Ticketmaster just was in my email. I haven't even bought a ticket in a long time. I don't even know why they're... I'm not even in their membership. Okay, let's go over to... I think it's Giratina and the Sky Warrior. Hold on, let me just say it on here. Giratina and the Sky Warrior. I don't remember if she got all the Pokemon out or not. Let's see. I'm just gonna read the trainers Pokemon that they have, just to give me a little bit of an idea. Trivia? And I still have to catch up on Paul and looking through their Pokemon and such. I don't recall. What the fuck? Reception. Where the fuck is the thing? Maybe it's manga adaptation. Nope. Usually I just like press all of them. Not like that, but like when I'm looking through the plot, it doesn't show like the cast and stuff. So maybe I have to staff? Yeah, I don't think it's staff. Let me just, yeah, characters, that's what it was. Okay, so these are the people, the Pokemon. Pikachu, Meowth, Piplup, Staravia, Turtwig, Chimchar, Weasel, Gliscor, Baniri, Pachirisu, Ambipom, Swinub, Sudowoodo, Krogunk, Happiny, and that's pretty much it for that movie. So it might be pre-Cyndaquil. It might be. But those are the Pokemon that they owned. And I hadn't read all of the Pokemon that's been in the movie. But there's a good chance Cyndaquil wasn't sent out either. Not all the Pokemon were sent out. 1375. And at this point, like they said Chimchar, right? Wasn't Chimchar like really close to leveling up? I did raise up one, right? I think I did. Like I think they said that when Chimchar evolved to Monferno, it's like 2 episodes later it evolved into Infernape or something like that. I don't remember. It's like less than 10 for sure. And like not too far after that, Staravia evolved to Staraptor. Hold on, let me see what else. It doesn't show Grottle, but I imagine he has a Grottle. I think this is, it should be a pretty good cast. I mean, fucking Ambipom ends up liking ping pong and stuff like that. So Baniri clearly would be wanting into the romantic movie and trying to convince Pikachu, and maybe Pikachu would say that it doesn't want to see the lovey-dovey stuff. But maybe Baniri forces Pikachu to go in there with them anyway, or with her, I should say. So Pikachu and Baniri got us the romantic one. Maybe the scary movie, like one of them's got to be acting tough or something like that. Like what would be the best case scenario? Like Piplup and Meowth would hang out or something. Piplup would be like, oh, I could watch a scary movie. And then like he's telling another Pokemon that might be like a little bit too timid for that. So maybe Piplup is saying this to Pachirisu and Swinub. Just go like, oh yeah, now I got this. So I would put Piplup and Meowth in the horror category. So yeah, I'll put them in the horror movie theater. What's another one? Staravia I could team up with... I'll put Staravia and Ambipom together. I don't know. What movies would they go to? Like sci-fi or some shit? Yeah, we'll put them in a sci-fi movie. I don't know. I don't think... yeah. Something like that. Like a science fiction one. And it's okay if I group 3, you know, some of these Pokemon in 3s. Turtwig could hang out with... Part of me wants to... Turtwig and... Huh. Either Turtwig and Pseudo Udo or Turtwig and Happini. But what movie would they even watch? Because Happini could wander off and go inside the theater it's not really supposed to go to. Because they could have this moment where Larvitar looks at Happini and go like, oh no, she's older than she looks. She's about to evolve. Because Chansey don't look 3 or whatever. I'm not sure. Fire Punch. Here we go. 1376. I don't know what type of movie category they would watch though. We'll give Turtwig and Happini like a noir movie or something. That'd be kind of cool. Well, I mean, then again, I want Weasel to have something like that. So maybe like a adventure movie, like the Indiana Jones one that was on the poster or something like that. That'd be fun for them. Let's see. Weasel and Gliscor maybe would watch the noir movie, because Gliscor as noir would be pretty cool. Pachirisu and Swinub, I would like them together. Maybe to watch a movie they didn't realize was also scary. Maybe something like that. Cause like, well, I mean, not really at the same time. I'm not sure. Or maybe a comedy movie. That would be pretty cool too. I don't know. What could I do with Pachirisu and Swinub? Because they, you know, I wanted them to also be kind of dragged into the whole scary movie thing. But then again, we could have, yeah, Piplup, Pachirisu, and Swinub to hang out with each other in the scary movie. And Meowth also was in there, separate from them, like they're not sitting next to each other, but maybe in a different row. And then Piplup, Pachirisu, and Swinub will keep on talking to each other, because Swinub doesn't want to be there watching the scary movie, and Pachirisu doesn't either. And then Meowth would be a little bit more ahead in the rows, turning around and like, hey, shut up, I'm trying to watch the movie. And then they all get scared. Maybe eventually Meowth goes over to the same row where he hugs the Pokemon in fear, you know, shit like that. I don't know. Krogunk would then be by itself though. So maybe Krogunk will go with Happini and Turtwig then. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, to watch the adventure movie. There's other categories I'm not considering here though. I don't know. And maybe like whoever Meowth is hanging out with, I don't know if it's Mime Jr. and Chimecho or whoever the fuck Team Rocket's Pokemon is at this point. I'm not really sure, but maybe the rest of the Team Rocket group are watching a different movie of other categories as well. Like a boxing movie or something, maybe like, you know, a full-fledged comedy movie, maybe a Terminator-like movie, stuff like that. I think that would be pretty neat. But yeah, okay, let me take the time to open a pack and stuff like that. But yeah, after the movie experience, you know, like when they're going back to the house or whatever, wherever Ash, Dawn, and Brock are doing or whatever, they'll be playing around or based on what they saw in the movie. So for example, if Happini saw the adventure movie, she would be playing around a little bit too much and such. Like, you know, the same case for like Staravia or like Gliscor. They would be acting their character almost. I'm not really sure what Piplup, Pachirisu, and Swinub would do. Maybe they're like fearful in the corner, being all paranoid and stuff. But I feel like that's also part of the movie experience. But while they're inside the theater too, like they'll look at the trailers, and again, like it reminds me of the whole Dane Cook joke thing that you know, it'd be kind of cool and funny that they look at the trailers and they get kind of hyped for these movies, or like, you know, kind of get dismissive of other movies that look kind of shit, you know, shit like that, pretty much. That'd be a kind of another neat feature of it, because if you've seen the Dane Cook clip, pretty much, you know, they always say that, you know, when you watch your trailer and you turn to the person next to you and you give them your honest opinion of it, it's like, oh, stupid, or whatever. See, I want to watch that. This movie right here, I want to watch that. Like, you know, that whole Dane Cook bit. I think that's also part of the movie experience when you're watching a trailer and you get hyped for the next thing coming, or maybe like think that something is not that, you know, quite it, or whatever, or you think to yourself, who would watch that? Or, you know, you watch a movie you never heard of and you might consider it, you know, shit like that. Like, that could be the experience of all these Pokemon looking through it. And a lot of the time when you're watching a movie at certain categories, you know, they got these trailers tailored to that category. Like, if you're watching a horror movie, horror trailers would pop up. If you're watching an action movie, action trailers would pop up. Yeah, that's also part of the experience too. For Pikachu and Baniri, you could tell that Baniri's gonna be all super flirty with Pikachu the whole time during this romantic movie and stuff like that. So maybe Pikachu would be hiding in the bathroom while Baniri's looking for him. So yeah, as we got another Eevee and stuff. But yeah, that's my pitch for like the whole movie theater Pikachu short. That's kind of my TED talk. I think that would be pretty cool. It's worth seeing in 10 minutes. It'd be funny. Pikachu shorts aren't really meant to be action-packed or whatever. Not like all of them are in a gym leader episode or whatnot. I don't remember what pack I left off in. I think I'm in Dialga now. Right? Hold on, let me double check. I'm gonna raise the volume so you guys can hear. Let's see. Fanfi is Triumphant Light. Gibble is also Triumphant Light. So yeah, it might be Dialga time. Shit. So I'll raise the volume with this. 14 more minutes till the next pack opens though. I didn't even finish the mission. Oh no, now I did. I got 4 hourglasses. And I'll be honest on what I get, even if it's shit, because I've done that before. Alright, let's go to Dialga. Because Dialga is next in the cycle. This is like the 6th cycle. Let's see what I get. Hopefully something good. Dialga. We do have 1 pack turned over. Let me just go straight for that one. And ready. And we got something on the back. It's some EX card, I'm pretty sure. It shows like a little bit of light blue and purples and lightning and stuff. Okay, so... And the way I could tell that, I put the cards to the side. So Baniri, speaking of, she's the first card in the front. Splash with 10 power. Duskull with Will-O-Wisp, 20 power. We got Macargo, Searing Flame, 2 energy cost with 30 power. We got Buizel, Water Gun with 20 power. And our last card, oh, Dialga EX. Oh, nice. I actually don't have that. Alright, I could take it off my wish list now. It's about fucking time. Wow. Alright, so that's good. I guess today is a lucky day. Alright, I can lower the volume down. And in about 12 minutes or so, we'll open the other pack. Yeah, we got ourselves Dialga, and we also got 170. That's amazing. Alright. Yeah, 12 minutes. Wow, I called that. Okay, so let me take it off the wish list. Take it off the wish list. And now... the next thing on my wish list, because I always like kind of go back and forth on it. I think we're still in Shiny Revelry. Or no, what the fuck is it called? Shit, I don't remember. Celestial Guardians? Llewellyn, Executor, I have wishlist. Trevenant. Rowlet's next on the wish list. Okay. Well, that's fine. Interesting and fine. So yeah, hopefully you guys like the whole movie theater idea for a Pokemon short. I think I just like the idea of just going to the river is a nice idea to just have to, you know, just experience and stuff like that. So I think you know, Pikachu theater experience or whatever the short's called, Pikachu in the movies, Pikachu to the movies would be a good Pikachu short to have. I'm so close to leveling up too. Alright, so now I'm missing one to add on here, and I think I'm gonna put I guess I might as well put Charizard EX in the top. Yeah. But yeah, Dialga EX we finally got. Alright, let's go finish Paul's trivia thing because I was rating his Bulbapedia page. But I did not finish it because he had a lot more text than I thought, and I had to rush over to pick up my family relative. So yeah, I couldn't finish it. So trivia when it comes to Paul. And if you don't know about Paul, he's a trainer in Diamond and Pearl that's from Veilstone City. That is probably the closest thing to Silver, if you know about Silver and Gold and Silver, the rival from there. And he catches Pokemon, and if they're not strong enough, he releases them. And like, he has a pretty good team, and he's a very good battler, and probably the best rival from Ash ever since Gary. And I think it is his best rival, period, because, you know, I think it brought the best out of Ash, to be honest with you. But early artwork, I see Ash, Paul, and Dawn, I almost said Misty, with Dialga and Palkia in the background, Chimchar, Turtwig, and Piplup in a triangle formation, and Pikachu over the shoulder of Ash. Let's see. Sleep is the only non-volatile status condition that none of Paul's own Pokemon can afflict. Paul was first revealed to the public through a Coral scan that showed him alongside Ash and Dawn commanding a Chimchar. However, his name and role were not revealed until the following week, and so he received the fan name of New Guy, a pun derived from a new guy. It was at first spelled with the fan name New Guy, Nugai. So yeah, I didn't realize that's what it meant for new guy, like for being a brand new guy is the pun. 3 of Ash's Pokemon had evolved while battling Paul: Turtwig into Grottle, Staravia into Staraptor, and Chimchar into Monferno. Both Turtwig and Staravia evolved while battling Honchkrow. Paul also witnessed Monferno's later evolution into Infernape. Paul is the first regular rival seen catching a Pokemon and receiving a gym badge on screen. If one does not count that Squallville Pokeringer, Paul has been defeated on screen 4 times, with 3 of his Pokemon debuting each time. Paul has battled Ash more times than any other rival. Paul shares a Japanese name with that of Lake Verity. I'm not really sure how so, but sure. Maybe that's an on-purpose thing. Maybe Paul was supposed to be in that storyline. I don't think he was. Paul is the only trainer to abandon one of Ash's Pokemon that has been seen more than once outside of flashbacks. Paul is the only character to have participated in a full battle against Ash more than once. He has participated in 4 full battles on screen, the most of any trainer in the Pokemon the series other than Ash. He is also the only character to have forfeited a full battle. During his battle with Ash at Lake Acuity, Paul recalled his Pokemon a total of 7 times, the most out of any trainer in the animated series within a single battle. Paul is the first regular reoccurring character to battle the champion of a core series region. Paul owns a Pokemon every... Wait. Paul owns a Pokemon of every type except for Fairy. While he used to own an Azumarill, it was not a Fairy type at the time when he owned it. Yeah, because this was before 6th Gen. So that's interesting. Paul makes a cameo appearance alongside his Pokemon in the ending of Let's Join Hands. In the English dub, Paul has a habit of referring to things he dislikes as pathetic, not equivalent. No equivalent phrase exists in the Japanese version. During the 10th season, Paul's catchphrase was stand by instead of stand by for battle. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess I could have finished it. It just looked like a lot yesterday. But no, I was in a rush because it was way past 5:45. It was like literally 5:53. And I had to go. So yeah, I mean, it's all good either way. But that's for the most part it when it comes to Paul, because every single time we cover a movie, we cover a character as well. Okay, so now should I just wait for TCG Pocket to unlock the other pack? There's like 5 minutes left. We could cover 5 minutes. And then we go open the Palkia pack. Maybe we'll even open a Palkia, because that's also what I'm missing. We'll see how lucky we get. And in that time, we'll also get a Vintage Mon. Something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think Paul's very necessary in the series. I don't think it's... You know, obviously I think it's unnecessary, like the harsh stuff that he's done in the past, because he looks like he's damn near ready to hit a Pokemon and shit like that, and he has been super cruel to them. But I feel like we needed a Silver equivalent in the series, and there hasn't been that, because, you know, I feel like Silver for a long time was like the best rival to face, and like, you know, I really like Gary as a rival. I like Silver as a rival. May or Brandon or whoever you consider this to be the rival for 3rd Gen. It just sucks that in Emerald version they just stop battling you upon after the 6th gym, and that's it, and it feels weird to me. And I know they fixed it in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, but I don't know, it feels rather weird. Even still, even after you battled them post-game, or like, I guess it's considered post-game because it's after the champion, just to make up for the fact that there's no, you know, rival battle. But that's still like between 6 and then after 8. It's like kind of weird. And even still with like, I like Barry as a rival. Barry's pretty good as a rival in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. I don't think it still measures up to like Silver or Gary, but pretty close. Like Barry seems like a very good trainer. He has a very good, well-rounded Pokemon. For Bianca and Charon, I don't really think like this is the beginning of the phase where like they're friendly rivals. Because Barry was still a rival, like he wasn't bitter enemies with you or anything, like he's still friends with you, but I don't know. Like it still felt like pretty competitive. Sharon and Bianca just were friends and stuff like that. Hugh, on the other hand, I do like him as a rival in Black 2 and White 2. I thought he was very cool. You know, he's all about like, you know, people feeling his wrath and he's out for revenge. And he sees you as a friend, but he's out for revenge on like Team Plasma and stuff, which is, I think, is pretty cool. Serena's a very good rival, even though she's friendly towards you. Like there's a whole group of friends and stuff like that. I'm not really so much into How. I think How is kind of bonkers. I don't know why I use that word, but that's just my opinion of it. I like Hop. Hop is cool as a rival. I like the fact that I don't know, it has a similar feel to Barry and Gary, so yeah. And then for the 9th gen, I don't know. I don't even recall who the rivals are. I hadn't played that game in 2 years. And more than half the time I forget. I think it's like Penny and Arden or some shit. I don't know. I don't feel too much tension with them so far, from what I remembered. But yeah, 1 more minute and then the next pack will open. So let me brace up the volume when that happens. And then we could get started with Pokemon the Movie 12. And hopefully I do a decent job at reading all of it. Let's see here. 1 more good minute. But yeah, that's why we need a silver equivalent, because silver was one of the best rivals we had, because you want somebody that, you know, you feel like deserves to lose, you know, against your Pokemon, and you want to show them the right path and show them why they're wrong and shit like that. Or at least, you know, like, you know, have an actual reason to be competitive and not just because for the shits and giggles. Because, like, it just seems like Silver was for sure, like, you know, out for his revenge and he doesn't like anybody. But we're ready to open a pack. Let's go with Palkia. Let's see here. Fire Punch. Let's open the Palkia pack as we get ourselves 1378. I didn't see if there was any turned around packs. I should have looked. Fuck. Okay, let me look around. There is a turned around pack. There's 2 turned around packs. Interesting. Which one should I pick? Let me see if this turnaround pack is crooked. I could not tell. Okay, let me see if this turnaround pack is crooked. They all look the same. I'll just pick this one, fuck it. Let's see what we get. We don't got anything. We got Blossom, we got Slugma, Fanrotom, Kricketot, and Rocky Helmet. Well, I should have picked the other pack. But at the same time, they always say it's predetermined, so I don't know how trustful I feel with it. So I don't know. 1379. Alright, no problem. Okie dokie. Alright, let's go to movie 12 then, and then I'll go read about that. Arceus and the Jewel of Life is what it's called? Pokemon the movie, Arceus and the Jewel of Life. I think that's what it's called, yeah. Pokemon and Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Let's see here. And the Japanese name is called Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time. Okay, interesting. It premiered in Japan on July 18th, 2009. In the United States, November 20th, 2009. And, you know, feel free if you want to also look at this along with me in the Bulbapedia, if you so desire, whoever is watching or watching the VOD. So yeah, home video in Japan, it released on December 18th, 2009. In the United States, February 1st, 2011. Let's see. The ratings is United States rated G, Great Britain U, Ireland G, Canada PG, Quebec and Japan is rated G, Germany 6, Australia G, and New Zealand G. Alright, Pokemon Arceus and the Jewel of Life, Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl, the movie Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time. It's the 3rd Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl movie and the 12th Pokemon movie overall. It is the last movie in the trilogy that started with the Rise of Darkrai and continued with Giratina and the Sky Warrior. It premiered in Japan on July 18, 2009, which was the 11th anniversary of the premiere of the first movie. The movie's first international screening was on Cartoon Network Australia on November 6th, in the United States on Cartoon Network on November 20th, 2009. And in Canada, YTV on November 20th, 2009. In Korea, it was released as a TV movie on December 24th, 2009, and released in theaters on May 31st, 2023. It was released on DVD in Australia on June 2nd, 2010, and on Blu-ray in Australia on June 1st, 2011. I don't know why they said this about Giratina and now for Arceus right now. Why did they re-release it in theaters. I don't understand what was the purpose in that. It seemed like they had a reason to do that, because they didn't do that with everything else. 1380. Maybe these are movies that they were most proud in or something. I don't know. Other posters and DVD covers. Pikachu the movie poster. It has Pikachu, Pichu, and Piplup. It has like the spiky ear Pichu, which is kind of random, with the white background and Japanese text. To a Conquering Space-Time movie poster, it's like a giant black hole, it almost looks like, with the marking in the middle. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina in the surroundings with Japanese characters on it. Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time poster with Arceus with the gold outline, with a lot of stuff going on the outside, like Dialga, Palkia, and stuff. And their faces going on both sides of the screen, and like Ash in the Blue. That spiky ear Pichu's there again? I forget that he was in that movie. I thought that he was in the Pokemon Rangers thing. No, maybe he's in both. Maybe it's coincidence. Arceus, Japanese Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time DVD cover. It shows like a autumn lighting towards it. Arceus looking to the left, while Pikachu, Pichu, Piplup, Ash, and the rest of the group are also looking that, with Dialga, Palkia. Yeah, Giratina's also there. Korean poster shows the same cover as the one of the Arceus with the gold lining. Japanese poster featuring Arceus just shows Arceus in the background with the different gold lining outside of it, with the Japanese characters at the bottom. US DVD cover, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, similar. One has the gold outline one with the characters all around it. Australian alternative DVD cover. Honestly, I like these alternative DVD covers. Every time I see it in the movies, they just have like the one Pokemon on the cover and then that's it. And I like that a lot. It's simplistic, but I feel like it works. But it's Arceus with a different gold outline towards it, with Arceus and the Jewel of Life on the top left. Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time logo. It's just the Japanese characters, as you can imagine. Arceus and the Jewel of Life logo in English. Just the logo without the background again. Booster pack. Really dim colors. I could barely see it. Arceus, Dialga, Palkia. I can't really see Giratina well if he's here. I think he's to the right. And then Ash and the rest of the group with the text on the bottom and all over the place. Title screen, Arceus of the Jewel of Life within the movie. And now we begin the spoilers, so yeah. The blurb, it says, a tale unfold, a legend unleashed. Get ready for the latest Pokemon movie, Pokemon Arceus and the Jewel of Life. This final installment in a 3-movie story arc reveals that legendary Arceus is at the center of the recent disruptions in the Pokemon world. First, the epic battle that threatened to tear a hole in the space-time continuum took place between Dialga and Palkia. Then Giratina, the sole defender of the reverse world, had to take action to protect the precarious balance of its home and the Pokemon world. Now, Minshina Town is at the heart of the action. The town has a long history and checkered past in relation to the mighty Arceus. After Arceus granted to townspeople some of its power as the Jewel of Life, they betrayed the Pokemon. Ash and his friends, accompanied by their new companion Sheena, traveled in time with Dialga's help to right the mistakes of the town's ancestors before the world crumbles under the power of Arceus' rage. Will they be able to fix the mistakes of the past? What will really happen in the past? Did Sheena's ancestors truly betray Arceus? Watching the stunning finale to the trilogy when all of the secrets of the previous 2 movies will be revealed. I feel like I need to rewatch the 10th movie because I don't remember that one for shit. I don't remember 9 and 10 very well, I think. But I remember this movie very well, for the most part. I remember Silver Water for some reason being the answer to their question. Please let me run. I can't run! Fuck off. Alright, fine, I'll kill you. I didn't want to train them against other Pokemon. Punk. So yeah, the plot section of everything. Yeah, I still don't understand why the Silver Water worked, but I guess it's like a holy reference or something. But thousands of years in the past, the alpha Pokemon Arceus came to Earth to retrieve the Jewel of Life that had loaned to a man named Deimos. Deimos, however, betrayed Arceus and attacked it with a large army of Pokemon. After presumably killing Deimos with judgment, Arceus went to sleep, vowing to judge all humans when it next returns based on Deimos' actions. After walking through a patch of long grass, Ash and his friends reached a beautiful area called Minchina Town, deciding to take the chance to relax. Everyone sends out their Pokemon and makes the most out of the idyllic surroundings. As they are playing in the river, 3 watermelons float towards them. The gang looked forward to eating them when a boy named Kato and a girl named Kiko come to claim the watermelons. As they belonged to them, but they washed away when they were left in the river to cool. Everyone is disappointed, so Kato and Kiko make them a deal. Ash and his friends can have them if they could beat them in a tag battle, taking on Kato and Kiko's Heracross and Beautifly. Ash and Dawn use Pikachu and Piplup. Although the battle's hard fought, the teamwork between trainers and Pokemon shines through, and Ash and Dawn win, but decides to share the watermelons with Kato and Kiko and all the Pokemon. Later, Kato and Kiko recommend that they go to Minchina's town famous ruins. I feel like it's a bit fucked up that they forced them to battle just because they found a watermelon and just set the finders keepers rules. That's kind of fucked, but at least they shared. 1381. Oh, level 50, wow. Alright, 2 more levels for Tri-Shout's training. Where was I? Ripple starts to emerge from another part of time and space, which causes a spatial distortion to open near the gang. Although Brock is able to hold on to Ash and Dawn, Piplup and Pikachu, I read that backwards, are swept away, and although Piplup is able to stop the two from being immediately sucked in by using Bubble Beam to stop the momentum, it appears all is lost for the two. Suddenly, a girl named Sheena arrives and calls Dialga, the Pokemon that rules over time, to come and help. Dialga saves Pikachu and Piplup from being sucked into the distortion, and after returning to the Pokemon to their trainers, then uses Roar of Time to close it up. Everyone is amazed to see the legendary Dialga hovering above them, and even more so that Sheena was able to summon and communicate with it. Yeah, that is pretty crazy, actually. Suddenly, another Ripple starts to emerge from the river, and Giratina emerges from it. The Renegade Pokemon immediately attacks Dialga. Still enraged over the damage done to its world, everyone can't believe that Giratina is still after Dialga and plead with it to stop. Sheena attempts to use her special ability to touch a Pokemon's heart to reach and calm Giratina. However, Giratina is so full of rage that her attempts fail and she is caught by her partner Kevin. Ash runs towards where Giratina is battling Dialga in the river and pleads with it to stop. Giratina stares at Ash for a few seconds and remembers that Ash was the person that saved its life before. Giratina angers dissipates, and Sheena takes the chance to reach Giratina using her powers and convinces that Dialga has been misunderstood and shouldn't be battled. Giratina understands and immediately returns to its dimension. So it is kind of funny that around this part that Ash is like, wait, Giratina, why do you still have a fucking problem with Dialga, dude? What the fuck? You didn't even attack Palkia, because Palkia wasn't even in the last movie. Could you let me go, motherfucker? What the hell's your issue? The fuck is your problem? Ow! Asshole. Okay, hopefully I didn't count Ditto last time in my count, because I know I'd done that before and I corrected it, but let's go heal. Super Potion. Hold on. Let's give it a Citrus Berry. I only got 2 left. What? Damn it. 44! Holy shit. Is the range up to like 10 through 50? What the fuck? Okay, where was I? Sheena and Kevin introduced themselves to everyone. And Sheena explains that she can connect with the Pokemon's heart and communicate with them. Sheena is especially curious about Ash and Pikachu, as she recalls a legend that a thunder creature and its master once changed the course of Mischievous Town's history, and asks the gang to accompany her. Naturally, Brock moves in with yet another misguided romantic attempt, claiming that Sheena helped to remove the pain that was caused by a scraped elbow. Unfortunately for Brock, the pain is delivered right back courtesy of Croagunk's poison jab. That's like the best way they put it. I've seen that, like, you know, throughout these stories, instead of Misty pulling the ear or Max pulling the ear, like that's pretty well written, I would say. As Croagunk drags the truly hopeless romantic Brock away, suddenly another distortion appears, and Dialga is caught in the resulting water spout traps Dialga, and the distortion starts to drag it away. Suddenly another portal appears, and from it emerges Palkia, the Pokemon that rules over space. Palkia uses Spatial Ren to free Dialga and close the distortion. And Sheena communicates with them both and uses her amazing powers to end the conflict between them for good. Both Pokemon have settled their differences to return to their dimensions inside the ruins. Sheena and Kevin show everyone the time-space axis, which they use to monitor disruptions in the space-time continuum. With the help of Axis, Sheena and Kevin were present when Palkia returned to Alamos Town to his correct location, and also were able to investigate the glacier that was damaged during the conflict with Zero. Sheena and Kevin explained that various worlds that exist, the human world, which is supported by Giratina's reverse world, then the temporal and spatial worlds inhabited by Dialga and Palkia, they were all said to have been created by the mythical Pokemon Arceus. Recently, Arceus has begun to awaken, which has caused ripples in the space-time continuum. As a result, the temporal and spatial worlds intersected with each other. Both Dialga and Palkia believed that the other had attempted to invade their territory, which caused a battle that almost destroyed Alamos Town. As a result of the battle, the reverse world was damaged, causing Giratina to be drawn into the conflict. Sheena explained that she was unable to reach Giratina's heart due to it being filled with anger. Meanwhile, at the center of space-time, Arceus awakens and begins his journey to the human world. Although the conflict between Dialga and Palkia has been resolved, according to Axis, it is nearly time for Arceus to emerge and deliver his judgment upon the world. Sheena tells the legend that once the planet was in danger of being destroyed by meteorites. However, Arceus helped to destroy the meteorites, but in the process lost the 16 life plates that normally helped it defend against any possible attack. Arceus' death appeared to be inevitable when a man named Deimos helped Arceus retrieve the plates and ensure its survival. At the time, Mischievous Town was desolate wasteland, but Arceus, in the gratitude of being saved, used 5 of its plates to create the Jewel of Life. Please let me run. Okay, cool. Which helped transform the wasteland into a paradise. Arceus puts his own life at risk to create the Jewel of Life. However, when the day came that Deimos was supposed to return, he instead betrayed Arceus and attacked it. He believed that returning the Jewel of Life would doom Mischievous Town and cause it to return it to its previous state. Arceus, filled with unspeakable fury, has been betrayed by Deimos after risking its life to help him. Destroyed the shrine. Wait, what? Destroyed the shrine, but was injured, so was forced to sleep and recover. But it was known that eventually Arceus would return and unleash his wrath upon the planet. I feel like I misread all of that. What the fuck? Okay, let me start from here. Arceus, filled with unspeakable fury, had been betrayed by Deimos after risking his life to help him. Destroyed the shrine but was injured, so it was forced to sleep and recover, but it was known that eventually Arceus would return and unleash his wrath upon the planet. I feel like I don't know if they didn't put certain commas or something, because that was the whole sentence, how I read it. Sheena then tells everyone an astonishing fact: Deimos is her ancestor. However, she plans to try to calm Arceus by returning the Jewel of Life, which is in her possession. Suddenly, the time-space axis begins to chime and shake violently, signifying Arceus' re-emergence. Arceus arrives on the human world and, still filled with fury over his previous betrayal, begins to pass down its judgment. It sends a sphere into the air, from which several energy beams emerge and begin to destroy Minshina Town in the ruins. Suddenly, Arceus sees Sheena and she apologizes for Deimos' despicable actions in the past and humbly returns the Jewel of Life. Arceus calms briefly before suddenly becoming even more enraged than before as it steps on the Jewel of Life, shattering into pieces. Arceus furiously tells Sheena that the Jewel of Light was made up of itself and cannot be broken. The one Sheena had possession of was a fake, as we got ourselves another egg to hatch. This is 110. How do you... I forgot how I spelled it. I think like that. I don't know. I know that most of these are spelled wrong, and some of these aren't even completed in a full word, but let's go claim the other one. But yeah, I remember this movie a lot. I don't recall what fucking type plates he used. I want to say it's like fire, water, grass, ground, and dragon. I could be wrong, because I think that's what it was implied. It was like the dragon spirit or whatever. Let's go ahead and put you and check you out. We got special defense up, defense is down, runaway ability, gentle nature, likes to relax. Alright. Okie dokie. Let's go get this egg. So we got basically an hour and a half left till the stream ends. Essentially, I imagine that the character after I read the whole movie is gonna take a long ass time too, so we'll see how far we get with all of this. Yeah, let's just go continue. Where was I? So Sheena had possession of what was a fake, was the last part I think I left off on. Taking this as a sign that humanity cannot possibly be trusted, Arceus destroys the ruins, sending Team Rocket, who has rather grand plans of stealing the Jewel of Life and capturing Arceus, falling into the river below. Minshina Town continues to crumble beneath Arceus' might until Dialga Palkia... hold on, let me count this. 1382. Falling into the river below, Minshina Town continues to crumble beneath Arceus' might until Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina return to stop it. Palkia is able to subdue Arceus long enough to allow Dialga to send everyone, but Kevin... that's such an awkward sentence. Long enough to allow Dialga to send everyone but Kevin back in time to alter the past. When the group arrives, they see Deimos enter the temple with the Jewel of Life on staff. Following him, they all witness as he betrays Arceus as already known. However, it becomes apparent that another man who is dressed in a red toga controls a Heatran, and a Bronzong wearing strange armor is also involved. Furthermore, Deimos appears to be under hypnosis of some sort. When Arceus violently counterattacks, Ash and his friends nearly fall to their deaths, along with Deimos and the other man. But Sheena quickly prays to Dialga again and manages to get it to send them back a bit further in time. So, yeah, this I have a issue with, is the fact that when I see this movie, and I mentioned it last time, I don't like that Heatran is alongside Bronzong. Heatran is a legendary Pokemon. Why the fuck is it like in equal terms to a Bronzong? He's not even a pseudo legendary. And like I said, I think a better fit for this man in the red toga, I forget his name too at the moment, but I feel like Bronzong and Claydol makes more sense for him, like floating two ancient relics of a Pokemon to be used. It makes way more sense than Heatran and Nosepads. Like, imagine if a fucking A Regigigas was along with the Bronzong, or a fucking, I don't even know, like a Galarian Moltres right next to this Bronzong. Like, that doesn't equate, does it? That doesn't fit in anybody's head. And it honestly feels like a lot of the time that Pokemon forgets about Heatran, and I feel like I should make a video on this in the future, on like the most forgettable legendary Pokemon. Because I only feel like the only thing that I would say when it comes to Heatran is like the people kind of keeps it alive because it does well competitively, at least it used to be. That a lot of people like to use it in the competitive scene and such. But Pokemon Company doesn't remember this fucking Pokemon. Because I swear I remember this episode, I think it was in 4th gen or something, or maybe in a different generation, that Heatran was quite literally in the same line trying to register inside the Pokemon League next to a trainer. It's like, what the fuck? He just casually just there, no big deal. And he's not even the front part of the line, he's like 4th or some shit. It makes no sense. And I'm all like, dog, are you really forgetting the fact that he's a legendary Pokemon and he's in the line like if he's registering for the DMV? What the fuck? But anyway, let's go continue onward. That's just my TED Talk. Again, I think I already said a TED Talk earlier joke. Meanwhile, in the present day, Arceus is gaining the upper hand in its battle against the 3 Pokemon of Myth and the strain of sending the group back in time causing Dialga to faint. Ash, Brock, and Dawn and Sheena arrived in the afternoon several hours before Deimos' betrayal. A group of armed soldiers surrounds them, and the man in the toga appears with his Bronzong and has it use hypnosis on everyone but Sheena. As we got another one, 1383. Okay, I think we got one more Fire Punch in us, and then we could go to the Pokemon Center. And we might have to retweet. Where was I? Hold on. The girl attempts to warn him of what is going to happen, garnering the man's interest, so he orders his guards to take the others away while he interrogates Sheena. Ash, Brock, and Dawn are thrown in jail cell, guarded by an old man, and soon realizes they are sharing the same space with Deimos, who appears jovial, and in control of himself. Unlike what had previously been seen, the group's initial reaction to him is overwhelmingly negative, to which he takes offense. As he should. What the fuck? Why are they pissed off already? Just because they saw the future and you kind of betrayed God? Like, what do you even mean? After hearing what they were imprisoned by a man with a Bronzong, Deimos identifies himself as Marcus. Thinking back, Brock realizes that Marcus and Bronzong were present at the scene of Deimos' betrayal and theorized that Marcus was the real mastermind, that he was controlling Deimos through Bronzong's hypnosis. Okay, my bad. The fucking advertisement just jumped it up. The game explains that they're from the future, which Ash demonstrates by briefly sending out Monferno. Okay, hold on, pause. Imagine that in the past you send out a Pokemon that you perceive to only be existing in the future. And they're like, why do you send out the fuck? We seen a Rattata before. That shit's common as fuck, and that exists in the past. Like, imagine you send him out. It's like, this is a Pokemon from the future. Go Rattata. It's like, what the fuck are you on, bro? We seen a Rattata plenty of times. Or like, you know, maybe the other way around. Maybe like, you know, you could see it as a joke that it happens, that they send out a Psyduck and they're like, what the fuck is that thing? Oh, and then they kind of worship it in a way. They're like, whoa, that's the Pokemon of the future? No way. I feel like a Monferno, like if, like, cause Infernape is based on Son Goku, right? Or Son Wukong. So, like, with that logic of what it's based on, like, I don't see why it wouldn't be a Pokemon that, I don't know, I feel like it would exist in the past. Like, if it's a, there should be a Sun Wukong, you know, relevance in the Pokemon world culturally, I imagine. So I don't see why not. So I don't know. I mean, Deimos might not have seen every Pokemon, so like he could have just reacted to Monferno a bit differently. Anyway, Deimos is amazed by the Pokeball, technology that doesn't exist in this time, and believes their story and starts to tell them his. Deimos explains that in the past he was traveling through the wasteland that was Michina Town when he witnessed the destruction of the meteor by Arceus and found it when it was nearly killed by losing the life plates. After searching the area, he found one of the life plates and returned it to the alpha Pokemon. As a result, Arceus began to heal and all the other life plates were able to return to their owner, completely restoring Arceus' strength. Although Arceus was healthy, the same couldn't be said for Michina Town. The land was barren and lifeless, and it appeared that Deimos and the other inhabitants wouldn't survive the coming winter. Arceus, wishing to help the person that had helped it when it was near death, decided to grant Deimos to use its plates. First, it handed over the plates that harnessed the power of ground, grass, water, and then bound them together with the power of electricity, and then increased their powers with the force of the dragon and formed the Jewel of Life. Okay, so it turned out to be 5. Wait. Oh, okay. No, I said fire before. So it's grass, ground, water, electricity, and dragon. Okay, I was one off. That isn't bad, I think. That's pretty good. Just like remembering it. I mean, I guess I should have known fire wouldn't. I mean, I thought that like the base elements or whatever. With the Jewel of Life, Michina Town was soon flourishing with life. Crops were plentiful and the entire area was a beautiful sight. Arceus returned to visit and was happy to see Deimos doing so much good, but explained that the Jewel of Life must return at the date of the next solar eclipse, as its life was in danger while it was parted from any of its life plates. Deimos then built a shrine to Michina Town Savior and ends the story insisting that he has every intention of returning the jewel. Marcus, meanwhile, is hosting Sheena at a dinner. She explains everything to him, that Deimos is going to betray Arceus and cause the world to be placed in danger. So Marcus agrees to assist her in stopping him. That Deimos is going to be... Oh, wait, I almost reread the same thing. He then walks over to an area obscured by his Heatran and secretly removes the Jewel of Life from its staff before presenting Sheena with the empty staff. Sheena, unknowingly of Marcus' true nature, goes off willingly with them to the temple. Yeah, it's because I looked up is why I almost got distracted and stuff, so yeah, there's that. Just in the nick of time, a spiky-eared Pichu that Deimos had previously befriended, through use of the same ability Sheena possesses, appears and gives them the jail cell's keys so that they can escape. Again, I forgot that this fucking spiky-eared Pichu existed. I mean, I've seen the movie before, but I think I do remember a Cyndaquil being in there and a Totodile. I think it's because the whole reason for this was because this was the beginning of Heart Gold and Soul Silver in that era. I'm pretty sure. And that's why they showed the Johto starters, and I think Chikorita was somewhere else. I could be wrong. It could be Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita along with the spiky-eared Pichu. But I remember specifically that the spiky-eared Pichu was supposed to be a Pokemon Rangers thing. I don't know if this particular Pichu is, though. Hold on, let me take the time to retweet right quick. Let's see here. I'll just retweet the shiny one. I can't even tell. Wait, hold on. Let me refresh the page. There's no way that they didn't see that. Come on, Twitter. 100 people saw it. Wow, nice. I don't think even an iota of people stopped by to check it out, but good nonetheless. That's still good traction. It's not bad. All right, so. Oh shit, my bad. I went. I thought I was already at the spot. At the temple, the eclipse begins, and Arceus enters, wondering why Deimos isn't the one returning the Jewel of Life. Sheena tells Arceus that Deimos is not coming as he planned to betray it. Arceus is shocked that his friend would ever turn against him, and Sheena attempts to give the jewel to it, only for Marcus to initiate the attack. I think, because I could tell by just reading it that, you know, if people are just hearing me that they might be confused by this. Sheena was separated from the Ash group. Ash and the rest of the group is talking to actual Deimos, and Sheena spent most of her time with Marcus. So Sheena doesn't have the perspective and understanding that Deimos was going to return it and was not hypnotized, and doesn't know about this theory. She's under the impression that he's still going to betray Arceus. So that's kind of her whole deal. In case you want a refresher on that. Hold on, let's see. Where was I? Arceus is shocked that his friend would ever turn against him, and Sheena attempts to give the jewel to it, only for Marcus to initiate the attack. However, this time the attack proceeds differently, as Marcus has altered the attack plan based on Sheena's information. This time, as well as attacking Arceus with the other controlled Pokemon, he begins to pour silver water onto Arceus, which instantly hardens around it. Ash groups arrives and Sheena meets Deimos for the first time. While Ash confronts the true villain, he and Dawn attempts to battle Heatran and Bronzong, which is a crazy sentence. But both are far too powerful. Instead, he attempts to defeat Marcus with the hand-to-hand combat. This also fails, but Marcus drops the jewel. Okay, also pause. Like, okay, if it's supposed to be perceived that Marcus Pokemon are supposed to be way too strong for them, and maybe it's supposed to be the other way around, it's like, why is Bronzong hanging out with Heatran? Why didn't they partner him up with like a Regigigas or something? Maybe because he was in the 11th movie or something like that? Because that's the only other 4th gen mon that would make kind of sense, right? But at the same time, not really. I don't know. There was Cresselia too, but it would have felt weird because Cresselia's always kind of been depicted as a good guy. And then there's like, you know, Shaman and Fiona, but why the fuck would Marcus use Fiona? So yeah, there wasn't really much options for legendaries. I still think they could have done Claydol and Dusclops. Or, Bronzong. I can't even talk. He attempts to defeat Marcus with hand-to-hand combat. This also fails, but Marcus drops the jewel. It is nearly lost, but Ash manages to recover it, as we got another Eevee. That is 1385. There we go. Meanwhile, Deimos and Sheena attempt to get to Arceus. However, the two are almost killed by the silver water, but luckily Brock arrives and has Sudowoodo use Hammer Arm on the ground, creating a chasm for the water to fall into. Arceus, meanwhile, is losing strength under the force of Marcus' attack, and without some of its life plates, begin to die from the constant bombardment. Please let me go. Okay, thank you. Deimos and Sheena combine their power and manage to touch the heart of Deimos Pokemon, which are being controlled by the armor they wear. Ash and Dawn have Pikachu and Piplup destroy the armor on Heatran and Bronzong with Iron Tail and Peck. The assault frees them and they turn on Marcus while the other Pokemon stop their attack. Marcus smugly declares that even if he fails, Arceus will still die, and the future that Ash and his friends came from will cease to exist, meaning they will no longer exist as well. True to his words, Pikachu soon vanishes and Ash begins to vanish as well as he attempts to return the Jewel of Life to the nearly dead Arceus. Deimos manages to reach the last spark of life in Arceus' heart, giving it enough strength to reabsorb the jewel and completely recover. With Marcus' plan thwarted, Pikachu is restored to life as the area collapses. Why the fuck did Pikachu almost die first? What the kind of bullshit is that? Ash should have died first. I don't know. Arceus saved the group as well as Deimos' Pokemon, freeing the Pokemon in the process, then returned Ash's group to their proper time. Arriving back in the present day, it appears that the things have become peaceful due to the changes in the past. However, this is not the case. Arceus has completely defeated Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. He just 1v3 them in one. what the fuck, and is preparing its final judgment attack to destroy all Michina Town. Ash cries out to it, begging it to remember that everything was fixed in the past, and just before the attack's destruction begin, Arceus remembered that this is true and it halts its rampage. The changes to the past finally catch up to the present, restoring Michina Town to normal and healing the Pokemon of Myth. Later, as the sun sets over Michina Town, the gang bid farewell to Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina as they return of their dimensions. Brock is confused as Michina Town is still flourishing despite the Jewel of Life being returned. But Arceus explains that Deimos and the other devoted their entire lives to make sure Michina Town remained beautiful. Also, Sheena finds a new monument upon which there's an engraving of Ashton and Brock and Sheena, as well as message of thanks from Deimos himself. Sheena begins to cry, now finally knowing the full truth about the ancestors she was ashamed of. Arceus says his goodbyes to everyone, but not before noting that for the first time it truly feels it belongs to the world they inhabited. As the credits, it is revealed that Marcus went on to become an employee of Deimos as steward of the temple. And Alamos Town, Tonio and Alice fly in a hot air balloon while Baron Alberto attempts to follow them. Darkrai is seen looking over the town in a later scene as in Prison Zero. And in Prison Zero is seen being visited by Newton Graceland and received a copy of Enfy that survived the Mega Riggs wreck, much to his delight. Shaman is also seen looking out to a sunrise with a smile. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina and Arceus are shown in their respective worlds, finally being able to live in peace once again. Meanwhile, Team Rocket decides to steal some watermelons, only to come across a disguised Voltorb, which sends them blasting off. Ashton and Brock continue their journey through Sinnoh. Alright. And for the featured Pokemon, as there's a picture where it says Arceus and the 3 Pokemon of the Myth, is Arceus glowing gold, Dialga glowing blue, and Palkia glowing pink, and Giratina is just flying because he could just fly. With the sky background. The featured Pokemon is Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia, and Giratina. Major events, it just shows the Diamond and Pearl timeline, so we'll skip that. Debuts, humans, is Palmer's who debuts. And there's also Arceus, Heatran, and Spiky-Eared Pichu. Characters, Ashton, Brock, and their Pokemon. They're just standing there in a grassy field with trees surrounding them. Humans, Ashton, Brock, Jesse James, Officer Jenny, Cynthia, Palmer, Sheena, Kevin, Deimos, Marcus, Tap, Kato, Kiko, Marcus Soldiers, Michina Town's residents, Alice, Tonio, Baron Alberto, Zero, Newton Graceland, Aroma Lady, for some reason says cameo, mother and daughter, which I think they kept saying that they were throughout the whole trilogy, I think. Well, maybe not. I think they're from different movies. They were in the last movie, at least, I know that much. Pokemon, there's Pikachu, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Piplup, Staraptor, Grotto, Monferno, Buizel, Gliscor, Baniri, Pachirisu, Mamoswine, Sudowoodo, Krogan, Capini, Garchomp, Milotic, Chimchar, Heracross, Beautifly, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, which there's apparently 2 Nidokings. It says Deimos. These are all Deimos Pokemon. Okay, well there's Eevee right here. Take care of you. And that is 1386. Okay, so let me start from the top when it comes to Deimos Pokemon. There's 2 Nidokings, 2 Nidoqueens, 5 Electrikes, 5 Manectrics, 4 Baltoys, 3 Claydolls, 5 Lanoons, 4 Nosepasses, 3 Probopasses, 4 Absols, 2 Explouds, 3 Luxrays, Heatran, Bronzong, Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Pichu, the spiky-eared Pichu one, Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile, multiple Rattata, Shaman, Darkrai, Igglybuff, Venomoth, Dusknoir, Tauros, Cubone, Marowak, 2 Geodudes, Graveler, 2 Golems, multiple Nidoran female and Nidoran males, Nidorina, Nidorino, Ninjask, multiple Combee, multiple Pidgeys,
Pidgeotto, Pidgeot, and then these are multiple of Sandshrew, Sandslash, Sentret, Furret, Stantler, Yanma, and Oddish that are all multiple of Gloom, Vileplume, Two Blossoms, Bellsprout, Victory Bell, Badoo, Roselia, Roserade, Sunkern, Sunflora, Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, Kyogre, Groudon, Manaphy. And then others, Entei, the cameo, I still don't fucking know who the hell that is. And yeah, that's for the most part. Let's see. Events, Arceus distribution, artwork. I remember this actually. I wish I was here on time for that. Shiny Pichu were distributed to those who pre-ordered their movie tickets in Japan. These Pichu were later made available in GameStop stores in America, as well as over Wi-Fi for international games. These Pichu allow players to obtain the spiky-eared Pichu when they take the Shiny Pichu to Ilex Forest. Wait, what? Ilex Forest? I didn't heard of that shit. Well, I know about the forest. I didn't know that you have to take the shiny spiky-eared Pichu to the forest. Wait, no, I'm confused. No. It's a shiny Pichu, and you need this shiny Pichu in order to get spiky-eared Pichu, right? But I didn't think it involved the Ilex Forest. These Pichu allow players to obtain the spiky-eared Pichu when they take the shiny Pichu to Ilex Forest. What the fuck? I don't understand. Maybe it's implied because it's from the past and like Dialga, you know, took you to the past, that Celebi is the one that brings it to the future to be used. That's interesting, but that's the pre-order distribution. That's interesting though. Movie distribution, Arceus knowing Roar, Time, Spatial Rend, and Shadow Force, the signature moves of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, respectively, as well as Judgment. Its own signature move were distributed in theaters in Japan and Toys R Us stores in America. Most notably, these Arceus allow players to obtain a level 1 Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina at the Sinjo Ruins when transferred to Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think this was the event where you could hatch an egg, and that shit was bonkers. That's probably one of the best events that happened, to be honest. Like, besides like the whole Celebi time traveling thing and battling Giovanni and stuff like that, that's probably prime, like, you know, DLC distribution shit. That was the prime time, dude. That was amazing. Just the fact that you could battle Giovanni, see some context with like Silver talking to Giovanni and all that stuff, the egg hatching and just seeing how it makes it, and like, you know, just all space and time just shedding itself, just making one egg hatch, and I don't know, it's insane. Yeah, I wish I saw that in person, but I remember seeing videos of it. Soundtrack, Arceus to a Conquering Space Time Music Collection. Manga, Arceus and the Jewel of Life manga. We're at the trivia section now though. This movie was released between DP 135 and DP 136 in Japan. The director and producers went to Greece in August 2008 to use the country as a basis for the movie's fiction setting. I don't know why I can't read that word. Fictitious. Among the locations they visited were the Acropolis, Mycenae, Delphi, and Meteora. Which I know I didn't say more than half of those right, but yeah. The movie was confirmed in Japanese cinemas in July 2008 at the end of the credits of the predecessor, Giratina and the Sky Warrior, with the teaser that showed Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia ready to battle over ruins that resembled the Spear Pillar. Though it has happened to Ash's friends before, this is the first time Ash himself travels through time. Oh. The longest solar eclipse in the 21st century was visible from Japan just days after the premiere of this movie, which uses the astronomical event as a herald of Arceus' approach. That's pretty smart. That's really cool, actually. They could easily use that. That's free marketing right there. Oh, Arceus is coming. It's fucking the solar eclipse, dog. This is the first movie that shows a legendary Pokemon that appeared in two previous movies, in this case Dialga from The Rise of Darkrai and Giratina and the Sky Warrior. This is also the second movie that shows legendary Pokemon that appeared in her previous movie, Palkia from The Rise of Darkrai and Giratina from Giratina and the Sky Warrior, as well as Dialga, who was in both. Dialga was in all three movies. Palkia wasn't even in the last movie. I was kind of tempted to put Palkia in the short as well, but I went against it. Maybe in like the movie or some shit, I don't know, in the sci-fi movie. Let's see. This is the first movie to debut in the United States in the same year as it debuted in Japan. That makes 2009 the first year when 2 Pokemon movies debuted in the US. I think I remember that. This was around the time when I got back into Pokemon, because like Platinum got me back, and like Pokemon Ranger Shadow of Almia. Much as was standard in the original series movies, this movie's English opening is the same as the corresponding season, which has not occurred since Lucario and the Mystery Mew. Let's see here. This is the third movie in which Ash and his friends do not encounter Team Rocket. I guess that's true, yeah. Ash, Dawn, and Brock can be seen wearing their winter clothing briefly during the end credits. This marks the first and only time they have been seen to be wearing it since departing from Stone Point City. The scenes in the credits where Team Rocket is trying to steal watermelons and coming across as a disguised Voltorb is reminiscent to a scene in What You Seed is What You Get, where they were blasted off by a Voltorb's evolution Electrode. Apart from its brief appearance in the prologue and end credits, Giratina only appears in its altered form throughout the movie. However, its origin form was seen briefly before it transformed to fight Dialga. I think I remember that, yeah. To date, this is the Pokemon movie with the longest distance between its United States premiere date and its DVD release date. It premiered in the United States on November 20th, 2009, and was released on DVD on February 1st, 2011, 14 and a half months later. Despite the movie airing in 1080i high definition in the US, the actual US movie release is only in DVD format, which is only in 480p standard definition. As of this movie, every single Pokemon in Generation 1 through 4 has appeared in either an animated series episode or a movie, except for Porygon's evolved forms, which wouldn't appear until 3 years later. Huh. That's interesting. I hope that... I don't know. I feel like they're probably... I mean, I kind of want to know more so which Pokemon hasn't been on a movie, so we could give like them some love or something, you know? The Japanese title card referred to the movie as Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl Platinum, the movie Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time. Let's see. Errors is the new section we're in. When Jessie holds the Jewel of Life in her hands after discovering it in the staff during their fall, the Jewel of Life is reattached to the staff. When spiky-eared Pichu, Pikachu, and Piplup are sneaking around the beams, when they come to the beams over the silver water, one shot shows Piplup edging its way next to the wall, but the next shot shows it on the middle of the beam over the silver water. Okay. As Arceus is shining in a green color, removing the armor of the Pokemon, an Electrike and Nosepass are seen in the place of Manectric and Probopass, making it look like if the Pokemon had de-evolved. Oh. When Ash and his friends first go back in time, Sheena tells them that they went back to when Deimos made his promise to Arceus. The day they went back to The day they went back to, however, was when he betrayed Arceus. Wait, hold on, I'm confused. When Ash and his friends first go back in time, Sheena tells them that they went back to when Deimos made his promise to Arceus. The day they went back to, however, was when he betrayed Arceus. Oh, I see what they're saying. They thought that... Okay. Like, before the whole betrayal thing, when he made his promise to begin with, was like... however long before that. Among the Pokemon attacking Arceus was Shockwave were Baltoy and Claydol, despite both unable to legally learn the move. That kept, like, you know, crossing my mind too. Was that fucking Marcus Pokemon? He had like a fucking like Lanoons and stuff like that, and I'm all like, Lanoon is not the way to go if you want to hold down Arceus of all things. You know what I mean? I'm not really sure where they came up with this plan. It's like, oh, we'll use Silver Water and all the Pokemon, like the army. Let's just Shockwave him, bro. Let's just Shockwave him, even though he could easily turn into a ground type. Except I don't think he can, actually, because he kind of gave up his ground plate. So I guess, yeah, okay, I kind of understand now. I don't understand the Silver Water stuff, though. Anyway, Giratina uses two different colored Will-O-Wisps. One is red and the other one is blue. When the movie was broadcast on German TV, the credits were omitted. In the Brazilian Portuguese dub, when Nishina is talking to Giratina after it calms down, she says Dialga instead of Giratina. As we get 1387. In the Polish dub, when Ash asks about the mission of ruins, Kiko's voice is absent. Also, when Team Rocket watches Ash and his friends at the lake, Jesse's first sentence is also absent. Okay, well, am I missing one or no? I don't know. Dub edits. High Touch 2009 is replaced by Battle Cry Stand Up as the opening theme. In the English language dub of the film, Arceus' line of Prepare of Judgment, as it uses judgment, is changed to Prepare for Justice. This edit was very likely done to avoid a religious reference. A Tin of the Heart is replaced by If We Only Learn, This Is a Beautiful World, and I'll Always Remember You as the ending themes. In the original Japanese version, Brock calls Dialga and Palkia Pokemon who are called like a god. In the English dub, he just refers to them as legendary Pokemon. This edit was likely done to avoid religious connotations. In the English dub, Jesse refers to them as the time-space Pokemon. In the original Japanese version, Brock holds Sheena's hand when he talks about love with her. This is removed in the English dub. In the English dub, though, Arceus says that the Jewel of Life cannot break at all. In the original Japanese version, Arceus says that it doesn't break as easily as it did. In the English dub, while talking to Deimos about his betrayal of Arceus, Don says that everyone in Mishina believes he is evil. In the original Japanese version, it is stated that only Ash and his friends found him to be a bad man. In the original Japanese version, after Ash and his friends return to the present day, Arceus recognizes Ash when he sees him. In the English dub, Arceus initially wonders who he is. Like when he went back from time, or what does it mean? I don't know. Hold on, let me reread that. In the original Japanese version, after Ash and his friends return to the present day, Ash recognizes Ash when he sees him. In the English dub, Arceus initially wonders who he is. Why would he wonder who he is if he's coming? What? That doesn't make any sense. They saw before he jumped over in time. 1388. Okay, well that's interesting. Level 49 for you. What moves are you learning? Air Slash. How much power does that have? 75 compared to my... Wait, bounce says 85, but it's physical. I'll just get rid of Air Cutter, honestly. I might need the physical move, that's why. Okay. And that's basically it for Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Let me see if I could go check the manga section of it. Let's see. I don't recall if it's before the Pokemon section or not. I might have missed it, fuck. Wait, hold on. Did I miss it? Where's Where's the fucking manga section? Okay, yeah, I think it's more below. Maybe around here? There it is. Okay, Arceus and the Jewel of Life manga. Usually the manga portions of these aren't that long and they don't have everything. But yeah, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, Arceus to a Conquering Space-Time is the manga adaptation of the movie of the same name. It is adapted by Makoto Mizobushi. And publications, there's nothing there. There's actually multiple chapters in 2 parts here. Well, I don't know, 2 different sets of names. 1, Arceus Rage, 2, A World-Changing Decision, and then Japanese chapter names. Chapter 1, The Climax of the Battle of the Gods. 2, The Battle of the Gods reaches its climax. The creation Pokemon finally appears. 3, Witness the Battle of the God Pokemon with your own eyes. Go through time and space to save the world. And yeah, differences between the movie and the manga. Let's see how much there is. There's quite a bit, but it's not like that much. Let's see here. The characters of Kato, Kiko, and Tap, several of Marcus' servants, and the Johto first partner Pokemon are not present in the manga. At the beginning of the film, all of Ash, Dawn, and Brock's Pokemon are sent out to play, which leads into the battle against Kato and Kiko for the watermelons that the Pokemon find in the stream. In the manga, none of the Pokemon are sent out upon arriving Michina town. And with Kato and Kiko removed, there is no battle, although an allusion to this is made with Jesse, James, and Meowth for briefly seen eating watermelons. I said illusion, it's like with the A. I think it's like, although an illusion, like elusive? I don't know. In the film, the gang decides to go and visit the ruins to advise, on advice from Kato and Kiko, whereas in the manga, the gang decides to go after Brock reads about it in his guidebook. In the film, Arceus doesn't know who Sheena is until she tells it. In the manga, however, Arceus immediately recognizes her as a descendant of Deimos. In the film, Arceus used the power of its place to negate the attacks of Palkia and Giratina before hitting it by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. In the manga, Arceus is instead seen using its place to negate the simultaneous attacks of Dialga, Palkia, and Dawn's Piplup before being hit by Pikachu. Which I never understood, just because like this was before 6th gen. So like, you know, obviously after the 6th gen thing, you know, fairy types are introduced, and then there's a fairy plate and all that as we get another egg. Could this be the shiny? That is a no. Okay. So I don't know what the fuck it did to I'll just put that instead of it saying once, 111. But yeah, I don't know how exactly he countered their moves, because it looked like he changed to purple, which could be multiple things. It could be psychic, it could be poison, it could be like fucking ghost, who knows. None of which explains him resisting any of those moves, but that's just how they did it. Neutral nature, runaway ability, quirky, somewhat of a clown. Okay. 2 more and then the box fills up though. We got about 40 minutes left. Well, almost 45, a little bit. Let's take a look. And I don't know if we'll have time for, because I was thinking about covering Dawn today, but Dawn, if Paul was a lot and that damn near took me an hour to finish reading all of it, then it's for sure gonna take me a long time to finish Dawn, because Dawn has probably twice as much, because she was in every episode. In the film, Arceus uses the power of its place to negate the attacks of... Oh no, I already read that. Most of Team Rocket's appearances are left out of the manga throughout the movie. Team Rockets make multiple small appearances in the place where Ash and his friends are currently in the past, even discovering Marcus' staff or the real Jewel of Life that was hidden inside of it. And when the history is changed close to the end of the movie, they are shocked when the jewel disappears. In the manga, the only involvement to the events of the past Team Rocket makes is discovering Marcus' staff. They weren't shown discovering the Jewel of Life inside of the staff at any point, nor did they make any further appearance in the manga. There was like no thoughts in my head when I was reading that, by the way. I don't know if you guys could tell. And Marcus is spelled with Marcus in the manga with the M. Well, the spelling that I see here normally is Marcus, but when it says Marcus is spelled as Marcus, it's like Markus in the manga. The effect of Marcus Bronzong's hypnosis in the manga slightly differ from those of the movie. In the film, the hypnotized Deimos seems to be mindlessly obeying commands given to him, not showing signs of any kind of emotion, much like Ash and his friends when they were hypnotized. In the manga, however, the hypnotized Deimos act like a madman, constantly laughing evilly, seemingly laughing to see Arceus suffering. And yeah. 1389. On Ash and his friends, however, hypnosis had a rather different effect on the manga, putting them to sleep rather than hypnotizing them, much like the moves does in the games. When the gang are thrown in the prison cell in the manga, Ash and Dawn prove they're from the future by briefly sending out Monferno and Pachirisu to demonstrate the technology of the Pokeball, whereas in the film only Monferno was sent out. And yeah, okay, maybe it wasn't about Monferno coming up, but yeah, it's mostly about the Pokeball. So I guess that answers a few questions. I thought the people in the past has never seen a Monferno, or at least Marcus hasn't. In the film, during the flashback of how Deimos saved Arceus after it lost its life plates, Arceus is surrounded by wild Pokemon and Deimos is wearing an outfit more suited to the snowy climate. In the manga, there was no wild Pokemon present and Deimos was wearing its usual outfit. When the gang were captured by Marcus and thrown in the prison cell in the film, Pikachu and Piplup were separated from the others and thrown into a hold where Deimos' other Pokemon live from here. They were rescued by the spiky-haired Pichu, and after freeing a Chikorita Cyndaquil from their armor that forced them to work for the guards, retrieved the key to the cell with the help of Totodile and returned to the rescue to the others. In the manga, this entirely subplot is removed as Pikachu and Piplup are thrown in a cell alongside their trainers, and the spiky-eared Pichu simply turns up with the key, with no indication of how she retrieved it. When Marcus tells Sheena that she is to return the Jewel of Life, in the film he secretly removes the Jewel of Life from the staff before giving it to her, while in the manga he instead gives her a fake jewel to present to Arceus, which could be the same fake that Sheena attempted to return the Arceus in the future. In the film, trying to retrieve the Jewel of Life from Marcus, Ash and Dawn battled together against Marcus Heatran and Bronzong with Pikachu and Piplup, and eventually they released them from his control, with Piplup breaking Bronzong's controlling armor with Peck, while Pikachu does the same to Heatran by using Iron Tail in the manga. Ash battles against Marcus alone, using his Monferno and Pikachu, and turn to battle against Heatran, and eventually Pikachu breaks both Bronzong and Heatran's armors with Quick Attack. Let's see here. In the manga, the temple does not collapse as a result of the silver water flowing during the story's climax. Instead, it is damaged by a mechanism Marcus uses in a final kamikaze attack on Arceus. In the film, upon returning to the future, the gang finds the Arceus still fighting the three Pokemon of Myth and preparing to destroy Mishina before the changes in the timeline catch up to it, and it remembers the new history of events. I'm standing up now because I'm like damn near like nodding off for some reason. 1390 though. Let's see. Where was I? Shit. And it remembers the new history of events. In the manga, upon returning to the future, Arceus is no longer fighting the trio, with the changes in the timeline appearing to have taken immediate effect. I hope that's where I left off, I don't know. In the manga, the fact that Mishina still flourishes even though the Jewel of Light was returned to neither mention or explain. Oh yeah, and that's the end of that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that is the whole entirety of movie 12, Arceus and the Jewel of Life. You know, I've been reading all the movies thus far throughout these stream days, you know, while there's nobody talking to me in the chat or something like that. That's how I buy my time while doing this. And every single time we cover a movie, we also cover a character. So for Pokemon 1, we did Brock. Pokemon 2000, we did Misty. Pokemon 3, we did Richie. There was a different Mewtwo special, which I consider Pokemon 3.5, which is Mewtwo Returns, which I did Drake, which is from the Orange Leagues. Pokemon Forever, we did Tracy. Pokemon Heroes, we did a character named Harrison, which is like the Blaziken trainer. That's like the rival in Hoenn. Pokemon 6, we did Max, even though I really didn't want to. Pokemon 7, we did Tyson, which is the Swampert Hoenn trainer. Pokemon 8, we did Morrison, which is or no, I got it mixed up. I think Tyson. No, yeah. Wait, no. Wait, yeah. No, Tyson has Skeptile. That's what it is. He's the Meowth Puss in Boots trainer. Morrison is the one with the Swampert. And he keeps attacking with Beldum. That's like mostly his main. Pokemon 9, we did May. Pokemon 10, we did Barry. Pokemon 11, we did Paul. And for Pokemon 12, I think we're gonna do Dawn. So we'll read as much Dawn as we can, and then we'll finish it off, because I really doubt we're gonna finish it in less than an hour. So let's go do Dawn right quick. Let's see. Pokemon Dawn. Let's see here. Anime. So we'll get as far as we can. It might be a bit hard for me to read, because considering that I'm standing up, and like I don't have the phone at my face. Dawn, Japanese name Hikari, is one of the protagonists of Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl, and a former traveling companion of Ash. She is a Pokemon coordinator from Twin Leaf Town, whose goal is to become a great top coordinator like her mother, Joanna. Her first Pokemon was Piplup that she received from Professor Rowan. And yeah, if you guys want to follow along, you guys can by going to the Bulbapedia in the anime section. It's Dawn anime, not video game Dawn, because you'll have a different article. She returns in Pokemon Journeys the series as a veteran coordinator who becomes friends with Chloe and assisted Ash during several crises involving Team Rocket and Team Galactic. In animation history, the Pokemon the series pre-series, Dawn during her childhood is like little kid Dawn holding a +1 of Minun who doesn't look like they want to be hugged or picked up. Dawn grew up in Twin Leaf Town in the Sinnoh region with her mother Joanna, and was inspired to become a top coordinator just like her. Sometime later, she attended a kindergarten class where she met her friends Kenny and Leona. She also knew Barry and Noelle from before leaving Twin Leaf Town, but it is unclear how and when Dawn first met them. And yes, indeed, it's Dawn. Dawn revealed the story behind her nickname Dee, Japanese name Pikari. She explained that she, Kenny, and Leona has been selected as this week's Pokemon caretakers at the kindergarten and responsible for looking after the school's pets +1 Minun. While Kenny and Leona cleaned down the pen, Dawn hugged the two electric-type Pokemon tightly and received an electric shock as a result. This caused Dawn's hair to fizz out and sparkle, earning her the nickname Diamond Dandruff, or Dee for short, from then on. Many of her classmates called Dawn by the embarrassing nickname. This led to Dawn developing a fear of +1 mining. That does not make any sense to me. So yours... Okay, didn't they... Wait, I'm confused. What the fuck? Didn't they do a similar storyline with a couple of other people like this? Because wasn't May scared of Pokemon, supposedly? Because she swam with Tentacle and they were swimming by her, so she was scared of all Pokemon for some reason. And then, like, I think it was like Pokemon 7 or whatever, when we read about that, the kid, he was literally scared of all Pokemon in general, just period. And didn't get over it till the end of the movie, just because a bunch of Spheals and Celios just started running past him because they were scared of a fucking alien attack. And this fool was scared about every other Pokemon. No, but it doesn't, like, I don't even think kindergartners know the word dandruff or what that means or anything like that. So I don't, I mean, I'm sure there's a Japanese translation that it makes more sense. It's like, oh, it's like, you know, because Picari, it looks like the word Pikachu, so maybe electric hair, because I don't know if Pika means electric or some shit. Because Chew means mouse, right? So maybe it's something to do with that. But like, that's the best they could come up with for the English translation is diamond dandruff. That doesn't make any sense either way. I guess because of the sparkles and stuff. They could have said, I don't know, diamond dirty or some shit, dirty diamond. Because, like, you know, messy hair makes a person looks dirty, or maybe like they should have made the clothes more scuffed because it got electrocuted. Something like that, I don't know. That makes more sense to me than dandruff, because I don't think kids know what dandruff means. Unless they have dandruff, then they know what dandruff is. Because I don't think they're going to the aisles and reading, oh, 2-for-1 dandruff remover, or whatever. Looking at the shampoo section or some shit. Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Dawn began her Pokemon journey with an overconfident Piplup. She wasn't able to gain his trust at first, but after rescuing him from a swarm of Ariados, the two became friends. Unlike May, she knew from the beginning that she wanted to follow in her mother's footsteps and become a coordinator. That felt like a slap to the face of May, what the hell? Unlike May over here, she didn't want to be a coordinator at first. I think it's because, like, in May, like, a lot of people kept on, like, you know, leading her to be a trainer, just like Norman or something. So that's kind of like the frame of thought, I suppose. Dawn from the start just wanted to be a coordinator. 1391 though. Interesting enough though. Let's see. After meeting Ash and Brock, she decided to travel with them as their experience would likely be helpful to her. Like Ash, she saw a legendary Pokemon at the start of her journey, the projected soul of Mesprit, and following a maiden's voyage. When Dawn began her journey and she took a bicycle, but like Misty's and May's bikes, Ash and Pikachu destroyed it with his Thunderbolt. However, she did not mention this to Ash until more than 30 episodes after it happened, yet only to acknowledge it as an honest accident due to desperate situation, and didn't hold it against either Ash or Pikachu. See, that's why Dawn's a different breed, bro. Misty never let that shit go. I mean, she ended up, like, it started fading in her memory away because the amount of time she spent with them. But, like, you know, Misty saw the amount of Spearows chasing Ash, like, because they hate his guts and stuff. So it's incredible that the whole time, like, I don't know. I don't even remember the situation of what Ash was in this particular moment. I don't know if Team Rocket was chasing them or a different Pokemon. But yeah. Hold on, let me see where I left off at. Dawn also Dawn had also planned to take a large suitcase full of clothing with her, but her mother made her leave it at home due to its impracticality. Instead, Dawn took a backpack her mother had prepared for her. Joanna also gave Dawn the first ribbon she earned as a coordinator as a good luck charm, an item that would reoccur throughout the series as a symbol of Dawn's determination. It just says recur. Oh fuck. Alright, please let me run. Thank you. Upon arriving Jubilife City, Dawn registered for a contest pass for the Sinnoh region. She also obtained a ball capsule and some seals and introduced her contest cry, which is Spotlight. In the English dub and Charm Up in the original Japanese version. Dawn lost her first Pokemon contest and a rival to Zoe, who became one of her closest friends and greatest rivals. After her loss and upset, Dawn called her mother, but Joanna told Dawn not to rely on her and instead rely on friends and Pokemon. Eventually, in Dawn's second official contest, she was able to narrowly beat her childhood friend Kenny to win her first ribbon. You know, that's kind of fucked, don't you think? Like, I know, like, I understand in the perspective, it's like, well, you're traveling and, like, you're calling me, so what the hell do you want me to do? But, you know, it's still the mom. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna call, like, call your parents if you want help and advice. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you know, as long as you don't do it too much, I guess, and over abuse it. But like the mom just said, the fuck you calling me for? Get friends with helper than Pokemon, not me. So it's, you know, great parenting with that. But I guess I understand where she's coming from. If she's traveling, like there's something she could really do much. But from my understanding, I'm pretty sure she travels, like Joanna and stuff. Like every now and then you would see her at a contest hall or whatever. I guess it's like a life lesson, I suppose. That is 1392. Hopefully we could get 1400 by the end of the stream. We got like 30 minutes left. So we'll see if we could get 8 more Eevees. And hopefully I didn't miscount, because every now and then I do miscount, either undercounting or overcounting. I only overcounted one time, but I reduced it down. It's no big deal. Anyway, there's a picture of Dawn in her first Pokemon contest. She's in a pink dress. Dawn regularly trained her Pokemon and took the opportunity to practice her skills with Zoe whenever the two met, such as in stand up and sit down. Zoe was always helpful to Dawn during their meetings and helped inspire her to come up with new combinations. However, even Zoe's help, Dawn was not able to perfect Weasel's Ice Aqua Jet despite coming up with the idea. Ash later accomplished Ice Aqua Jet in the Wallace Cup after Weasel had been traded to him. I forgot that was the thing. I think, yeah. So Ash got Apom, I think it was, and then I didn't see the early episodes of when Dawn caught Weasel, but they traded with each other, right? Weasel for Apom, which I don't think Dawn and Weasel make sense, especially considering she has a water type, but I don't think Ambipom fits her team for shit either, to be honest with you. Because all the Pokemon that she has, like Piplup, Baniri, Pachirisu, Glaceon eventually, Quilava, Ambipom doesn't really fit that mold. Like, all these other Pokemon does fit her and everything. They should have gave her, like, I don't know, what's in her team is missing? A grass type? Maybe a Roserade, since Barry didn't use it, like, you just give that to Dawn? At the same time, I don't know. Let's see here. I'm sitting down now, I'm no longer standing up, so it'll be easier for me to read. In Dawn's early night, Dawn felt confident but lost in the performance stage of the Hearthstone contest and the Solaceon contest. which took place in Team Shocker. She did not pass the performance stage for the second time in a row due to being overzealous, and Ambipom's Swift appealed out of desperation to make up for the previous loss. This marked a notable change in Dawn's character. After the second blow to her self-esteem, she didn't know what to do and was still very upset throughout the tanks for the memories. After this, she became more focused and regained her confidence after battling Maylene and crossing the battle line. She also began to practice in earnest for all her contest performances and battles. Following Zoe's advice to show off the Pokemon and not its moves, Dawn was able to pass through the first round in the Wallace Cup and eventually break her losing streak by narrowly defeating May in the final round of the competition. In strategy with the smile. Hold on. 1393, 7 more. We'll see if we get 1400. May in the final round of competition and strategy with the smile. Since this turning point, Dawn must maintain her focus and humility. After learning of the upcoming contest in Celestic Town, Dawn became very dedicated in her training to the point of overworking her Pokemon in a lean, mean Team Rocket machine. Due to her intense efforts, she managed to win the contest in battling the generational gap, or the generation gap is what the episode's called. One of Dawn's combination in that contest inspired one of Ash's notable tactics, the counter shield. In a breed stampede, her Mamoswine began to disobey her, and after evolving. Despite this, she was still eager to train it well, and finally gained its trust after healing it in trials and adulations. However, Mamoswine still rebelled and disobeyed Dawn after it, and was hit by an attack and lost his temper in the semifinals of the Lillipad contest. And dressed for Jess' success, even though this caused Dawn to lose, she remained calm and optimistic that she and Mamoswine, as we got 1394, she and Mamoswine would be victorious the next time. Dawn traveled back home with Ash and Brock for the annual Twin Leaf Festival, and strategy begins at home. Dawn went on to compete against her mother in a 2-on-2 contest battle. Joanna's Glameow and Umbreon versus Dawn's Piplup and Pachirisu. Although Joanna won the match with relative ease, she was impressed by Dawn's teamwork and complimented her. Oops. The homecoming helped Dawn to regain her focus, especially after a venture into her own subconscious and historical mystery tour. Once the festival ended, the group left Twin Leaf Town at the end of challenging a towering figure. Her encounter with Mesprit, like Ash and Brock's encounter with the Zelf and Uxie respectively, proved to be fate, as Team Galactic intended to capture the Lake Guardians to awaken Dialga and Palkia at Spear Pillar. The Lake Guardians communicated telepathically with Ash, Dawn, and Brock and teleported them to the Team Galactic headquarters with the help of Cynthia. The three trainers foiled Team Galactic plans and freed the Lake Guardians in the battle finale of Legend. And then there's a picture of Dawn in the Heart Home collection with Baniri, both of them for some reason in a white dress and a blue necklace. Let's see here. In double time battle training, Dawn and her friends watched Zoe compete in the Brussels Town Pokemon contest. Zoe was victorious, and Candace brought over an array of desserts to celebrate. During their meal, Candace introduced the tomato berry ice cream sandwich, described it as hot and spicy on the inside and cold on the outside, and saying that oftentimes things don't seem to go well together are the most compatible. The dessert, Candace, and words inspired Dawn to create a new combination using ice and fire type moves. After many failed attempts, she perfected her techniques called Flame Ice, which involves Cyndaquil using Flame Wheel. Let's see here. 1395. We're making good progress, actually. There's still, like, you know, damn near almost 20 minutes left. Kind of. A little bit over 20 minutes. Hold on, where was I? So the technique was called Flame Ice, which involved Cyndaquil using Flame Wheel while being encased in Mamoswine's Ice Shard attack. She used this move later in the Daybreak contest. Dawn revealed the story behind her nickname DD to Ash and Brock, and yes, in DD, it's Dawn, though Ursula happened to overhear the conversation. In the final round of the Daybreak contest, Daybreak Town contest, Ursula battled Dawn using her +1 Minun and deliberately had her Pokemon shock Dawn's hair to recreate Diamond Dandruff. Even though Dawn temporarily succumbed to her trauma, she was able to overcome her inhibition with Mamoswine and Cyndaquil's encouragement. Ultimately, she defeated Ursula, winning her final 5th ribbon as well as the opportunity to participate in the Sinnoh Grand Festival. She later trained in the teaching of the student. She later trained in teaching the student teacher, where she came up with the new tactic of the Grand Festival, the Ice Chandelier, which she managed to perfect by trial and error, though she originally wanted to see Pachirisu use its discharge attack while surrounded by Mamoswine Ice Shard. She eventually decided to cover Pachirisu in a large bubble of ice from Banier's ice beam from Banier's ice beam, I should say. This gave Pachirisu enough room to run, making Ice Chandelier looks its best. Besides coming up with the combination moves, she also acquired a new Pokemon, Togekiss. Dawn trained with Togekiss and with the easiest of grace to find a way to battle with it while not ignoring its need to move gracefully, and she was eventually able to adjust her battling style to accommodate her new Pokemon. I forgot that Togekiss was in her team. Yeah, that's a good fit in her team actually. It's better than my Roserade, selection. I only said Roserade because Barry wasn't using it. Dawn entered the Sinnoh Grand Festival in Last Call first round using her Baniri and Cyndaquil in the appeals rounds. She progressed through the round and battled Ursula first in the next episode. With the Mamoswine and Pachirisu, she was able to successfully use her combination Ice Chandelier to defeat Ursula's Gabite and Flareon. In the following episode, she defeated Jesselina and progressed to the finals. Dawn would face Zoe in the final round, which fulfilled the promise the two had made with each other after the first contest to someday meet in the last round of the Grand Festival. It was a very evenly matched and close fight between her Piplup and Togekiss and Zoe's Glameow Glade, but in the end, Dawn lost. After the finals, she met with her mother and returned the ribbon Joanna had given her as good luck charm at the very start of her journey. Dawn said that she no longer needed to walk in her mother's shadow and only needed her Pokemon's care and support to become a top coordinator, proving to her mother and herself how much she had grown as a trainer. And then there's a picture of Dawn and Zoe. Dawn and her main rival Zoe. Zoe's the main rival? I guess so. I don't know what I consider Dawn's real rival, but yeah, it's just Zoe in one picture with short red hair with wearing something light green and like different shades of green really, and then Dawn in like some yellow dress with a red bow tie. After the competition, Zoe told Dawn that Candace was throwing a victory party for her in Snowpoint City, and that Dawn was also welcome. However, Dawn declined the invitation, stating that she still wanted to support Ash in this upcoming battle in Sunny Shore Gym and the Lily of the Valley Conference. She then thanked all the Pokemon that had traveled with her through Sinnoh for their hard work and pledged to not give up on her dream of being a top coordinator. After Ash competed in the Sinnoh League, she contemplated whether or not to go with Ash and Brock to Kanto. However, she received an invitation from Paris for her Baniri to work with her for a short while as Pokemon fashion model and decided to stay in Sinnoh. Alright, so hold on. Paris? Like, are we talking Kalos or just straight up Paris? Because, like... Also, wait, hold on. Is Lumio City considered Paris? I don't know. I'm not sure about all that, but apparently she got an invitation at Paris, so good for her, I guess. So yeah, there's that. A lot of this is pretty summarized up. They're not really explaining when Dawn caught all the Pokemon and stuff like that. Because I felt like the Paul summary was so much longer and lengthier, and I have no idea why. Like, the person that wrote that story went to town. Let's see though. After Baniri's modeling work with Paris was completed, Dawn decided to spend some time at home before considering her next move on her journey to become a top coordinator. In DPS 01, Dawn decided to go to the Hoenn region, since Hoenn is the region contest originated from. However, though she was certain she would take Piplup, she did not know if she would take all of her other Pokemon with her to Hoenn or not. She sought advice from Professor Rowan, who instead sent her to help a new trainer who was having trouble deciding what her first Pokemon would be. Dawn and Shinko ran into an Aridos web, reminiscent of the first challenge Dawn faced with Piplup. Dawn's Cyndaquil evolved into Quilava to protect the two trainers, and it was then that Dawn realized all of her Pokemon still had the potential to grow with her. She decided to take all her Pokemon to Hoenn with her and soon left on her new adventure with her dream of becoming a top coordinator burning as bright as ever. Dawn briefly appeared in a picture on Brock's memory wall in the special episode DPS 02. It says Pokemon the series Black and White, and it's just Dawn standing there with Piplup with trees in the background, and she has her hand out like, hey, or come here, or presenting, I don't fucking know. And all for the love of Meloetta. It was revealed that Dawn was traveled to the Unova region and was staying in Cynthia's villa in Undella Town while the champion was visiting Burbank City. And fun fact for you guys, because I read about Cynthia's thing, apparently only women's evolved in Undella's town in her home. Yeah, like women gym leader, Elite Four members, are the only visitors in Cynthia's villa. Was Caitlin's villa, but Cynthia lives there. I'm pretty sure it's something like that. That only women gym leaders visit there. So it's interesting. I find that interesting. So it fits right in that Dawn is visiting there and she's able to stay. Dawn later reunited with Ash and his new friends Iris and Silent, whom Dawn met for the first time. She also battled Silent using her Piplup against his Pansage, but because the battle was interrupted, no winner was identified. You could have just gave Dawn the win. Silent, who the fuck gives a shit about Silent, dude? What? She became good friends with Iris when they traveled to the Onyx Island, an expedition to Onyx Island, where she playfully agreed with her that Ash is a little kid. And was surprised by the unfamiliar Pokemon native to the Unova region, such as Fungus. Dawn headed to the Johto region. It's just Piplup with this face and beak on the window, and Dawn saying, I assume goodbye in the train or something. Before coming to Undella Town, Dawn had visited Nimbasa City, where she watched a Pokemon musical and one of Elisa's fashion shows. She also revealed that she would enter the Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup. Dawn later made it to the second round before her Mamoswine was defeated by Iris's Dragonite, even though Dragonite still wasn't listening to Iris's orders. Later in Goodbye Junior Cup Hello Adventure, she met Cameron along with Ash and Iris and Silent when they arrived at Cynthia's villa in Undella Town. She announced her intention to head to Johto to compete in the Wallace Cup being held there. After battling Ash, using her Quilava against Ash's Pikachu and saying their farewells, she and Piplup board a flight to Blackthorn City. Why didn't they just cut off the point? What happened with the Ash and Quilava fight? I assume Ash just won, or what the fuck? They just cut it off completely. Dawn later appeared during a Fantasy in the Dreams Continues. Pokemon Journeys, the series, Dawn meeting Chloe for the first time, and it's like a bet by a campfire or something, and I don't know who Chloe is very well, but I guess this is the Journey series. Is this where the Eevee with the messy hair comes from, or what? I'm not sure. Dawn reappeared in Nightfall Nightmares when she met up with Chloe when Piplup tried to eat some of the food she was preparing. As the two camped out in a forest, Dawn revealed that she was participating in the Sinnoh contest circuit again, having already competed in contests in Hoenn, Johto, and oh fuck, I accidentally put my notifications down. Having already competed in contests in Hoenn, Johto, and Unova, and was due to compete in the upcoming Eterna City Pokemon contest. I hope that's where I left off. Right. As the two camped out in the forest, were revealed participating in Sinnoh's circuit again. Okay. I hope that's where I left it off. Upon learning Chloe was also on her way to Eterna City to watch the contest, Dawn suggested that she travel there together. The two later worked together to fight off an enraged Rhydon that has been sleep deprived due to Darkrai's nightmares before coming across an injured Cresselia. In a Midsummer Night's Light, she tended to injured Cresselia and showed Chloe how to perform in a contest. After getting attacked by Team Rocket and getting saved by Darkrai, she reunited with Ash and also met Go. Together they fought off Matori and her group. The Matori Matrix and were the Matori Matrix and were aided by Darkrai and got captured. After getting saved and Cresselia healed Darkrai, she bid farewell to the two Pokemon. Later, they were seen playing on the beach. Darkrai and Cresselia seems like complete polar opposites intentionally, so it's crazy that they helped each other out. What the fuck is this? I'm looking at a picture. It says Dawn and wait, what? Dawn and alternate world Dawn, and it's just Dawn in her regular clothes, but instead of the pinks, is purple, and instead of her yellow thing is purple, and her scarf is green, and that's weird. She doesn't have her backpack. I don't think I've ever seen that. In the Gates of Warp, after her Piplup was stolen by someone who looked exactly like her, Dawn called Ash, who traveled to Sinnoh with Go and Chloe to help. Following an attack by alternate world Team Rocket, Dawn and Go traveled to an alternate world version of Sinnoh, where they met Dawn's alternative world counterpart. Okay. An accomplished trainer with once placed second in the Sinnoh League. And that's it, or what? After recovering Piplup from her, Dawn and Go learned that this world's Pokemon has started to de-evolve recently due to an unknown reasons. Based on her past experiences, Dawn figured Dialga and Palkia could be responsible. I feel like that's an episode worth watching. Like alternate versions of themselves. That's interesting. I wonder if this has something to do with, like, you know, the Ultra Beast and such. In Showdown at the Gates of Warp, Dawn and Go reunited with Ash and Chloe and decided to investigate the evolutions. They eventually learned that alternate world Team Rocket had locked Dialga and Palkia into a battle using a red chain to steal the devolved Pokemon. After Team Rocket has been defeated, Ash, Dawn, Go, and Chloe and their alternative selves prayed for Arceus to stop Dialga and Palkia's battle. Responding to their desperate pleas, the shape of Arceus emerged from the red chain and made the artifact disappear. Dialga and Palkia then reversed all the de-evolutions and sent Ash and his friends back to their world. Dawn reunited with Ash and Go again in the Arceus Chronicles Part 1, meeting them at the Sinnoh Festival in Canalave City. After being given a quick lesson of Sinnoh's past by Cynthia and a chance to experience using a recreated ancient Pokeballs, the group learned of suspicious activity on Mount Coronet and heading out to investigate. Dawn and Chloe cheering for Ash in the Masters Day tournament. I assume this is Chloe. I'm not familiar with her, like I said, because I hadn't watched the new series. So, yeah, I didn't know he accompanied Chloe. I wasn't sure where that Eevee came from, like the other one, besides the one we see here. But we're missing 4 more. Let's see here. But yeah, it's like Eevee with like the... Well, it's not the messy hair Eevee, it just looks like a regular Eevee. But he's holding a pom-pom. Piplup also has a pom-pom with like a dress or something, I'm not sure. In the Arceus Chronicles Part 2, the group encountered Brock, who joined them. It eventually turned out that the suspicious activity was caused by Team Galactic's project to bring back Cyrus, which had resulted in Heatran going on a rampage. As we got another one, we're only missing 3 more. 397. Let's see here. So wait, let me reread that, because it eventually turned out that the suspicious activity was caused by Team Galactic's project to bring back Cyrus, which had resulted in Heatran going on a rampage. In the Arceus Chronicles Part 4, Ash and Dawn Go, assisted by the Lake Guardians, managed to stop the rampaging Heatran. Is this supposed to be like a very post thing? Because I you know, okay, hear me out. The Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum series, I imagine, like, you know, because you know in like Platinum you go to Mount Starburst or whatever it's called, like that, Mount Stark. It's probably called Mount Stark. Starburst is Xenoverse. But like there's the Heatran event there. They might not have done that in the anime, which is why they're doing it here, and also intertwining that with Arceus. Because there was Team Galactic there with, like, you know, Pluto or Charon or whatever the fuck his name is. The dude with the purple hair. He had planned to capture Heatran to do like a secondary plan. So yeah, I don't know. But this is like many years later. This is like, I don't even know what time this is. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. In reuniting for the first time, Dawn was shown in a flashback about the Wallace Cup alongside May. She also appeared in a flashback in Friends, Rivals, Lend Me Your Spirit. Okay. Dawn reappeared from a flood of torrential gains to Partners in Time, where it was revealed she traveled to Galar with Chloe to watch Ash's match against Leon in the Masters A Tournament Finals. After Ash became the winner of the competition and became the new monarch of the World Coronation Series, Dawn attended the awards ceremony. I Choose You is the category. Dawn made a cameo appearance in the ending credits of I Choose You. Character, Dawn and her mother, as we got another one. We might not need to go to the Pokemon Center actually. 398. Are we able to get 2 Eevees in 10 minutes? We shall see. Dawn and her mother though, her mom's standing there and Dawn's holding like Piplup and Pachirisu in the other arms. Dawn grew up inspired by her mother's achievements from a very young age, decided that she wanted to be a coordinator. She takes immense pride in what Joanna was able to accomplish, and this is reflected in her determination to follow in her footsteps and become a respective top coordinator. As a kid, she would help Joanna prepare Poffins for her Pokemon. As we got another one, 1399. Nice. One more. I mean, we could do it easily in 9 minutes. So let's see. Something which led to Dawn discover the perfect recipe for her own Pokemon years later. Dawn is notable for her confidence since she's almost always tries to look towards the future rather than dwell on her mistakes. In the Japanese version, Dawn's catchphrase is Daijobu, which can be translated as "it'll be fine" or "don't worry." Although not consistently translated in their English dub at first, she begins to regularly use "no need to worry." Dawn Puffins, and she's holding Puffins on a bowl and wearing a blue apron with the regular clothes under it. In stark contrast to May's inexperience and self-doubt at the start of Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire, Dawn was overly confident and assured in her own strength at the beginning of her journey. Because of this, she became emotional after she was eliminated from Pokemon contests, and often cried after losing. After failing to pass the performance stage 2 times in a row, Dawn became depressed. In thanks for the memories, Dawn remembered these failures and had to excuse herself so she could cry. These behaviors were opposite those she exhibited at the beginning of her journey, something Ash and Brock took notice of. Their encouragement was not enough to renew her psyche though, and it was not until she defeated May to win the Wallace Cup that she truly regained her confidence and focus. After this point, Dawn took on a more positive and determined personality. In addition, she became more mature instead of reverting to her old headstrong and confident attitude. She became more aware of her faults and how she could work to overcome them. Dawn was also more aggressive than May whenever she had to confront Team Rocket. And then Ash, Dawn, and Brock in a picture. This is Pikachu over the shoulder, of course, and Piplup on top of her head. Dawn has a close relationship with Ash, and they often share a high five when one of them accomplishes something. Throughout their journey, they were very supportive of each other. Fuck, I lost myself. Usually training together and pushing one another to become better versions of themselves. Sometimes when Ash challenged a gym leader, Dawn would wear her cheerleader outfit and perform a routine alongside her Pokemon to encourage him. And on crushing defeat, upon noticing how disappointed in himself Ash was for losing a full battle against Paul, Dawn presented a circus act to cheer him up. I feel like Dawn is pretty sweet in all these situations. Like, you know, imagine a friend like dressing up as a fucking cheerleader cheer you on, and you know, when you're down after losing a battle, that they try to find a way to cheer you up. And you know, she said a circus act and shit like that. What a homie. A key example of Dawn's growth and maturity occurred in Trials and Adulations, in which she was separated from Ash and Brock, and her Mamoswine's leg was badly injured. Instead of panicking or trying to force Mamoswine to continue walking, Dawn thought back to lessons Brock had given her about Pokemon care. She recalled that sap of a plant could help soothe pain and called upon her Pokemon to search for it. Dawn applied the sap, wrapped the wound, formed a bed of leaves for Mamoswine, and gathered food and berries for it to eat. Dawn was ultimately rewarded as she gained her Mamoswine's respect and loyalty. Dawn's actions go deeper than that, though. They are evidence of her growth as a trainer in person and as a person. Dawn, after catching a Pokemon, is like a white background and with like action lines with like Piplup and Baniri jumping up, and then we see a little bit of grass. Throughout her journey in Sinnoh, Dawn was able to come up with the various combinations to show up her Pokemon looks and strength. This began with something as simple as making her Piplup's beak grow longer when using Peck, a technique she used even until the end of the Grand Festival. She later followed with simple spinning, which her Piplup and Baniri first practiced for a while in Orbrick City. The spinning move was adapted by Ash in his first gym battle in Sinnoh. Later on, Dawn began experimenting with more complex combinations, such as Flame Ice and Ice Chandelier. After a lot of practice, Dawn Pokemon were able to master these combinations in battle. Coincidentally, both of these moves were used to defeat Ursula. Dawn also had a fear of +1 mining, which is fucking stupid, but whatever. And we got one more Eevee in the books as we got 5 minutes left to spare. That is crazy. And we ran out of that shit. Alright. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. 1400! Alright. I mean, I'm still like awaiting to get that and such. I'll continue until I finish reading this part. I don't think I'll be able to read her Pokemon section because we're running out of time, but I'll try to finish this part at least. Hopefully there's you know, a good amount. But yeah, Dawn also had a fear of +1 mining after cheerleading Pokemon that her class had when she was younger shocked her hair, and her childhood friends Kenny and Leona started calling her Diamond Dandruff, Dee Dee for short. Ever since, Dawn would get annoyed when Kenny and Leona would call her Dee Dee and would panic if her friends, especially Ash, asked them to why they call her that, due to the nickname being part of her fear of +1 mining. Dawn also would freak out whenever she saw a +1 mining, as shown in Yes and Dee Dee, It's Dawn, when she panicked of seeing Ursula's +1 mining, and fainted when they sparkled her hair. However, through her Mamoswine Syndical's encouragement in the next episode, Dawn overcame her fear of +1 mining and was no longer bothered in being called Dee Dee. Dawn's brushing her hair, and this, I don't know why there's a picture of that, but she's brushing her hair and air drying it, and she doesn't have her hat on. Originally, Dawn had a great concern about her appearance and would not show herself to Ash or Brock until she felt that her appearance was acceptable. Dawn often slept in a tent while Ash and Brock slept outside. However, after Tears for Fears, Dawn began to sleep outside as well and was less concerned with her appearance in front of Ash and Brock. This may have been an indicator that she had become more focused as a trainer and coordinator, paying more attention to her Pokemon and less attention to her looks. Even so, whenever Dawn knew she was going to be on camera, she would pause to brush her hair, such as in the last call first round when Rhonda wanted to interview her for a broadcast of the Grand Festival. Dawn also has an interest in fashion and often reads in the Pokemon Chick magazine and the bells are singing, Dawn revealed that she was the one to design Veneer's vest, but also admitted that her mother was the one to sew it. In arriving in style, she demonstrates her talents for designing again, sketching many different outfits of the Hearth Home collection. Though she initially unsure about her creations, she set her mind on designing simple dresses and accessories after realizing the actual role of Pokemon stylist. For that, she was praised by Hermione? What the fuck? From Harry Potter? It says she was praised by Hermione, who said Dawn has the true spirit of a stylist. Okay. And now we made it to the Pokemon section, which I think we got a pause on, which is perfect timing. So yeah, we'll stop it there and we'll continue with the Dawn Pokemon section. So let's go heal our Pokemon up, and this is a perfect place to stop anyway. I mean, I guess yesterday I stopped when I was reading Paul's section and I was at the trivia section and I realized how much it was, or at least that's what I thought. But yeah. Either way, if you like this whole stream, be sure to like it. You know, if you're feeling generous, please consider donating. If you are, like, you know, $1 would come a long way, of course. You know, whether it's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, Patreon, or even GoFundMe, preferably GoFundMe. We're $25 in. Thank you so much to Dallas that donated the money. You know, that meant a lot to me and everything, and I hope that you consider it too, and consider joining a future stream as well, as we finally got 4 eggs, but I'm pretty sure the other egg is gonna hatch pretty soon. But yeah, like I said, if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games, and if you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. I always fuck up on that part, I swear. But yeah, with that being said, of course, the next time we'll finish off reading Dawn's, like, Pokemon and the rest of her stuff. We'll come up with a different Pikachu short for the Arceus movie, you know, hypothetically, you know, headcanon stuff, we're just bullshitting. And I'll also watch a Pikachu short on my own time, because we talked about the Exploration Club and all that stuff. And yeah, we'll do that for the most part. Later today, I'll probably make a new thumbnail for this video, because we got Shiny Halucha and all that stuff. And tomorrow we'll have Chansey all over again in the thumbnail and all that stuff. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. You guys mean the world to me. White Tigers and Dragons to you. And of course, you've been scarred by the night. I'm out.